Discovery, go at throttle up. Hello. How are you guys? $50 did do helicopter on Mars, yeah. Yeah. I'm okay, you? Guten Abend, Dreadplatoon. Wie geht's, mein Freund? Wie geht's? Ja? You want a lemon twist? Dudes, I am,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That's how we're starting the day. Merci pour la bon mancadu.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I can say it in French now.
Discovery,
Did I say it right?
Go at throttle up.
Did I say it right? I don't know if I said it right. Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Discovery,
Great
go at
accent.
throttle up.
Merci. All right. All right. Ren with 1,000. Guys, this
Discovery,
week.
go at throttle up.
Whew, this week's been a train wreck thus far. It's pretty good. It's not pretty good. You'll accent these.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rip Virgin Orbit. They're preparing to fold. Borger.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Check it out. Strikes me as fairly ominous. Virgin Orbit manages to raise just $10 million from founder Richard Branson, again as a secured note.
Discovery, go at throttle
VIL
up.
is entitled to, amongst other things, foreclosure on the assets that are subject to security interest. Uh-oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Battle site? Yeah. I don't know what that means. Anyway, Ren, thanks for the 1,000 bits. And then, oh no, you're keeping me above ground here single-handedly, man. I do appreciate it, guys. I have the flu. I logged off at like 8 p.m. last night. After only doing like 9 hours. Like, I know the flex. Yeah, I get it. That's not the point. And, man, I was like, you know what? I'll just, I'll go to bed early. I'll get a ton of sleep. No, that didn't happen. Brady's supposedly retiring for good. He can say whatever. He can do whatever he wants to do. Is what it be. Always has been. Okay. Hulu ordered more King of the Hill. Whoa! I believe he's retired when the season starts and he's not on a team. He'll come back. He'll be back. Dude, you don't keep a guy like that away from the game. It doesn't work like that. It would be like me not doing space things. Like, that's probably not a good enough analogy to describe how much that guy loves football, but did you see the Broncos are going for Sean Payton? Okay. I'm not sure how that's going to fix anything, but all right. Sure. Yes. Hello, Chief. Yeah, anyway, thanks for the tips and subs, guys. I really haven't been able to bring my A game this week, and I don't like I don't like that. I don't like doing that at all. I'll tell you what, how are you today? I have the flu. Yeah. It's not COVID. Keep testing just to be sure. It ain't that. Got a pretty gnarly case of the flu. Like, I feel okay, but I'm just like, but today's a great day to start turning things around. Yeah. I didn't just go on a binge watch of a bunch of movies that I hadn't seen, that I've been meaning to see, till like 5:30 in the morning. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's exactly what happened. Did get to see a bunch of good movies. I watched 3 movies back to back to back because I was just like, I'm not sleeping anytime soon. This won't allow that. So what do we watch? So, okay, I watched the new Jurassic Park or Dominion or whatever, which is cool. That was a good movie. It was pretty good. And then I have friends that say I sound like Boomhauer. I tell you what, man. No one's gonna say sound like Boomhauer, man. Man. Luckily, I tested positive for COVID this morning, and I got a newborn, so that's good. So you got that going for you, which is nice. That's good. So we watch a new Jurassic, the new Jurassic Park, which is pretty good. Yeah, that's a good flick. And yeah, no, Dread, it was pretty good. It's pretty good. Just, it's a popcorn movie, just like the original Jurassic Park. It's just to see dinosaurs fighting each other and stuff, which is pretty cool. That's pretty rad. That was fun. Let's see, what else? What did I watch out? Bullet Train. Good movie. I like that movie. That movie's awesome. Yeah, that movie's good. Yeah, Bullet Train was good. I never saw that movie. That was a good flick. I really like that. You're like a diesel. You're like a diesel. Yeah. My favorite character. This is a good flick. This is a good one. And then I watched Bullet Train was awesome, dude. Great movie. Bullet Train was fun, man. That was a fun flick. Lemon! Lemon! Dude, that was a good time. It was a good flick. I was sitting there laughing at like 4 a.m. and just like, this is great. And then what did I watch after that? I fell asleep during the last movie, which is good. What was it? Red Notice or something? Ryan Reynolds is in it, and The Rock. No, I haven't seen Glass Onion. I don't know what that is. I want to go watch Bullet Train again. No, you're a diesel. You're a diesel. You're the one that's perpetrating all this. You're a diesel. Yeah, it's pretty good. So, yeah, I think that the last one was Red Notice or something. I fell asleep during it. I didn't watch the whole thing. Yeah, I didn't see the end of it, but yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's right, J-Speed. Yeah. Read more about T-Sid movies. Yeah, it was good. It was good. I enjoyed it. Anyway, fellas, it's February 1st, so I ain't gonna not be here without saying it. So, how you feeling today? Oh, really bad. Yeah, but here, you wanna really feel bad? Here you go. So it's February 1st, 2023. I choose this date to show, Apollo 1 Challenger in this. Just because it's the last one, and then, I don't have to do it again because it really, 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 really pisses me off. So, yeah, there you go. Hail Columbia. 20 years, man. 20 years. Hey, Cooking, I'm alright. I made it to my 59th year yesterday. I still feel like you're 20. Yeah, there you go, man. There you go. Right on. And it was at this point that, on a slightly higher note, I would like to remind everybody that Columbia literally flew through re-entry with one wing. And Rick Husband and McCool flew that thing with one wing. Yeah, through re-entry. It made it through peak heating, dudes. Go read the report. Pretty beast mode of a ship, considering. Hail Columbia. Yeah. It sucks, man. But hey, it is what it is. 3 years, it'll be 40 years since Challenger. It sucks, dude. But you gotta do it. I really don't want to sit here and talk about this, but you have to. You have to. It's part of the game. It's not a game. There ain't no undo button. But yeah, dude, I've always said, and I'll say it again, and I'm not trying to undermine it, anything, but Columbia is a freaking accident, dude. A freak accident. Now, check this out, dudes. This is Chris Combs posted this. This is all it took. Spaceflight is violent and unforgiving. Dude, see that? Look at the trajectory that stupid thing takes. Are you freaking kidding me? It gets caught up in what looks like the boundary layer from the SRB nose cone. Because you see how it goes up and then it takes a huge right? You see that? That's bull crap, all right? I'm just going to say, that's bull crap, dude. Dude. You could launch 1,000 more space shuttles and that would never happen. Ever. That is just such a money shot. It is unbelievable. It's so freaking annoying, dude. It looks like literally nothing. Yeah, well, Hal, I've always... So, okay, you want to learn a little bit? We'll start that way. There's a seam right there on the wing, okay? On the space shuttle's wing. That seam is where basically the shuttle's wing box, or what... If the shuttle did have a wing box, that's where it connects. Dude, that thing hits 2 inches to the right, Columbia's in a museum. It hits 2 inches to the left, it bounces off. It goes 2 inches down, it misses Columbia entirely. And I'm talking about this much, dude. 2 inches. So that's 50 millimeter? Nothing. Actually, not 50 millimeter. It's 100 mil. But still, that much, dude. It hit right on the seam where the wing connects into the landing gear, and right on the seam where the reinforced carbon connects to the tiles. Dude, literally Death Star trench run stuff. Like, it is that ridiculous, because they had debris strikes like that in the past, and it was fine. It's so freaking frustrating, dude. My aeronautics professor explained that they had to develop new flow simulation models to model how the foam strike happened. They had to model the trajectory relative to the foam and airflow simultaneously. I mean, Ian, do you see the trajectory that this thing takes? It's bull crap. That is such... Dude, I don't want to curse on stream. That's bull crap. That is bull crap. Dude, that piece of foam is maybe this big. Maybe about the size of a basketball. Maybe. Okay, Broken, I had it right the first time. That's good. That's how you can tell I'm getting better, because I can math. It's just, that's such horse patootie. I'm trying not to curse. Did they make changes after STS-27? STS-27 was a different problem, Spaceophobic. Dude, it's so frustrating. Because if it goes 2 inches higher, the boundary layer from the wing makes it go over the wing. Like, you don't know how hard it is to hit a wing leading edge going supersonic. It is really difficult. if you look at, like, here. If you look at, like, Schlieren images, Schlieren? Is that what it's called? Here, whatever. Hang on. Dude, check this out. So, things that go supersonic, right? And where's this video coming from? Oh, Matthias Meyer. All right, cool, sweet. I know that guy. Get that guy. So, in supersonics, fellas, you have stuff like this, okay? See the boundary layer? Right up against the front of the space shuttle's wings, there is a huge chunk of compressed air, right? Especially with the shape of the shuttle's wings at that point. It's kind of blunt at the bottom, and then it kind of smooths out on top, kind of like a wing, right? You have these boundary layers right here. It is insanely hard to permeate one of those things. All right, especially with anything. Like, dude, that's why NASA was so like, wait, what? Wait, what just happened? How did that happen? Dude, you have to hit that boundary layer dead center. See right there? See that little kind of impingement right there at the front? It has to hit right there. If it hits right here, or if it tries to go through there, it gets shot down. If it goes up there, it gets shot up. That's what I mean. 2 inches up, 2 inches down, it flies over or under the wing because the boundary layer sucks it up. It has to hit dead center. Like, it can't be, dude, fraction of an inch. Maybe this much. That's how much bullcrap that is. It's so goddamn frustrating. Like, ugh. Yeah, Euckerman, there's no way to get around it. But see, even then, coming off the back, you're getting flow separation off of this piece, right? See, there's a secondary boundary layer right there, dude. Like, even if it went up and over, it's not gonna hit the wing because it's gonna hit that compressed air and it's gonna go up and over and get shot off. Like, that is how close we're talking here. You have to hit that thing dead center. Like, it's so stupid. It is so stupid. Like, dude, I'm telling you, you could launch 1,000 of those things. That would never happen again. Would the shuttle malfunction in some other way? Maybe. I don't know. It's so goddamn frustrating, dude. Ugh. Even reading the accident investigation report just sucks. I remember at the time I was playing a space MMO called Earth and Beyond. Oh, I remember Earth and Beyond. Good game. There was a zone in the game that had memorials to Apollo 1 Challenger and the Russian cosmonauts. The night Columbia happened, the entire server had a memorial for the astronauts right next to the Challenger memorial, and the devs added Columbia one their next patch. This is so stupid. Snickers, I can't say anything else. I'm trying to hold my tongue here. I would be cursing up a storm. That right there is bullcrap. You remember when Picard in TNG was like, you can do everything right and still lose? That's life. Literally that to a T. There is nothing that would indicate that Columbia would have any freaking problems with this. Ugh. That sucks, man. Sucks so hard. Exactly, Dredd. That is 1 in a million. It's a 1 in a million shot. Like Luke Skywalker, Death Star trench run, 1 in a million shot. Dude, and it just happened to hit right at a structural point, which just, oh my god, it's so stupid. Because they had foam come off and it didn't hit in that one particular spot. Like, dude, we're talking bullseye on a dartboard. Like, ugh. Sucks so hard, dude. I'm awake now. What was that episode where Data lost that strategy game to the Grandmaster and needed a pep talk from Picard? I forget which one that was, Zero. But yeah, that's all it takes. That's all it takes. There, and that spot right there is a structural seam, which just... So think about it like this. Say we were playing Kerbal, and I had my entire wing attached on a physics-less part on a little cubic octag, right? And we were flying, and something happened, and it hit out of all the parts on the entire shuttle, it hits the cubic octag, and the wing basically just... It hit the stump of the hierarchy, so to speak. If we're gonna talk in Kerbal terms, like it's so frustrating, dude. Ugh. What did it do to it then? Break the wing? Well, it hit the crack, Hal. It hit the crack. I'll show you. I can show you. Here. So if you ever make your way to New York City and you go see Enterprise, they test it on Enterprise. There should be a picture of it here. Yep, right there. So, okay. You know, I call this the shuttle's armpit right here. I call it the armpit, all right? So you see how that's kind of... The reason why I use that flow visualization of a cylinder is because there would be a very big boundary layer right here. The freaking piece of debris hit right there. Somewhere in this area. But see this whole area right here? It's where the landing gear connects to the wing. It's, dude, 100 to 1 shot. If it hits over here, yeah, it probably damages the wing a little bit, but it doesn't cut the damn thing off. Ugh. Yeah, that's the problem, dude. The plasma, the hypersonic boundary layer came through here and just swing right there because there was an open seam right there. It's very frustrating, dude. That's very, very frustrating. See right there? That's the spot. There, on this part on the shuttle, it's where a seam connects in. It's a major structural point, dude. Where the landing gear holds the wing and the fuselage together. It's the closest thing that you're going to see to the shuttle's wing box. I'm trying to find a good picture. Here we go. So look at it from here. Now, don't get me wrong. This maneuver right here of Endeavor, this picture of Endeavor is when... This was after Columbia, when they'd get the shuttle near the ISS and the shuttle would just flip over so they could show the tiles to make sure there were no cracks in the TPS, right? So this actually shows a really good picture. It's literally right there. There is a huge structural bulkhead right here that goes from here to here to there to there. These gigantic structural bulkheads, they're stringers in aeronautics. There's 3 of them. It goes here to there to there. That holds the wing. It holds the wing on, guys. You could see the subassembly of the wing if you look, because the shuttle, you know, going through so many reentries, it did bend and flex a little bit. So the wing subassembly is like this. See what I'm talking about? And the major structural carrier connects in to the shuttle's payload bay right here. It's the closest thing you're going to get to the shuttle's wing box. Dude, it hit it. 1,000 to 1 shot. It's so stupid. So stupid. I don't mean to undermine it, and we still lost 7 because we should have, frankly, you know, if I'm going to be blunt, that behavior should have been understood. But, dude, that just goes to show you how difficult that is. How difficult spaceflight is in real life, man. Dude, this much. 50 mil. To the right, to the left, no problem. 50 mil up or down, no problem. Flies right over the wing. Flies right underneath the wing. Hits a spot that's not a structural carrier. It's so stupid. Ugh. Could that have been prevented with a better design? I would chalk that one up to just terrible luck, dude. Just terrible luck, dude. Didn't they go outside known parameters by cycling the ET too many times? Yeah. Yeah, Ian. So, okay, that's... All right, if we're going to get into this, we'll get into it. That's right. So, STS-107 scrubbed 7 times, dude. 7 times. If that's not fate telling you something, I don't know what is. All right? It scrubbed 7 times. And what... if you recall back to SLS, right? They were talking about, oh, we got to do another wet dress rehearsal. And everybody in the media was like, how many times can you tank the core stage, right? The reason why they asked that question is because that's what happened with Columbia. That's what happened with the 107 stack. It scrubbed 7 times. So they tanked and detanked the external tank a bunch of times, right? They tanked and detanked it a bunch of times, and the foam started to cavitate. It started to crack. It started to crack on the SLS core stage. But see, the thing about SLS is that it doesn't have an orbiter flying on the side. So it's not that big of a deal. On the shuttle, it's a big deal. The foam liberation could be prevented with a different design. It's why they changed the foam design post-Columbia. Yeah, and they had to figure all this stuff out. It's not like you have anything discernible to go and look at. You don't have your external tank. You don't have your space shuttle, obviously, which sucks. But so that is getting into an unknown, right? Had any shuttle scrubbed this much? What was the behavior? Was the behavior well understood for foam cavitation or foam liberation is what it's called, Novus? Sorry, I don't mean to say the wrong term. I'm a little pissed off. But that behavior should have been more well understood, dudes. Like, you know, but somebody somewhere in NASA said, it's not that big of a deal. And anytime someone says, man, that's not that big of a deal, it's pretty much a dog whistle for, yeah, maybe we should go maybe we should go look into this. You know, now, I know what people are going to say. If we spend all of our time looking into every little thing, right? We spend all our time looking into every stupid little thing, the thing's never going to launch, right? Well, yeah, sure, that's fine. Would you rather it work? Just food for thought. SLS took a long time. It worked perfectly on the first try. That's due to years, decades of testing. That's why it went so well. Was it not the same with 51L? Yeah, 51L, some bozo decided to launch it when it was too windy and too cold. I meant, could the wing strike have been prevented from causing significant damage? It's the foam, Supernova. Yeah, it's the foam, dude. They had to respray the inner tank to LH2 flange between the green run and wet dress rehearsal and core stage. Still came back with plenty of cracks after the wet dress. Yeah. Yeah, man. It's... I don't know. Rev knows. Do you think there would be any way to be absolutely sure that problem doesn't happen? I'm sure there's a way. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but... See, guys, the thing is that, okay, anybody ever spray paint like a car part or something, or use spray paint at all? Hopefully not in a illegal way, right? You ever use spray paint? If you ever read the instructions on the can, what does it say? It says, make sure you heat up something. Make sure you heat up something before you spray. If you're spraying onto etched metal, right, sanded metal, it has to be warm so the metal expands. And then when the metal cools down after it's been sprayed, it'll contract and it'll adhere to the paint better. The problem is if you have thermal contraction, right, like, oh, I don't know, to almost like to 5 Kelvin, the metal contracts so much that the foam doesn't contract at the same rate. Why? Because it's a different material. It's not metal. Right? Using a blanket, not a spray. You see, Hellfish, the thing is that you're right, some type of thermal insulated blanket could work, but the problem here is that there's plenty of ways to make the tank useful, right? There's plenty of ways to make it so the foam doesn't come off or not use foam at all, but you're gonna take a trade-off, you're gonna take a performance hit, right? There are instructions on the can? Oh, jeez. Yeah, exactly, Jared. That's what's so annoying. Yeah. Two launch constraint violations, and they sent it anyway. All right. There are ways to make sure it doesn't happen. Yeah, I mean, Novus, I don't think we need to get into the adherence of the foam. I'm pretty sure, you know, that's something that shouldn't be, like, not shouldn't be out in the open, but, you know. NASA was clearly, like, worried about cryogenic timings on stuff, so I'm not sure we should get too far into it, you know? Blankets won't hold up to the aero environment on ascent. Yeah. There's no way of doing this, guys. There's no way of getting good adherence and good performance out of the hydrogen on there unless you're going to weigh down the tank with something else. Like, you could vacuum insulate the tank if you really wanted to with an outer layer and then make it like a big thermos, but now you doubled the weight of your tank. You doubled the mass of it. So doubling the mass of the tank, whatever the difference between a super lightweight tank design and your vacuum insulated tank hits directly into payload mass. So yeah, the shuttle is super reliable, but now it can move half the payload mass into space because you took 12 tons out of the shuttle's payload capacity and now you put it on your external tank. You know, you increase dry mass somewhere else. It's a hard problem to solve, dudes. Zay, I'm showing people how not stupid Columbia was. Like, not blaming anybody, but this is just, it's just a freaking freak accident, man. And I'm not trying to disrespect the Columbia 7 or the Challenger 7 or the Apollo 1 crew. You learn from this stuff. But I will say this once, I'll say it again, dude. You could launch 1,000 more shuttles. That would never happen right there. That it would happen in a different way. It would never happen exactly like that. It's so stupid. Like, oh, it's so stupid. You could have stayed with rockets like Atlas and Titan, but that may break Rule 8 talking about it. I don't know. Yeah, Eukerman, it probably would have been better to not put all your eggs in one basket, to have a dissimilar architecture. But what the shuttle can do versus what, like, Titan with a Gemini capsule can do is like comparing a go-kart to a Ferrari, man. Like, the shuttle offers so much capability on orbit, it's so enticing. That's why they went for it, because it's so good. It's such a good design. But, yeah, man. I linked an interview with the shuttle pilot, and he said that we won't see shuttles ever again. Do you agree? I'm not entirely sure we're ever going to see anything like the space shuttle again, Zhao, but we'll definitely see something like a shuttle again. Something similar. You know? You wouldn't have to make the whole thing a thermos, only the portion in between. Well, guys, another thing to understand here. Another thing to understand is I'm not 100% sure how many people know where the foam came off. So let's see who knows their stuff. Here's a picture of 107 at launch. Where did the foam come off? I'll give you a hint. It's somewhere in this area here. Where did the foam come off? Let's see who knows their stuff. See that chunk right there? That freaking thing came off. A basketball-sized piece came off of the forward bipod strut. They had cracks right there. The orange bit. Good answer. We almost had Venture Star. That's right, Aqualex. I don't think we're ever going to see a booster riding or a shuttle riding on the side like this ever again, Chow. Probably not. The strut ramp right there. That's basically so this thing doesn't cause a crazy amount of drag in there. This right here is this is a tough area to engineer. Because think about this for a second, okay? You're going to have air that's getting compressed flying between the shuttle and the external tank. It is in a low pressure environment, but it's still there. That's why those ramps are there. Basically, so this thing wouldn't cause an insane amount of drag in between the shuttle and the ET, right? But you do get air compressed between the shuttle and the ET here. Simultaneously, that air is hot, right? And then the tank is really freaking cold. So you have something really, really freaking cold here. And then you have something that's relatively hot here. And then you have the orbiter, which is kind of in between, right? Think about this from a structural point. This is an extremely difficult problem to solve right there. Just that forward bipod strut, man. And that's not even that structural. The majority of the shuttle's mass was kind of carried by these things down here. That's why there's a huge freaking strut right there. That strut, guys, is about the size of a battleship gun, I would say. It's about this big. The aft struts on the shuttle were gigantic because that's where it's carrying the load. This thing was just basically to make sure that I'm not going to say it's basically just there for that, but it's more or less to make sure that the shuttle's riding straight on the ET. Don't get me wrong, you're not going to get very far without this, but yeah, right there, this part started to crack like crazy. But the reason why they put that there is because of structure and thermal. Like, don't get me wrong, they redesigned it, but yeah, man. It's just it's such a freaking accident, dude. Yeah, it came off right here. There was some compression here, and the thing shot out to the side because of the air compression that happens right here. And then it looks like it hits the SRB nose cone's boundary layer, and then it goes back. It's just a freaking 100-to-1 shot, man. Like, it's so frustrating. So, this is a really complicated area. Heck, it's a complicated area on SLS as well. There's a lot of stuff going on here between structural, thermal, aero. There's a lot of things going on right in this area here. Engineers should have considered that the foam could hit critical shuttle parts. Design flaw. I mean, over Thunder, what about the other 134 or 130? Yeah, I'd say 134 shuttle missions where that didn't make a difference. I wouldn't call that a design flaw. In fact, to be honest with you, I hate the word design flaw. I don't like design flaw because it's a catch-all term. It's a catch-all term for something you didn't take into account. Now, that's what you should say. They didn't take into account that this could happen. But not taking this into account is such a ridiculous unknown. Dude, I don't think anybody could have predicted something like this. Like, it's such an abstract failure mode. Like, it's a ridiculously abstract failure mode. Meaning, once again, if you read CABE, the accident investigation report, it basically proves what I'm talking about. It's a 1 in 1,000 shot. You could launch 1,000 more shuttles. Empirically, you could launch 170 more shuttles, and this would never happen, based off of the probability of loss of crew at the conclusion of the shuttle program. They concluded that the probability of a shuttle mission not coming back was 1 in 170 or something, or what? 1 in 7? No, it was 1 in 70 or something. So empirically, you could launch 70 more shuttles. This would never happen. I contend to say that is such an abstract failure mode. You could launch 1,000 more of these things, and now would the shuttles fail in some other way? Yeah, probably. I hate saying that, but yeah, sure. But that particular failure would never happen. Didn't they have foam strikes to the tiles beforehand? Yeah, on the tiles, Hellfish. It never hit the RCC because once you get past supersonic, it's really tough to go through the boundary layer that's near the RCC. It's basically shielded by compressed air. Would a bird strike do some equivalent damage to the same area? Yeah, but I don't think there's any birds flying at 100,000 feet going Mach 2. I know. I had a Lego model with the 3D printed boosters and the orange tank that had exact part always broke. Yeah, jeez. If the shuttle now, somebody asked if that doesn't happen, do I think the shuttle's still flying today? Yeah, probably. Maybe not as far as 2023. They had planned on the shuttle flying basically until 2015, 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And then it would have been replaced with another system. If they got the cadence they wanted, how many shuttles would have been lost? Well, here's the thing. And if anybody wants to chime in on this, go ahead. But I'd like to think that I got a pretty good handle on how systems engineering and project management go with the space program, right? Considering I build, design, test, and manage all my stupid projects myself, and it turns out that one man running an entire complicated space program, even in Kerbal, proves to be a little bit of a difficult task, but I digress. Dude, this goes to show you that what this really comes down to, and this is the lesson that Challenger, not necessarily Challenger, because Challenger, you knew the criteria and you ignored it. With Columbia, and this is something that I think SpaceX does really well, and this is why there's a lot of SpaceX fans out there. Something that SpaceX got right is the rapid testing, rapid iteration, rapid incremental design. That is very, very, very important. But it's important to not fail stupidly. You know what I mean? You want to fail smart. So I'll give you an example. Starship needs the engines to work. The engines have to work. There is no getting around that. The engines have to work. There's no launch escape system on Starship. It was designed that way on purpose. Instead of taking the time and instead of wasting the time to engineer a design like a launch escape system for, potentially human rating Starship, that's a long way off. But instead of doing that, they're focusing and going hard in on propulsion. There's been thousands of Raptor tests at McGregor every day. Not thousands every day. They're testing and breaking Raptor engines in a new and exciting and fun way every day. It's like aperture science applied to rocket engines, but you actually get something done. But I digress again. That's the real lesson to be learned from Columbia. You need to understand what the heck you made. And if you want to make it as safe as possible, you don't want to sit there and make it safer after you're staring at the graves of 7 astronauts, right? It's important to understand what you made. You have to identify and process every single freaking failure mode that you can think of. Anything possible. And now that comes from a lot of actual world testing and a lot of simulation, visualizations, just anything. Cryogenic testing. Like, the shuttle did one green run and then it was good to go. They touted this thing as a space plane, right? But they tested it like a rocket. Dude, there should have been drop tests going on every day with the shuttle. 747, fly Enterprise, boom. Enterprise should have been your trainer for astronauts. So you could learn new ways about EDL with the shuttle all the time. It should be going right to the end of the program. I'm dead serious about that. Because through this rapid iterative testing, you find things. You'll find things that you didn't take into account, like that. You'll find stuff. So I'll give you guys an example. With our shuttle program in Kerbal, right? With the shuttle, I had a cal controller deploying the payload bay, right? Because I thought the payload bay animations on Collins, on the 5th generation Collins, were too fast. It doesn't look right. So I had a cal controller purposefully slow down the animation, right? And then when we were testing the shuttle one time, I closed the thing with the cal controller, right? But it turns out that when you close the payload bay with a cal controller, it doesn't close the payload bay. It sets your deployment angle to 0. So even though the payload bay is closed, Kerbal doesn't understand that it's closed because the animation isn't tied to the occlusion layer in Kerbal. So even though I had a payload bay that was visually closed, it wasn't closed. During testing with Collins, I re-entered with the payload bay open because of that cal controller. That's something I wouldn't have figured out until I went and tested it, right? Now, fortunately, I caught it in simulation in, our simulation modes instead of actually happening in mission mode, right? But that caused me to rethink, okay, why do I have that cal controller there? What is that doing? Well, it's slowing down the payload bay animation to make it look right. Who cares? Who cares? Why would you even risk trying to re-enter with the payload bay in the potentially open position? Especially if you're coming back down with cargo. That is a really stupid thing to do. So I got rid of it. I wouldn't have really realized that had I not gone and tested. Like, for instance, if we were playing with the old Mission Mode 2 rules, I never would have caught that, and we would have went to fly the shuttle on the first try, and that would have happened. And I wouldn't have caught it. See what I mean? That's the lesson that Columbia teaches, and that's the lesson that it's really important to learn. And this, like I said, dudes, I've read the accident investigation report. I've read the Rogers Commission with Challenger. I read the Apollo 1 accident investigation report. Like, if the Soyuz 11 and Soyuz 1 accident investigation reports were out there, I would read those too. It's an important thing to understand. You have to understand what the frick you made. And sometimes you're not going to know what you made. Sometimes you're not going to know. You're not going to know what you made until you go and test it. That requires a lot of real-world testing, and it requires a lot of simulation. You have to do it. You have to have an analytical model. You have to do analysis, right? And that analysis has to be correlated with real-world testing. That's why SLS, for instance, has those giant can crushers at Marshall that blew up a couple of SLS tanks on purpose to see where their failure mode was. Now, it's not like SpaceX where you're just going to put the thing on the crusher and figure out where it blows up. With NASA, they try to predict precisely where and when it's going to explode. That's good analysis. Now, I'm not saying that SpaceX is bad analysis. SpaceX basically blows something up and then they write down their findings and then they try to do it again, which is why we saw this fly a lot of times for a little bit, right? That's the important part, dudes. You have to understand what you made. And sometimes that analyzation sometimes is not gonna, you should never be done figuring out how the vehicle works. Okay? And once again, that's why Falcon 9 and that's why SpaceX, their rocket motors are so damn reliable. Their Falcon 9s land all the time. Dude, we saw Falcon 9, we saw that Starlink launch yesterday. The engine stopped about a meter off the deck and boom, the thing crushed down. It's fine. You just compacted the crush core a little bit. But you don't think SpaceX knows that? You don't think they figured that out over, I mean, how many Falcon 9s hit the deck and exploded? SES-9 went through the drone ship, bunker buster style. You know? You should never stop doing that. And I'm not saying that they did during the shuttle program, but it wasn't nearly enough for that complicated of a vehicle. That's the lesson to learn. No stones unturned. Never stop figuring out what your vehicle is doing. Ever. Never say, yeah, it's good enough. Let's fly. Oh, it did something different that mission. Yeah, it's no problem. Don't do that. That leads to Challenger, right? That leads to what happened during Challenger, ironically. You have to always understand. Because you're always going to find new things with this complicated of a system. You're always going to find new things. You're always going to find things to improve. Never stop doing that. If anybody here gets into aerospace engineering, you should never stop doing that. Now, don't get me wrong. That doesn't mean change things, okay? That doesn't necessarily mean, oh, you should always have a component to upgrade. You should always have a component to, change, to iterate on. No, not necessarily that. It's not necessarily about iteration. It's about understanding what you made. If the shuttle was still flying today, do you think they would upgrade the boosters to carbon fiber and eventually BOLE? Yeah, sure. That'd be a great upgrade. Would require a lot of testing, but yeah, sure. That's what I mean, Creeper. They kind of took this thing and once again, it's easy for me to criticize. I'm not an engineer, nor am I involved with any space program, but the way that, if you read the accident investigation report, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating because, like, it goes to show you they got not complacent, but they got comfortable. They got comfortable with what they were doing. The shuttle's not, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It's been flying for years. It'll be okay. We learned that during Challenger. It'll be fine. No. No. You should never stop learning and never stop understanding, all the way till end of life. There's always something to learn, always something new to learn about your launch vehicle. And that's, fellas, to bring it up to a modern note, that is literally the reason why SLS took so long. And that's the reason why there's such a big gap between Artemis 1 and Artemis 2. Because NASA's combing through all the a 2-3 week mission. They're going through all of it. And they're making sure that they find and understand what the vehicle's doing. It's not just about flying the mission. Oh, yeah, it performed great. No. They're all combing through the data right now. All the flight engineers, everyone involved with that project is going through every single piece of data from flight data. And they're comparing that to their models right now. And that's how I know that when Artemis 2 goes, that vehicle's going to be damn good, man. You always got to learn something new. And you can apply this to your vehicles in Kerbal. Did your vehicle do something that you didn't want? If it did something that you didn't want, A, why did that happen? And B, well, why did it do something that you didn't want? And what did it do? Why did this failure mode happen? So why didn't my parachutes open, right? And Jeb, why didn't my parachutes open and Jeb crash into the VAB going 200 meters a second? Why did that happen? Well, my parachutes didn't open because they were occluded by a fairing, right? Like, this is the stuff you got to figure out, hopefully with Jeb not on board, but, think of the petabytes of data Artemis 1 generated. Yeah, Aqualex. And you know what's crazy about it, just on a side note? All that information gets downloaded in real time, which is just bananas to me, dude. Like 60% of the time with me, it's pilot error. So come up with some type of detent system, dad joke, to make sure that it doesn't happen again. With me, there's purposefully ways. So like people often ask, like, why do you not automate things? Why do you do this? Why don't you automate stuff, EJ? Why don't you use a checklist? Why don't you use this? Now, don't get me wrong. You guys are right. I should use a checklist. The checklist should be in flux, right? I just don't. The reality of that situation, I just don't have the time. And nobody wants to sit here and have me go through a damn checklist and write everything down. I saw how much you guys enjoy me writing everything down on a checklist. Yeah, no, you guys don't enjoy that. Don't lie to me. Right? I purposely implement systems on the shuttle to make sure that it is nigh impossible for me to break something. And if I do, there's a subsystem there to fix it. So, for instance, the arm, all right? The arm. Remember, we had a problem with the arm bending. I anticipated this problem because I knew hydraulics could bend. So I went with a hybrid tech latching system. The hybrid tech latching system is redundant to the locking mechanism on these arms. You could lock every one of these things out and then auto strut to root part on the latching end effector, and it'll work just fine. But say it's too bent out of shape. Then you can manually adhere this thing and you can fly with these unlocked. I showed you can do that. It'll fly. It'll make it through reentry without those. It won't necessarily make it through liftoff. Remember, we had one of these manual adherence points crack when I swiveled the shuttle motors too far. But that's behavior to understand. That's why every single shuttle flight since, I check to make sure that everything's locked out. Right? I was more thinking along the lines of reentry if the arm was going to bend because I knew it was going to from past behavior. But I still needed to make some changes. But also, I have a double redundant system. Heck, it's triple redundant with auto struts. I don't need, and so because of all that, I never put a jettison system on my arm. Chad was getting up my tail like, oh, why don't you put a jettison system? Why don't you put a jettison system? That's just another thing that I have to engineer. Screw that. I have a triple redundant system. This arm won't break. I mean, and if it does, I have ways to fix it and I have ways to secure it as well. And then the absolute holy crap, you really screwed up way is to have a Kerbal come out here with some struts and strut the arm to the payload bay. Done. Quadruple redundant system. No need for a jettison. Bad idea. Yeah, element, I know. But anyway, that's what you got to understand. That's the big lesson learned from Columbia, and you got to learn something from it, or else those. The Columbia 7 went for no reason, Understand what you're building. Understand what you made. And always leave no stone unturned. You have to be diligent with this stuff or else people get killed. Like, I don't mean to get like super real for a second there, but that's the truth. Yeah, Shy, I just don't have the time to do that. So the way I implement things is a detent to make sure that I don't Murphy's Law my shuttle too hard. Outsource a checklist to trusted viewers in a Google Doc or something? Yeah. But if we do that, Aqualex, then that means that like at least an hour on stream we'll be just going through the damn checklist, dude. It's part of that is on me to make sure that my vehicle that I engineered, I understand every bit of it. But anyway, rip to the Apollo 1 Challenger and Columbia cruise. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to get too real right there, but that's really important to understand. And you can implement and learn these lessons in Kerbal if you run your space program in KSP. It's an important thing to understand. Yeah, I know, Absolot. I know, dude. I know. I mean, that's kind of the other reason. I mean, stuff is gonna go wrong, dude. I mean, Absolot, I could sit here and I could write a kRPC script for the shuttle so it ascends perfectly every time and then we have no problems. I kind of do leave some unknown unknowns because at the end of the day, dude, you have to. That's real spaceflight. Think they predicted Apollo 13? No. Heck, Apollo 12. Try SCE to auxiliary. You know, you're always going to have unknown unknowns, so it's kind of the reason why I don't make sure that the thing just works perfect, because I'm never going to have an engine failure, for instance. Because it's stock KSP. I'm never going to have an engine failure. Why would I have an engine failure? That would never happen. But I still have redundant engines. Yeah, that's right, Element. Human spaceflight is like playing Tetris. You don't win, you just get better at it over time. At best, you're gonna push and learn something new. Cracker Drive testing says otherwise. Yeah. Fellas, I was kind of hoping to have that Kraken Drive with Grissom like all ready by yesterday, but the flu clearly had other ideas. Then maybe they need a mod to have random engine failures and such. Well, Shadow, I never liked the idea of a random engine failure. I never liked that idea. The reason why I never liked that idea is because engines don't fail randomly. That's the thing, man. You watch like disaster movies and stuff. You watch a movie, stuff just randomly breaks. Stuff doesn't randomly break with aerospace engineering, guys. It doesn't randomly break. No. The behavior can be understood and quantified to a pretty reasonably accurate model. I mean, and don't get me wrong, there's always a, well, what if, right? But, like, physics doesn't change, homies. Physics doesn't change. Has Falcon 9 ever had an in-flight engine failure? Like the first or second mission, yeah, they had an engine out, but the other 8 engines compensated for it because the Merlin is under-engineered on purpose. Tom Mueller and Elon always intended the Merlin to make like 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, just the early versions of Merlin were not rated anywhere near that. That was on purpose. What about inducing a failure to test contingency procedures? Is this KSP modded? I have some slight mods, real. Yeah, here, I can pop in my KSP mods. It's still... Okay, Shadowman did it for me. I have Kerbal Konstructs, so you see I have some other launch pads there, and I have another hangar at the end of the runway. And then I have some visual packs. But that's about it, dude. The game still plays exactly the same. I don't have any modded parts, but I do have flag textures. So, like, I have a flag texture pack that, you know, has my logo and stuff. The Merlin engine creator is by any chance British? Tom Mueller's not British, no. Actually, the guy that invented... I miss that thing so freaking much, dude. That one in particular. Sucks. This guy. So that's Tom Mueller. That's the guy that invented the Merlin engine. He invented Falcon 9's the Falcon 9 engines. And dude, that guy's cool, man. Tom's a cool dude. He's a race car nutcase. See? Yeah, follow him, dude. It's nothing but cars and rockets, dude. Look, see? He purchased one of those recently. Seriously, he bought a C7R, dude. A GT Le Mans Corvette C7R. Dude, that is a fast freaking car. Agreed, Ian. Agreed. Like, And Ian, you know how stupid it is and how self-defeating not defeating it is, how dumb it is to go and play the blame game with this stuff, dude, because, right, like, you could sit there and play the blame game, but the blame game doesn't solve anything, right? But honestly, NASA should have been doing shuttle R&D testing all the way to the end of the program. And I'm not saying that they weren't. They were, but my budget cuts. Screw that. You can't get complacent with this stuff. And if you do, get the frick out. You're going to get somebody killed. And heck, there's actually, if you guys want to read an interesting perspective about this, there's a guy that was there during the whole thing. Wayne Hale, he was a shuttle flight director. And he has a blog that teaches a lot of stuff about this. See? Here, I'll link up his blog. You guys definitely want to read this stuff. Yeah, see? Dissension has tremendous value. Question conventional wisdom. Do good work. Dude, he basically gives you a manual for all the stuff that I'm talking about. Actually, it's the blog post before this. Yeah. He talks about this complacent behavior. It's down here somewhere. I was reading about this the other day. He basically says, don't invite people in that are going to do that kind of stuff. Don't even bother hiring them in your space program because they'll waste time and they'll get people killed. It's actually pretty cool. No, this is from too far. I went past it. Anyway. Yeah. Once again, guys, I'm not just... This isn't just EJ, like EJ's random stupid spaceflight take opinion. And forgive me for parroting people that know way more about this than me, but I learned from them. That's where I learn my stuff. That's how I go and run my space program, you know what I mean? You ever see my shuttle have a problem? No, because I know better. I get it, it's in Kerbal. I get it. It's not a real rocket. I understand that. And in Kerbal, it's a lot easier than it is in real life. I get it. But you see the stuff that the shuttle does in my space program? It's pretty damn good, right? Fortunately, most companies in the industry don't refine their test methodology until it affects their bottom line, not before. They're lost, Goose. I mean, I can think of one company that does it, and just coincidentally, they're the one that launches the most stuff into space. Huh, funny how that works. Ozark, what do you got for me? I usually got dog bones, aka sample strips for testing of some of the composite material used in the shuttle's tiles. Guy would come over from Rockwell and tell me stories about how he was throwing frozen turkeys and stuff into jet engines to see what happened. Fun stuff. Composite was extremely durable. Yeah, the silica tiles they can take a beating. It's just the RCC can't. Gulfstream had a fatal accident in testing of the G650 because of their test methodology. Last 747-8F is on its handover flight. I didn't want to watch it yesterday, mate, because it bummed me out, dude. Okay, there was a question before that I missed. Sorry about that. Back her up. What do you got for me? I bet you get this question often, but do you have some kind of collaboration with the KSP devs? If not, they're crazy. You're the reason me, an art administrator from Sweden, now frequently visits your stream to learn more. Back her up. Yes, I do have a relationship with them. I'm not going to say what it is. I can't. And spoil the surprise? No. But yeah, of course I do. Dude, I talk with him. I talk with him about the game. That's all I can say. So, Nathan, what is that? The guy who invented the jet engine is British. Yeah, Whittle. Frank Whittle is the guy's name. He invented the turbojet. And happened to grow up in the same place as me. Got a big statue on the plane of a plane in a roundabout near us. Whittle's a genius, dude. Really smart. Is he a Scuderia fan, though? I'm not sure. DJ made the stock ships confirmed. Think I would make those? You said too much already. I want to know now. Okay, Morzen, I can give you guys an example. The last, like, Kerbal video that they released, No, actually, it was 2 videos ago. The one where they, not the sound one, the one before that. I saw that video, I talked with the developers about that video, dude. Yeah. Once again, I only just, I can't say, like, what I talk about or why, but, I talk with them about Kerbal, and that's what I'm leaving at. That's just for the sake of transparency. So yeah, no, I do have an audience with them if I need to, but I don't abuse that privilege. You know what I mean? Because it is a privilege. He owns a part of Kerbal. I have no financial connections to Intercept, Private Division, Take-Two Interactive. Nope, no money, no monetary exchange. That's the other part I can say. They did not pay me to say any of this. You know what I mean? Yeah, Jal. Dude, I'm, like, frankly, just really happy that they reach out and talk to me about things, dude. It's very humbling, to be honest with you. They're good dudes. Like, that's why I get kind of bummed when I see people come in here and say, Kerbal 2 is gonna suck. Well, if it sucks, then my input on the game probably sucked too. So I'm really worried that I have my finger on the pulse, so to speak, you know? Like, guys, I know them. I know those guys and girls. They're good people, and they care. Like, I can tell you that. Oh, they care. Oh yeah. You think Nate doesn't, the creative director for KSP2, you think he doesn't think about this every day, dude? I guarantee you it keeps him up at night. I guarantee it. Like, making sure that you're delivering a game that's worthy of being called KSP2. Dude, the guy has nightmares about it. I'm not even kidding. He has nightmares about that stuff. It haunts him. He'll tell you the same thing, which is that's kind of awesome, dude. Like, not awesome like that it's trauma inducing, right? But that's what we want. We want that. Because that's, dude, standing on the shoulders of giants. KSP1 is an amazing game, dude. If there's no Kerbal with sunglasses in KSP2, I'll be disappointed. Take-Two sucks, that's why people are having doubts. Yeah. LOL, but I understand the skepticism. With Take-Two, but Private Division has always delivered on their word, dude. And Private Division is a holding company from Take-Two, but just because they're under the Take-Two umbrella doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, it's going to be run like Rockstar, for instance. You guys got to understand how parent companies work. You know, like, in a corporate hierarchy, guys, a parent company can be like, you know, you can either have your hand up that parent company's tail and treat them like a sock puppet, or you can let them run autonomously. And what I've seen with Private Division, from the people that I've talked to, guys, I can put faces to names, all right? The people that I've talked to, the people that I've looked at face to face, and I'm pretty damn good at reading people. Decade of retail experience does that. They're good folks and they care. They do care. You have my word on that. I would not lie to you, and I'm not getting paid by them either to say this. They care. They absolutely care. Dude, there are guys that work at Private Division that have KSP tattoos. And I was like, why'd you get a KSP tattoo? And the guy was like, I got it to remind me that I'm not. Dude, seriously, he has the KSP logo right there. A sleeve KSP logo. I'm not even kidding. Maybe someday you guys can meet that guy, but he has it on there as a reminder of, don't frick this up, dude. I'm serious. It was real too. I'm like, dude, that is a hardcore commitment. That's how much these guys care. Yeah. Homeboy tattooed a KSP logo on his arm. That's commitment right there, man. I can't be mad. I'm like, I see stuff like that and I'm like, all right. How many tats do you have? Dado, I'm not an ink guy, dude. I'm not an ink guy. That's not my style, dude. I don't hate tattoos. I don't hate on people that get tattoos. That's just not my style, dude. I don't roll like that. If EJ gave his input into KSP2, the early access version is only going to have cranes and forklifts. No. Aside from the Ford tramp stamp. Lloyd, the reason why I don't get tattoos, the only tattoos that I would get if I was going to get ink, it would be something with space, because something with, I know that I'm never going to hate spaceflight. I know that I'm never going to. I'm never going to. It's always going to make me happy. I think we could say that pretty conclusively, but I still won't do it, dude, because you never know. Like, dude, can you imagine how, like, dude, how ridiculous would it be, like, if you... I'm trying to think. Like, okay, now don't get me wrong, this seems kind of strange for brand loyalty, but, you know, people are super loyal to their respective brands nowadays because everything needs to be us versus them, right? Can you imagine how ridiculous you would look if you had, like, an AOL tattoo? You know people got those. What about the tribal ring? The tribal ring that people have on their arms. That was the coolest thing in the 2000s. That ain't cool no more. You know, like, times change, tastes change, people change. You know, the tattoos that I would have gotten 10 years ago, even 10 years ago, would not be the tattoos that I would get now. That's why I don't get tattoos. Plus, I'd rather spend money on car parts instead. Go figure. I haven't checked it out, Rogerian. No, not yet. Then get a Tat 3, yeah. I would get a worm logo tat if I was going to, but I'm not an ink guy, dude. That's not really my cup of tea. Tea? Cup of coffee. I'm working on my Space and Sci-Fi sleeve. I'll show you when I'm done. Yeah, dad joke. I have nothing against people that get tattoos. That's cool. Right on, man. Ink is cool. Like, it's just not my thing, dude. Anyway, Novus linked this up here. Link blocks. Oh, I don't hate this. That's what you were trying to get me to see. Oh, that's freaking sick, dude. Wowzers. Locks line. See it? The twin locks downcomers on SLS. There's your locks line manifold right there to 2 RS-25s, 2 RS-25s, and there's your hydrogen line. Dude, that is nuts. Oh, wait, no, that can't be your hydrogen line. Your hydrogen lines are right there because they go to the bottom of the hydrogen tank, and there's a four-way plenum at the bottom of the... Oh, man. Wait, so what the hell are these? These pipes? Got them. Filled... That's got to be fill and drain lines right there. Rev, that is a... Yeah, y'all weren't kidding. That is a messy engine section. I know it's organized chaos, I get it, but there's a lot of stuff going on down there. Wow, that's absurd. Yeah, okay, I see what you guys are saying now. Is this ITAR? No, it's in a NASA it's in a NASA PDF, dude. Just some real money shots right there. Look at that, man. Dude, yeah, there ain't much space in there. Look at the struts just to hold those hydrogen, just to hold the hydrogen lines in place. Now, don't get me wrong, those struts probably are temporary. But see, 4 hydrogen lines. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 LOX lines over here for 2 engines, 2 LOX lines over there for 2 engines. And then, I'm not sure what this thing going around the edge is for. There's a vent line. That's the vent right there, see? There's your hydrogen vent line to get the leaks. I think... No, that's connected to the LOX line, moron. That's got to be a LOX vent. Link for the archives. Environmental control systems? Yeah, okay. Dude, that is a chunky boy. Look at the wire harness. Guys, look at the cable management on that thing. Oh, that is a piece of engineering, dude. I don't think it's a purge line, Panta. Because I don't see it connect to anything on the outside. It's just... It's on isolators, which means that it's going to get cold. See these block isolators right there? And it goes from LOX line to LOX line. That's got to be some kind of, I'm not saying a repress line or anything, but it might be something to equalize the fuel bleed, but I could be wrong. Like, I'm probably way wrong. Like, that pipe just, it clearly connects to the double LOX downcomer, so it could be something to equalize. It could be an anti-geysering line. It's possible. Like, there's 1,000 different things that could be. Rev, that is a chunky boy right there. Pressure management, yeah, Vedin, something like that. Anti-geysering deals with that kind of stuff. You don't want to flow LOX through a pipe too fast, or else it'll evaporate. It'll evap, right? Because the pipe has heat in it, and the LOX will take the heat away, right? Well, it'll absorb the heat, right? And if liquid oxygen absorbs heat, it heats up, and then it turns to gas. Literally taking a 2-liter bottle and shaking it like this and then opening it. That's what anti-geysering is. You do not want that to happen, because that can happen. You can pneumatically pressurize a line if you fill it too quickly with liquid oxygen. Now with hydrogen, you can pneumatically pressurize the line, but it'll leak. It'll leak before it pops. That's why they have hydrogen leak scavenging systems on SLS. That's beast mode, dude. I wish I had more chance to talk about it. So many interesting things in there. It is a unit of an engine section, dude. Rev, I can see why this thing took a second, man. That is insane. Look at the COPVs. CAPUs. The CAPU starting mechanisms. No, that wouldn't be CAPU. Oh, no, yes, it could. Yes, it could. It could be those could be those. Or it could be helium bleed. I'm not sure. There's a lot of stuff going on in here. It's just a bunch of pipes. How hard could it be? Yeah, you're right. Yeah, see? Check it out. Bottom of the hydrogen tank has basically a pickup here, and it splits 4 ways. Manifold delivery. And then those 4 pipes pick up with 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's crazy, dude. That's SLS, dude. Yeah, I've never seen the engine section from this angle, but it's in a PDF that NASA released relatively recently. Look at that freaking thing. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's dude, it's that's a shuttle. That's the aft end of the shuttle. It's with 4 engines. It's, yeah, that is a shuttle engine section on the bottom of an external tank, dude. Now I know that's, well, okay, that's pretty easy to do. No, that's no. That's not easy to do. Yeah, bro, Handy, you'd be surprised. There's some stuff that I don't show on purpose, dude, because I read about that stuff, dude. I don't need people showing up at my house. You know what I'm saying? EJ, why don't you come with us? We got a number for you to call, huh? No, I'm very, very careful about that stuff. Always. Yeah. Yeah, Rev, if it's one thing that I've checked through my travels as a, somebody that kind of looks at this stuff from the outside in, there's stuff that I don't show that is out there on the internet that I won't show on purpose. I'll give you an example. I have this picture saved, but I edited it on purpose. Now, I'm sure you could go find this picture and, whatever. But, it's a picture of Falcon here, right here. Yeah, the Air Force posted this. Yeah. And they had the camera on flash, and it flashed the injector plate. Whoops. Yeah. No, I refuse to show that picture unless it was edited. Even though it's on, you can go find that. The Air Force posted it somewhere. I'm not, no way, dude. I'm not showing that. I don't need freaking people showing up at my house. They already know who I am. Guys, I've been to Edwards Air Force Base. I've been to the Cape. I've been on range many times. They know who I am. I'm not doing that. Let's just say there's a nice big sprinkler head in there. Call it a day. Anyway, let's play Kerbal, dude. Let's get these KRPC drives figured out, shall we? Yeah, dad joke. That's a pretty good example, dude. I don't show injector plates. I don't show injector plates. I won't show turbo pumps. And then basically it's a judgment call too. I won't show anything that I think has to do with stuff that NASA doesn't want to know. Like, ITAR is purposefully very vague. It basically has a bunch of rules that says, like, oh, you can't show rocket engines. Like, there's a bunch of really, really vague stuff in there. But the International Trafficking Arms Regulations. So it's basically export control for aerospace hardware, the U.S. Like, it's a national security thing, dude. And you don't want to screw around with those guys. You don't want to screw around with national security people. That's a bad idea. That's a very bad idea. What about the RS-25 at KSC? The injector plate in that one is probably fake. No, it's real. That's a real one. The RS-25 injector is straightforward. It's actually super outdated as far as engine design goes. Yeah, they don't have a sense of humor. Don't screw around with those guys, Ando. I make very, very sure not to do that. And don't get me wrong, guys. Like, I don't talk with ITAR people. I just trust your judgment. You know what I mean? Like, I know enough about this to know what to show and what not to show. Like, there's stuff, and there is stuff that you don't show. But once again, I don't talk about it, because if I sit there and I say, oh, I won't show this. Like, I just did that with that picture. Now, don't get me wrong, you can't really see the entire injector plate in that picture, but that's just a good example. I won't say which ones are like, oh, hell no, I'm not showing that. You know? I won't say, because then people will go find it. You know what I mean? That's kind of defeats the point, don't you think? Generally, the rule of thumb is that you don't show the insides of a rocket engine. Yeah, unless it's something that's widely, like F1, you could show the inside of an F1 engine. Everybody does that. Because, yeah, J2s, RS-25s, AJ-10s, those are fine because it's mostly public. If you look at all the rocket engines in Hazy, the nozzles are blocked off. Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. Especially in my line of work, you got to be very careful about that stuff. And I am very careful because they will go after you. They absolutely will. They've gone after YouTubers, dude. Hey, Tech, what's going on? Part of the reason I don't talk about work at all. Mm-hmm. I always keep it basic enough. Like, okay, dad joke, what I try to do in here, guys, is I never get into calculations and stuff. I never get into the math behind stuff. One, because I'm not that good at math. That's kind of like 60% of the reason. But the other 40% is that you don't want to... My thing has always been, like, I'm not going to teach you how to be a rocket scientist, but I'll show you how cool it is. Then you go to school and go figure that stuff out. So you can learn it and understand it and get vetted in your own way to work in the industry. I'm never gonna get into like the hard math behind this stuff. I don't think that's a good idea. I always keep it general on purpose. And now don't get me wrong, I'd love to sit here and crunch numbers about rocket engines all day. I'd do that all day for fun because I'm very weird. Then how come they don't go after War Thunder players for leaking classified documents? They do? They absolutely do, Novaraptor. What are you talking about? Oh, dude, somebody leaked Su-57 stuff on the War Thunder forums the other day. Dude, these people have no chill. Oh, they go after you. You just don't hear about it, dude. Okay, so think about it like this. Somebody starts talking about the... Okay, say you're some alphabet organization, and somebody on the internet that's in the know starts talking about things, right? Do you want to make a big deal out of it? No. Because if you do, then everyone's going to know what the big deal is, right? They do it quietly on purpose, man. Why? Because you don't want to make it a big deal. Because if you make it a big deal, then everybody, they know that cryogenic ignition timings are a big deal. That's why I was surprised when somebody in a NASA press conference a little while back said, we don't want to share the cryogenic engine timings on the RS-25s because they're ITAR. And I'm sitting there going, oh boy. Oh boy. And then half of the internet started going and looking around for cryogenic ignition timings. Half of space Twitter in the space community was like, oh, cryogenic ignition timings on the RS-25. Oh, yeah, well, we know what those are. We know what those are. We found them in this PDF from blah, 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 blah. Now everybody, there was the whole thing about cryogenic ignition timings on RS-25 engines, blah, blah, like, dude. So, yeah, no, they absolutely do. Don't do that. I'm all for leaking SU-57 stuff these days, yep. That had to be misdirection. There's no reason to care about 50-year-old tech. Yeah, they'll purposely... Yeah, that's the other thing, dude. It's so funny, dude. You guys want to know one of the reasons why I'm so like, nope, you have no source. You have no source, so I don't care what you have to say. Is because there is a gnarly amount of misinformation out there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can I give you an example of it? No. Nah. Don't screw around with national security, EVX, especially in this day and age. Don't give them a reason, man. I sit here and I keep it basic on purpose. Most STEM educators do that. There's a really good reason for it. Oh, Panta, it's funny, dude. I see him get scoops on things that are blatant disinformation, and I know they're blatant disinformation because I can use my brain. But that's why I was like, for the longest time. But I've been trying to not be that guy that craps on every other spaceflight reporter. I'm trying not to do that, dude. I'm trying not to rant on stream or anything. Like, I've been trying to just get away from that and just shut up and play the game. Oh, EVX, what a winner. I don't know if you saw what I posted in Discord, but some idiots at an airbase in the Netherlands where we allegedly have nukes. Involuntary leaking classified info about said nukes on flashcard websites. Yep. Is Kraken Tech ITAR? No. Yes, but no. One idea for the Kraken drive. Can we mount it spinning to even out the thrust? Kinder, I've done that before, dude. Yeah, here. You know what? Let's load up the Nautilus. Give me 1 second. Let me go into my old engineering mode save and we'll get the HDP ship design. The Hawking drive prototype ship design. Check this thing out. The Nautilus is cool, man. I don't know why I called it that. Miss Mosa yesterday. Is this a new yeet stick? Jax, I didn't really make much progress yesterday, dude. Guys, I'm still sick. I'm still sick. I've had the flu for the last 3 days. It pulled a fever. I pulled a fever on Monday, and yeah, I'm still getting over it. So we did do some work yesterday, but I was thinking about the work that I did yesterday, and I'm like, wow, it's very like I was like, let's try this. So I changed configuration A to configuration B. And then configuration B doesn't work. And then I was like, no, let's try this. And I literally switch it back to configuration A. And then I test it again. Like, I was just going around in circles. It's kind of embarrassing if you go watch yesterday's VOD. Like, I tested the same thing. I ended up testing the same thing like 4 or 5 times in a row, which is... Whoops. So here's the Nautilus, guys. So an idea that I had a little while back and this is an older Kraken drive, but an idea that I had was spinning the drive. So spinning the drive is going to create rotational torque. So this ship, the Nautilus, has a spinning counterweight on it. I basically have a flywheel in the form of these crew cabins, and they rotate up into position, and then they spin around to counteract the torque, counteract torque vectors from the KRPC drive. Yeah, something like that, Shy. The Nautilus is like a little mini Grissom. Is that an SRBX design? Kind of. I took Jebstone's first stage and I just put some Pollux boosters on the side. Yeah, this is like Omega with Titan boosters on the side. Yeah, but see, like, all this stuff, the SAS and the spinning drives is just, and this is what I was trying to hone in on yesterday. So KRPC drives are good, right? They're good, and I can make one pretty dang reliably. But if you really want to make one, if you really want to maximize the power out of this, it really comes down to your adherence, to uniform adherence on the pressure plate. So in this design, with a KRPC drive, basically what it does is you have your landing gear here, right? And what you do is you push on the landing legs until they hit full bump stop. And then when you push them past full bump stop, like this, it applies an accelerated force instead of a decelerated force, which is what the landing leg is supposed to do. You basically invert the spring. Now, don't get me wrong, conservation of energy, this does not happen in real life. You can't create something from nothing, right? You fully compress a spring, you maximize its potential energy and minimize its kinetic energy. There's no inversion there. You can't make it, you can't EM drive it, so to speak. Now in Kerbal that doesn't, no, in Kerbal that's not a thing. You could push on these landing legs as hard as you want. Well, within a certain limit. You push on them really, really freaking hard, right? And they will accelerate you. So we can make expanse style ships in KSP. Now, the spinning drives do work, but this really comes down to one big thing. How well you can get your landing legs to uniformly push on that pressure plate. That's the big one. Hey, Flykin. Oh yeah, freaking SRBX. You know what, Zay? I'm usually all for all SRB lifters. I think, well, not all SRB, but SRB first stage lifters. I think Ares 1 is a Chad tier design. I hate that. I hate that thing. That's blurst. That is just... I hate that thing so much. It's so strange looking. SRBX is exactly what you think it is, guys. It was a concept for a shuttle-derived launch vehicle. I hate it. I hate it so much. So, Jax, you have 2 4-segment shuttle SRBs, right? And then you have a center core SRB, and the center core SRB is air-started. Titan style. So these things fly 2 minutes 30 seconds, right? This thing starts up. Those things tail off and separate. And then you have a... I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Now, don't get me wrong. That's a capable vehicle. If it ever flew, it would be a capable vehicle. But I'd be super worried about torsional loads with this design. Seriously, see those struts right there? See how stretched they are? These boosters were never engineered to be that far away from a center core. Now, why? Why is it so far away? Well, it's so far away so it fits on the shuttle's launch pad. Hey, Gothzar. They're far away so the SRBs could fit. Now, this is a picture of a shuttle stack before they put the external tank on, but that's the idea. The idea is that it uses a shuttle mobile launcher. But, dude, it's just... I honestly do not think that having your boosters that far away like that is gonna... Dude, you'll introduce so much torsional load onto these. There's no point in doing that. You'd be better off making SLS. I think SLS would actually be easier to do than this. Yeah, there, I said it. Stick X3, my beloved. No, screw SRBX. Disregard SRBX, acquire Ares 1. That is a much better design. Oh. Omega's good too, but that Hydrolox, we want that Hydrolox upper stage, dude. Hey. Reusable first stage, or, well, refurbishable first stage, just saying. Refurbishable first stage. If you built enough of these things, just like Falcon 9, you built enough of them, I guarantee you this thing could be a lower cost. Guaranteed. Omega had a Hydrolox upper stage. Yeah, but it wasn't like this. Okay, but we all know what the best SDLV is. If it's direct, I'm gonna slap you. No. Ares 5. Ares 5. Ares 5. Ares 5 is the best SDLV. 10-meter core, 5-segment boosters, Hydrolox, common bulkhead Earth departure stage with a J2X. You don't beat performance there. You may not like it, but that's what peak performance looks like, okay? 5.5 segment boosters. Ugh. No. Half segments? Half segments, Vulcan? What is this, a half measure? Half measures. To play it out, the wait and see. It's a plague on discipline. Best way to keep the blade sharp, Mr. Khan, is to use it. No, see, that is the Chad tier design right there. It doesn't get better than that thing. That looks a lot like SLS. Ares 5 was what SLS replaced WAS. We didn't do Ares 5 because $30 billion, you know, they thought this would have been too expensive. The funny thing is that it's always going to be expensive to go to the moon, no matter what you do. Ask Elon, he knows. He's pumping billions of dollars into his Starship program, you know, like that's, it's almost like you have to spend money. You want to make a Formula One car, there's always a point of entry that always is around, you know, certain price point. Doesn't matter what you do, because you can't beat physics. You could throw all the money you want at the laws of physics. They ain't gonna change. Wait, it's not cheap to go to the moon? But yeah, Waz, this thing is 10 meter core. 10 meter core with 5 RS-68s in the first stage. 5 RS-68As. So Delta 4 boosters. And then you have a J2X upper stage called the EDS. The EDS is really what's kind of crazy about this. Now, so, okay, the EDS in this thing, that's the diameter of the SLS core stage. See the part that says USA with the checkerboard? That's SLS's core size. This thing would have been absolutely huge. 10 meter Hydrolox core, 5 RS-68s, 2 5-segment boosters. Unreal amounts of power. Now, cool thing about this, right? And this is what a lot of folks, I don't think a lot of folks know this. See the Earth departure stage, the EDS? So this thing was designed to loiter in low Earth orbit out of the box so they could send up an Orion on Ares 1. Ugh, God, kill it with fire. So the idea is that Ares 5 would launch this thing, and the stage would stay up there. Now, here's the thing. It's Hydrolox, so how do you prevent boil-off? They would have had environmental control systems built into the inner stage on this thing. So this thing out of the box would have been able to loiter on orbit, you know, for the couple of days that it would have taken to send an Orion up there. There's basically a refrigerator built into the inner stage. I love refrigerators to keep the propellants cold inside of the stage. And then Orion comes up and docks to the lander, which would have been on top of the EDS, and then Orion takes control of the entire system. They jettison the ECS, and then they do translunar injection, Apollo style. The thing is that this Earth orbit rendezvous style of architecture makes it so, you know, on your heavy launch vehicle, instead of launching people and all the systems to keep said people alive, all that mass you can use on the lander. So the Altair lander that was going with Constellation would have had way more capacity to get down to the surface than the Apollo LEM. So you could actually build a sustainable lunar architecture down on the surface. This is what we don't have right now. Well, we have, I mean, Starship HLS is kind of better than Altair, but you get what I'm saying. You launch a fridge instead? Yeah! Well, this thing has basically a refrigerator loop built into it, Deuce. Yeah, and it would have kept the propellants cold so the stage could stay up there. having hydrolock stages be able to loiter like that is a big deal, and it was gonna do it out of the box, which really is annoying. Then they canceled it and replaced it with SLS because my money, which is stupid. But hey, whatever. It is what it is. Will the EUS have that? No, not out of the box short line. Super useful. Yep. Fun fact, a lot of the loiter technology was pioneered by ULA, is now integrated into Centaur 5. Vulcan, you actually said something the other day that honestly blew my freaking mind, dude. I did not know that Ares 1X was using a hot-rodded Atlas V flight computer. That's really freaking cool. That makes me like Ares 1 even more because I'm not too into expendable launch vehicles, right? But if I was, Atlas V would be bae. I mean, personally, actually, I kind of think that Delta's better, but whatever. Altior doing lunar orbit insertion was pretty cool. Yeah, Zay. But think about where that architecture could have gone. The loitering system built into the Earth departure stage. Oh, you could just roll with it. You could roll with it, and it could do TLI with just an Orion. And then, if you keep working and iterating on the loitering system, you could get a full EDS out there. That capability would be so gnarly. Oh, I wish. Anyway, if you're gonna go expendable, look cool doing it. Yeah, indeed. Since the BE-4 is equipped for air start by default, you think in theory they could make a new Ares 1 with a 5-segment BOLE and Vulcan S1 as your upper stage? Processing. I don't see why not, Vulcan. I'd be a little bit worried about Delta V at that point. I don't think Vulcan has the Delta V with payload. Vulcan first. Well, Vulcan, they'd have to go with like a strange single engine configuration. Honestly, I'm with Vulcan's first stage. I'm super worried. With Vulcan's first stage, I'm super worried about your Delta V. The Delta V is gonna suck because Vulcan's first stage is a first stage. If they could have a single BE-4, right? Dude, even go so far as to just remove one and have one riding like right side on the core stage and then have it fly, or on the Vulcan stage and have it fly kind of sideways into space using the BE-4's gimbal ability. That's your word for the day. Yeah, maybe. BE-4 is, dude, it'd have to be running at like 50% throttle. I kind of prefer the 2 SRB stages with the DCSS ICPS upper stage idea more. Yeah, Rev. A Vulcan core stage is yeah. So I think a better way to do that would not be to use a Vulcan core stage. I agree with Rev. So Vulcan, think about this. How about we have a 4-segment composite SRB, so Omega, a 4-segment Omega, so a Castor 1200, right? With a Castor 300 on top of that, a single segment SRB second stage, right? And then on top of that, forward load reactor with Centaur 5. And then 6-7 meter fairing on top of that. Actually, a 6 meter fairing would be good. Or just even you'd have to do that for the forward load reactor. You'd need an FLR, so like Atlas 500 upper stage where the Centaur is kind of riding inside of the fairing and the fairing's holding it up. Something like that would be money. Gimbal ability equals gimbility. Yes. Yeah, that's literally Omega with the Centaur 5. Yeah. That would be better. if I was going to take any core and put it on top of a segment, I think Liberty had it right. Liberty was an idea of taking an SRB and putting Ariane 5's core stage on top of an SRB. That was a good idea. Honestly, Liberty was a good idea because Ariane 5's core stage is already designed to work up there. It's not a first stage. Its SRBs are. It's a second stage, technically, right? Because Ariane 5 has those big SRBs, right? And then it flies core stage with a single Vulcan engine. That actually would have been a good idea. Liberty was smart. That was a smart move. Shame nothing ever came of it. Yeah, that would be good. Heck, you want to go super cursed? How about a 4-segment SRB with Falcon 9 stage on top of it? Falcon 9 upper stage and a payload fairing. That would work. Falcon 1 Ares. Ares 1-9 Falcon. That would actually do it, man. I mean, you wouldn't really have that much. Well, yeah. SRBs can basically do what a Falcon 9 Block 5 first stage can do. A 5-segment would definitely do it. Fairies 9, yep. Yeah. I mean, it would never happen, but that'd be pretty nuts, dude. Speaking of Falcon 9 upper stage, are we expecting some sort of third stage for Starship like an IUS or something? I don't think so, Jax, but I wouldn't be surprised if SpaceX isn't looking for some kind of option like that. Twitter. Starship is designed to do that whole on-orbit refueling thing, Jax, but there's been some architectures proposing using Starship in kick stages like the Star platform. That could work. Hear me out. 4 5-segment RSRMs bolted together in a 2x2 configuration with a New Glenn Stage 1 on top. Are we doing cursed rockets now, Vulcan? I'm just thinking, it's a bit much for on-orbit refueling just to send a satellite to GEO. I agree. Jax, that's... Honestly, I haven't seen anything, but I'm pretty sure SpaceX is probably considering something like that, dude. But... Look. I can't prove it, dude. But... I don't think it's... I think it would be an understatement to say that I didn't know a lot about the shuttle, or that I know a lot about the shuttle. Didn't know a lot. You know what I'm trying to say. I know a lot about the space shuttle, and I know a lot about why they did what they did with the shuttle. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if we saw some of these architectures, some of the solutions that they had during the shuttle program, finding their way into Starship. For instance, I have always said, to this day, and I will die on this hill, that the chomper fairing that they have on Starship, a fairing opening up like this, and then a satellite kind of tilting up and shooting out, is stupid. The satellite tilting up and shooting out is not the stupid part. The payload bay door opening up like this is dumb. That is going to make integration 1,000 times harder when you're down on the ground. The reason why the shuttle payload bay doors open up like this is so you can open them up when they're on the ground in the vertical configuration. That's why the rotating service structures exist. And I don't think SpaceX is going to tilt a Starship down on its side and integrate payload that way. I don't think they're going to do that. So that leaves vertical integration. If you have that chomper fairing, vertical integration makes no sense because you're opening the fairing into the area where the payload needs to be put inside of the vehicle. I'll say this once, I'll say it again. When Starship flies, it's going to have shuttle-style payload bay doors because that is convergent design. That's the best way to do it. Guaranteed. And see, Jax, well, nothing is guaranteed. But that would be the simplest way to do it. the second part about that is, if they're going to opt with that kind of payload bay design, if you have doors opening up like this and not like this, screw you, Richard Hendricks. If you're going to do that, so like the shuttle's on its side right here, the nose is that way, and the doors open up that way, that makes it so you can easily place payloads inside of it. And if you're going to easily be able to place payloads inside of it, it's going to have a rack and pallet system, just like Shuttle. Just like what they were going to do with Shuttle. Like I said, I would not be surprised if we saw Starship fly with a 9-meter variant of the Shuttle's payload bay. It's going to be a little bit shorter, and it's going to be a lot wider. But, dude, like the pin and latch system that they figured out with the Shuttle was just so smart. It was so well designed. The fact that somebody drew up that design on a freaking blueprint still blows my mind. I think we will find more shuttle-style mechanisms find their way into Starship's design. Because I firmly believe that Starship is SpaceX's attempt at trying to do Shuttle 2.0. I really do. I think that's it. Think it will have radiators on it. Yeah, of course, Mason. You're designing a vehicle that's designed to loiter around in low Earth orbit for a good amount of time. So yeah, of course it'll have radiators on. I'm serious, dude. That's the best place to put them. Where else are you gonna put them? On the outside of the vehicle? I wouldn't do that. Yeah, on the doors. Yeah, I know what you mean. Does he know the final 747 took off for delivering? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it because it's gonna make me sad. And it's the 20th anniversary of Columbia, and I'm already big sad today. Okay? I don't want to be more big sad. Oh hey, NASA dropped some new high-speed SLS footage. Well, that's pretty good. That's pretty cool. We'll check that out. We'll check that later. Musk trying to make a space submarine launching torpedoes of payloads. Kind of. Anyway. Guys, let's get back into the design here. Sorry, it took me a second to kind of get started today. I'm still getting over being sick, but sometimes I just got to sit here and talk about things for a second to get my mind organized, as weird as that sounds. So, this is the simplest version of the drive that we had. I wonder what's going to replace the 747, the 777, 777X, and just the 777. It's a simpler design, arguably in pretty much every facet, but either way. Yeah, 4-engine airliners are too complicated. 2-engine ones with bigger motors, Stuart, are way simpler to maintain. It's the truth. Now, my solution to that problem is literally just take a 747 and put 2 777 engines on it. But at that point, you know, putting bigger engines on an airframe usually doesn't end well. Yeah, it was time to clean sheet it. Still wish we had an A380 Air Force One. Ew. Disregard A380. Acquire 747-8. Let me see, Maz. You got your ELU base up? Ah, that link to a Discord channel. Is it in general? In hashtag KSP a few days ago. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah. I'm looking around, dude. Ah, there you go. Whoa! Dude. I like that. That's cool. I like the... Dude. Nice. Nice. That's cool. I like that. Using the inflatable heat shield as a hab roof. That's cool. Oof. Yeah, now if I can hard pass. Pressure vessels. Pressure vessel inside of a pressurized compartment usually doesn't end well. My grandfather... FX, your grandfather was the test pilot for the 747 when Pan Am took delivery, and he found out that SFO's runway was too short for landing rollout. He ran off the runway and was given a crash landing on his flight record. That looks good, Maz. Really neat. Alright. FX, I've been in that plane, dude, at the Museum of Flight, the one that he would have been testing on. Unless it was not the first one, but either way. Alright, so my attempts to simplify this drive are kind of stalling here. So let's really sit here and think about what we want to do with this. What do we want this drive to do? I'm trying to make a drive that moves 600 tons. I want a drive to be able to move a gigantic ship. The reason why I'm aiming for like 500-600 tons is because I want to be able to carry all the fuel that I need for landers to land on every planet. Now, could we use the KRPC drive to just land the ship on every planet? Yeah, but that wouldn't be fun, now would it? If we're going to use something like Grissom, and we're going to redesign Grissom, I'm going to need to move a big, big ship. Now, my Grissom designs are 500 to 600 tons. Now, I was sitting in bed last night, not being able to sleep, before I decided to go binge watch a bunch of movies, and I was thinking, you know, 500 to 600, being able to move a Grissom is a good benchmark. But if we're going to build a ship that's going to go further than that, we might need to make it push a little bit more. I'm thinking we need a drive that can reliably push 1,000 tons. I think that's a good rule of thumb, and that will basically make it so the drive can push anything anywhere. Even if it's pushing something at 1G of acceleration, expanse style, it'll still be better. What solid bodies have more gravity than Kerbal? Eve. Eve is the kicker, dude. Look at this. So, I realize that I really never look much beyond Moon, Min, Miss, Kerbo Stationary, and Kerbal, right? But if we look at some of these numbers here, look at down to the surface of Eve. 8,000 meters a second delta V. No refuel Grand Tour run? I'm not sure, Savvy, but I'm thinking 1,000 tons would satisfy any use case that we come up with. I think it'd be kind of cool because we have the KRPC drives and because we're going to use that. And I want to make sure we use the consumable KRPC drives, right? Like the ones that need electrical power, because A, they can push more than like the docking port KRPC drive, and B, it has a consumable, so that's much more realistic, I suppose. I mean, you're really getting a lot of electrical power out of a little... You're getting a lot of acceleration out of a little bit of electrical power, but hey, whatever. So I'm kind of in between, like, should we... I'm kind of in between, should we make something that can just go, you know, out and go around the whole solar system? Or should we make something that can just go back to Kerbal? We have KRPC drives. I have millions of meters a second delta V with one of these things. Millions. Because, once again, it takes a little bit of electrical charge and gets a lot of energy out of it, right? I think it would be kind of cool to have, you know, these ships go out and come back, right? And you know, the cool thing is, like, while the Grissoms are kind of going out there, we could still launch shuttle missions and launch probes to planets and stuff, which is cool. I want to integrate my shuttle into the Grissom architecture, which would be hilarious. So, like, going back and forth, swapping crews, etc., I think would be more cool. That would be cooler. Eve is doable if you use the propellers to get to 20K and then light the engines. Interesting. Bob Bear, you got fully qualified on the 777 2 days ago. You definitely helped me. You definitely helped set you on this path 10 years ago. Hellfish, I'll get into that in a second about Kraken drive design. Dude, really? Pop Bear, man, I'll tell you. That is... Dude, what you just told me right there is why, like, one of the biggest reasons why I still do what I do. I love hearing stuff like that, man. That's so damn cool. I'm glad I could help, dude. I'm super happy for you. That's nuts, man. You're qualified on a 777. That's a big plane, man. Hey, just coming in. Where's this chart from? I can link it to you, dude. It's right off the KSP forums. New Mark, super useful if you're a newer player, or I mean, actually for any skill set. Like, really, I always read this thing. If I'm launching something somewhere, always check it out. I linked it in chat for you. But anyway. Yeah, that's really cool, dude. So Duna is 1450, but that's fine. 8K is the big one. What's the gravity on Eve? Like, hold on. What's the gravity? What are we looking at here? That's cool, Bob Bear. That's really neat. 1.7 G. It's not the gravity, it's the thick atmosphere. Okay. I'm scared to say anything during this discussion. Yeah, shut up. Oh, dude, that is soupy. Look at that. 5 times atmospheric pressure. That is very... Okay, it's very much supposed to be Venus. Got it. I started playing about 3 weeks ago, just to hear that KSP 2 is coming very soon. Been enjoying the crap out of it, but there's a lot that I don't know. Hope to pick up some things from me. Deuce, stick here. I'll teach you everything I know, dude. I've been playing Kerbal since 2012. I have 15,000 plus hours. I have so many hours in this game, I lost count. I lost count. I totally lost count, dude. But yeah, pick my brain, dude. I can teach you how to build anything. You want to build a shuttle? I got shuttles. You want to build something like Falcon 9? Can do that, no problem. Lunar landers, Duna landers, whatever. Minmus landers, Minmus base design. Yeah, we could do whatever. Yeah, I've been playing this for a long time. I've been playing Kerbal at the bare minimum 40 hours a week, every week, since September of 2015. At the very bare minimum. Don't get me wrong, there were some breaks in between there. We went on a flight simulator binge in 2020. So, yeah. You just rough compound that math, dude. I've been playing for a long time, homie. Dude, pick this. I know more about this game. It's particularly building. That's what I like to do. I like building. Flying and testing is fun. I kind of suck doing the operational side of things, if you really want to know, but whatever. Stuff you got through 5 or 6 of the tutorials. Yeah, fellas, guys, I might be doing stuff that seems a little strange, but dude, I have tons of that practical experience. If you really want to learn, like, oh, EJ, what should I do when I'm going to land on Duna? Or EJ, how do I land on the moon? How do I do this? How do I do that? How do I get to the moon? Anything like that, dude, I can answer it outright or point you in the right direction. You will learn something watching this stream. That's my goal. Somebody learns something from the stream. That's my rule. Can you strut the plate to the square piece on that piston to minimize its movement? Strut the plate to the square piece. Yeah, Raid, we could, but I don't think that works. Oh, the meaning of life? Yeah, that's really simple. That was the condensed answer. Any tips on going to the moon in career mode with low tech? Keep it simple, Tom. Simple architecture. Try to get everything up there in one shot. Apollo style. That's the easiest way to do it. Nearly all engines suck on the surface of Eve except for the aerospike. It actually gets decent specific impulse. So that's what aerospikes do, man. I have to go in super shallow. So, Hellfish, there's a correlation here between how much power you use with the hydraulic and how many legs you have. Think of it like about the relationship between how much shaft horsepower a helicopter engine makes relative to the blades. That's a really big one. Thanks, Van. I think the thing is that just gets my goat is the dang rendezvous with other vessels. Can't get that stuff to dock with each other. Now, Deuce, okay, real quick, because you didn't know. Keep it classy in here. I try to keep it family friendly, so everyone can learn. With that being said, I don't mind if you curse from time to time. I might zap it out of chat, but I'll still respond. It's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. It's no problem. The norm on Twitch streams is, you know, for older audiences. I get that. That's cool. But rendezvous? That's not too bad, dude. All right, so here. You want the quick way? Here's the quick way. You have a planet. You're orbiting around the planet, okay? Here's the thing you want to rendezvous with. That orbit is kind of egg-shaped, but whatever. Here's your orbit. All right? Here's what you do. This is the really, 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 really simple way. Say your orbit altitude here is 100 kilometers, right? And say what you're trying to get to is 200 kilometers. Double the distance up, right? Okay, so you're at 100 kilometers. The closer you are to a planet, the faster you need to go to stay in orbit because grav well, okay? Further you're away, the slower you go, the longer it takes you to orbit. Higher orbital period, lower orbital speed because you're further away from the center of gravity, right? So, bring this into kind of an exploded view here. And do a little speech bubble thing from this part. So, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers. First of all, make sure that what you're trying to get to is in a perfectly circular orbit. Make sure it's 200 by 200. And make sure your orbit is 100 by 100. That's a phenomenon called eccentricity. Orbital eccentricity is the shape of your orbit, okay? Eccentricity, or ECC, goes from 0 to 1. 0 is a perfect circle. 1 is escape velocity. Easy peasy. Not difficult, right? So, make sure what you're trying to get to is perfectly circular. Make sure what your craft is that's trying to get there, perfectly circular. That makes it a lot easier, okay? So, the next thing you got to worry about is tilt. So if we're looking at this is obviously a top view. If we're looking at this from the side over here, make sure the tilt of your target orbit and your orbit is coplanar. Make sure they're both tilted exactly the same. Easy peasy, right? That right there is called inclination, okay? Inclination is the tilt of your orbit relative to the planet that you're around, all right? So the planet has an equator, okay? It has an equator. Kerbal does, the moon does, every planet has an equator, okay? The angle at which your orbit is when it crosses the equator is what your inclination is. So if your inclination is 20 degrees, that means if you have a planet and the equator is right there, when your orbit crosses it, it'll make an angle of 20 degrees. Make sure your inclination is correct. How do you do that? How do you change inclination? Well, there are these things on the Kerbal maneuver node, right? You have prograde, which is that. And then you have retrograde, which is that. And then on the outsides, you have radial in and radial out. And then you have these, the triangles up at the top. So you have that triangle and you have that triangle, okay? That one is like, or no, that's coplanar radial, so that's in. And this one is the angry triangle. Right? This one here, which is called normal, and that one right there is called anti-normal. So that's N and AN. Now, if you select your target, right? If you select your target in Kerbal map mode, right? So hit M, select your target, right? You'll see something pop up on the map view. You'll have an ascending and descending node. The ascending and descending node relative to your target will show you your differential inclination. If you select target for rendezvous and your AN and DN are 0.0, you're good. To get those numbers coplanar, right? You use this and burn on the ascending node in one way or the other, and your orbit will tilt into the right position, okay? You gotta fix that. Gotta make sure that's right. Inclination is the big one. Inclination changes cost a ton of delta V. The reason why they cost a ton of delta V is because you're going 2 kilometers a second in that direction. Taking a left takes a lot of power. You have a lot of momentum that wants to go that way. So doing on-orbit plane changes sucks. Make sure you get your inclination right. That's a big one. Now, if you get your eccentricity to equal 0 and your inclination to equal 0, it makes rendezvous 1,000 times easier, okay? So in this view, this kind of zoomed in view, you have your target orbit and then you have your orbit. Here's the really simple way to get this right. If your target is here and it's 200 kilometers circular, right? And you're down here in 100 kilometers circular at zero eccentricity and 0 inclination. Take your distance between your orbit. So right here, take your distance between your orbit and there. So what's the difference? The difference is 100, obviously, right? Multiply that by 2, 200. Make sure this distance right here is 200. So burn, this is your point of burn for ideal transfer, okay? Now, if you want to do some Pythagorean theorem or something, right? And you have the hypotenuse given to you if you have target mode, it'll always tell you distance to target, right? Make sure this is above 200 or something. You can check distance to target in your map view. If you have something targeted, you'll know it'll turn yellow if you have it targeted, right? Make sure that number is above 200, but not too far back. Basically, double the distance of your difference in altitude will get you there. From there, burn prograde. Burn prograde. For a 100-kilometer difference, it's going to be a little bit. That's probably about 60, 70 meters a second delta V around Kerbin, if you're in low Kerbin orbit. But seriously, take the distance between your two orbits, multiply that by 2, and then go roughly that distance behind. That's your point of burn. It works every time. That's the simple, quick, and easy way. No math required, except basic addition. You can do 100 times 2. Or if it's in a 80 by 80 and you're in a 70 by 70 orbit, literally 10 times 2, burn 20 kilometers behind. You'll always get to it, every time. Physics doesn't change with satellites, dude. So you want to make sure your eccentricity and inclination are zeroed out between you and your target. It'll make rendezvous a lot easier. And then when you get near the target, on your nav ball down here, right, make sure it says TGT, or target right here. If your nav ball on the bottom of the screen is in targeting mode, find retrograde, burn till your target velocity equals 0, right? And then find a symbol that looks like this. That's your target. So once you get near it, so once you get to this point right here, you're going to do a transfer and you'll get out near your target. Once you get near it, target velocity, zero it out, find retrograde, zero out velocity, and then burn prograde towards your target, and just rinse and repeat until you're next to the thing, dude. Easy peasy. And then you line up for a docking port and go. Simple. That's it, man. Like I said, you want to get near it? Take the difference in height of your orbits, and this can work if you're in a higher orbit too. It doesn't really matter. The positions are reversed, so you'd be over here somewhere. Or you'd be out in front. Excuse me. You'd be over here, and then you have to burn retrograde. But it works if you're in a higher or a lower orbit. Take the distance between you and your orbit, and then go about double that distance behind. Burn prograde right there. Done. It'll get you there every time. Will this be on the test? Sure. I appreciate it. Practice a lot. Practice makes perfect, Deuce. Even NASA astronauts train thousands of hours in simulators, in neutral buoyancy labs, doing flight training. They train for thousands of hours to do a mission that lasts, what, a month up in space? They train for years. Practice makes perfect, man. Hey, Warder. I updated the KSP hours estimation spreadsheet, and you're right on it. 15,520 hours. Yeah, Potzer. Now, another quick tip, Deuce, is if something is in a tilted orbit, don't get to space and then try to do that inclination change. What you should do, one more thing with paint. Say you have your planet, right? And your target orbit, we'll use yellow for target, is this way, right? Wait until the launch site crosses the orbital path, okay? And then instead of launching that way, due east at 90 degrees out of KSC, say that target, that orbit's, your target orbit inclination is 20 degrees inclined. Okay? Say it's 20 degrees inclined. Wait till your launch site crosses that line and then try to launch into that tilted orbit right out of the box. Now, if you wanted to get to a 20 degree inclined orbit, right, from KSC, to get to whatever target you're trying to get to, all you have to do is take 90 and minus 20 from it. That's a Z. All right? Because if you're going to launch into 0 degrees inclined, it's 90. If you're going to launch into 20 degrees inclined, it's 90 minus 20. Right? Because east on a compass, right, is 90 degrees. But with orbits, inclination, 90 degrees is 0. So you have to make up the difference here. So you're 20 degrees inclined, take 90 minus 20, and then on the compass, on your heading indicator down here at the bottom of the nav ball, you have something that says HDG down here. If your heading equals 70, right when KSC crosses this path right there, you will launch into a 20 degree inclined orbit. That's your flight azimuth. Your azimuth is the direction that you launch on the compass, right? Now, once again, your compass heading doesn't equal inclination, but you can do some basic math to figure that one out. Do that instead. You know why? It's easier when you're going slower to turn. If you're going 2 kilometers a second, that way, it's going to be easier. It's going to be harder to take a left than if you're going 200 meters a second. It's easier to turn, so launch into the inclined orbit. That's a big one. You'll save tons of delta V doing that. How do you know where an orbit is before you launch? Use the map view. Yep, map view, dudes. Literally, just go, while you're sitting on the pad, go into the map view and just time warp until until your orbital path gets over. Ideally, you want the target over you as well. So like, when I launch my shuttle into space, I try to wait until till KSC crosses the path because my station is inclined. I try to wait until KSC crosses the path, but I also try to wait until the station is basically flying overhead, then launch. It'll be way easier to get to it. Alright, anyway. Let's get to Kraken drives, dudes. So, we've been trying to basically get this design as simple as possible. Now, Raid, did you say strut the physicsless part to here? Is that what you were trying to tell me? Do something like this? FCC just gave a permit to Jackal for a launch on Falcon 9 later next month. Jackal? I don't know what that means. I'm not sure that that's gonna fix it, dude, but... Orbital Hunter. It's a jackal, True anomaly dot space. Our commercial and military space assets are vulnerable to attack. Technology, Space Force's effort to explore what we have, but we get a bit like must to True Anomaly. True Anomaly's technology stack enables the full spectrum of space operations with unmatched capability. Jackal is an autonomous orbital pursuit vehicle designed for counter space and ISR missions in LEO, GEO, and other orbits. Oh. Nice. Yes, but strut it to the square piece. It's got a separate glider. Oh, dude, you're right. I never noticed that. You think that... Huh. I never noticed that. It definitely does, dude, because, guys, look. If I put my mouse cursor right there, see how it's not selecting anything? If you put it over here, it selects the hydraulic. Everything turns green. And then if you put it here, it selects it. Dude, I never noticed that. How big is that gap? Ray, do you think we could attach a couple of thermometers to this thing and squeeze them in that gap right there? Squish the glider? That's actually really cool. Alright, so let's make sure... You can move the plate up and strut it from the underside. Alright. I don't mind doing that. Let's go over here. Let's try it. Yes. Very good. Small panel flags. Loopy, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. I'd be worried because this thing jitters around so much. It's probably just going to go through the glider, but it's good to know, to make a mental note that that's there, I suppose. So, Loopy, what we've been doing is experimenting with Kraken drives. Now that the station is good, you know, I was trying to think what I did with the station in 2014 after. Well, after that, we kind of switched to near future stuff in the old mission mode save with Grissom's and whatnot. So I want to make a Kraken drive powered mothership. I think that would be cool. And I think it would be cool to deliver payloads with the shuttle to it and have the shuttle put payloads inside of it or attach payloads to it or whatever. The hydraulic has 3 gliders, actually. There's a glider... Actually, let me check something. Does it do that on the other side? No, it doesn't. It doesn't do that on the other side. There's a glider for the housing, there's a glider for the piston, and then there's a glider for the plate. Can you make the K drive interchangeable and send it up on the shuttle? Interchangeable drive cores is something that I kind of wanted from the start, which is why I always mount it on a fairing plate. Because I could have put a CBM, we could put a CBM on this thing, and then Kerbal EVA construction with struts could hold this thing together, or we could find another solution, but... The thing about an interchangeable Kraken drive is that we have to figure out a way to overcome the structural connection, dude. That's a hard one to solve, but that's not our problem to solve right now. How much control do you have over a Kraken drive like this? Could you use it to hover and land reliably? Yeah, absolutely, human. Yeah, you can. Here. Consider this screenshot here. That's not Kerbal. I did this the other day. That's the moon. And the ship was in such a stable hover with the KRPC drive that I EVA'd Bill out and sent him down to the surface, and the ship just stayed there. It just sat there. It was stable enough to literally leave it and walk around with a Kerbal on the surface of the moon. You can land pretty reliably with these things. I'm not necessarily sure I want to do that unless we make something like one of these go down and land on Minmus or whatever. But yeah, they're good. But see, the problem with that KRPC drive that did that, it's a really good design, but it can't move a fully fueled Grissom around. Guys, my stakeholder expectation for this is that I need a KRPC drive to be able to move around. I want it to be able to move around 1,000 tons. And that starts with just bench testing it, moving tanks around. I don't know if I would stand under it, though. Wonder if the collider gap on the plate causes the cranes to freak out when they're stacked together. Maybe, Corsi. I mean, they don't have same vessel collision interactive, but the hitboxes on stuff does move around independently of the shape. Oh yeah, that happens. Now, Raid, why would we do this? Why would we strut to plate like that? What's the advantage here? That this thing is less likely to move around? Because pushing on the landing gear like this, the effect that that's had from what I've seen doesn't really help much. And actually, you know what? I want to change some things around. I can make this drive more compact. What I want to do is move the hydraulic casing. There, and yeah, this drive that I was working on was a puller hydraulic instead of a pusher hydraulic. Meaning it compresses to push the drive in to make the drive work. Trying to minimize the movement and tilting of the plate. Yeah, okay, cool. The thing is, we just don't really know where full compression load is going to be until we test it. Like, you got to test the drive under load to know where full compression is. And you know what? If we're going to do that, a pusher drive is probably better. But if we do a pusher drive like that, we can't take advantages. We can't take advantage of strutting to here, can we? The polar drives are, yeah, polar drives are more compact. We should probably stick with that. I didn't mind doing this way. So obviously we have our physics-less pressure plate, and then we were using the big revelation that we came through yesterday is that if you use the physics-less part with same vessel collision using the hybrid tech logic that we have, right? And then grip pads to hold the legs in place, then they aren't gonna move. The grip pads really hold it in. Hold on. Hey fellas. Okay, I got a stupid idea. What happens if we did this? The grip pads have kind of an AoE. There's an area on effect for these. What happens if I just took grip pads and moved them and put them over the landing gear so they don't move? You think that would keep the housings from moving? You know what? That's too juicy to not test. Hold on. Because we know these things have an AoE, and they definitely don't... excuse me, they definitely don't move around too much. So let's try that. That's what we're gonna mess with today. I don't want these things bending. So I'm wondering if we have an extreme grip and we put the extreme grip basically over the mounts like this. Now I'm wondering what's going to happen if we push the plate too much. Maybe put them inside here so they hold everything together in there. That might work. That might be enough. And then what we can do is move the landing legs forward a little bit, right? So they're stuck in there. And then, yeah, see, that's not going to give us much to push. Now, Raid, if we do what you said, and then strut backwards to the plate like that, that's, I don't think full compression is going to go anywhere beyond that, but we have to test. And that gives us a good throw. So now let's try strutting to the plate like that. And then I always make sure that I do the work on the struts to make them look like I placed them. Because sometimes in Kerbal, the game just runs struts randomly for you. If I know that the strut is perfectly placed, I know that I put it there and I intended it for it to be there. Yeah, these can be back just a little bit like that. That's fine. Wonder, should we put those up? No. Keep it tucked away like that. Okay. So now I'm wondering if we can use the pads here like this. But you know what? It'd be better to just use one of these. And we should have an open attachment node somewhere on this thing. There's an open attachment node on the back of the plate. That's what we were doing yesterday. So set that to a circular. Set that to a circular design. And set it to extreme grip. And put it there. Now, that can auto strut back, but that'll auto strut to, it'll auto strut to that collider, to the housing collider, from what I can tell, because it's attached to the FLA5. Okay, dumb idea. Let's put a physicsless piece in there, and then put that in there, and then set that so the grandparent part on this thing is strutted to the FLA5 adapter. Actually, you know what? That's adding too much. That's adding too much. That's the mistake I was making yesterday. I changed too many things too quickly. So let's just test one thing at a time. Let's test the hydraulic grip pad thing. See if that does anything. So what I'll do is we'll turn on interstage nodes here, and then we'll get us some battery power. We need a battery. We need some SAS. And then we need a probe core. All right, let's see what she does now. We got to make sure the FLA5 plate is same vessel collision. Okay, now let's make sure that our actuator is set correctly. Yep, don't get me wrong, that's just the editor being weird. And then we got to make sure our hydraulic overclock is working correctly. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Now, Hellfish a little bit earlier asked if there's a correlation between power and this. Yeah, yes there is. You'll know your hydraulic is overpowered because you'll crush the landing legs. So, there's that. You'll know it's too much because the whole thing will just be like, yeah, I don't feel like working anymore. All right. Okay, let's see what this drive does. Remember, I really need a drive. I need a drive that we can... I need to be able to move something big with these drives. And it's going to require a lot of power, but... Conservation of energy do be like that? Alright, let's go. So set that like that. Set it to radial out. Same vessel collision. Plate is armed. Smooth. Very smooth. That's very smooth, dude. Maybe those grip pads are doing something. If we go in here and set my forward and back control, take it off at 20% movement speed and adjust it down to like 1%, we should be able to slowly ramp on that drive. So, from my experience with using these drives, getting a drive to read 0.0 when it's flying is really difficult to do. The fact that this one just did it kind of out of the box is actually pretty damn cool for today's test. No, seriously, if you make Kraken drives, try to do this. Try to get it to 0.0. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm not saying people can't do it, but that's the mark of a good drive. It needs the UFO sound? Yeah, UFOs don't make sound. Here, let me bring up my rate controller, or the rate monitor, in the Aero UI. So in the Aero UI, right here, with pitch, heading, and roll, you can see the rate at which you're moving or rotating in one direction or the other. It's measured in degrees a second radian, right there. That's what they mean when they say rates. You can look at the rates and... How does this behave without SAS? It pulls slight rate change, but it's actually not bad, dude. Here, let me set it to radial out, and let me negate out the speed here. Yeah, Big Cheese, that's what makes the most sense. All right, so let me... Let me get this thing straight up as possible. Check the rates. See how my rates are basically 0, 0, and 0? Like, there is some slight translation here. Or there's a slight increase in one rate over another by a couple decimal points. But this, what I'm looking at here... See, the fact that it's nan means I'm moving at such a... So, degrees a second angle. Basically, we're not rotating, we're not pitching, we're not yawing, we're not rolling, we're translating. Which is good. That's good. That's what you want. Hey, Doom. 76 months. What's up, buddy? Just making some slight adjustments with the joystick. So, alright, Raid, I'm going to take this thing off SAS and we'll see where the rate controls go. So we're at basically 0, 0, 0, nan, right? Boom. Pitch. You making an Imperial probe droid? Yeah. Yeah, Doom, I'm working on repulsor lifts for the most part. So you know that thing in Star Wars that makes things hover? Also, it's a Kraken drive, dude. Because everybody was getting on my tail about going fast. So fine, you want to go fast? We'll go fast. Watch. Pitching moment from that one, Raid. You want to go fast, Doom? We'll go fast. Because I agree, we don't have enough time. I'll save the shuttle architecture for KSP 2. Watch this. Get the accelerometer out. Toggle the accelerometer display. This is the control rod actuator, so that's our throttle right now. We could make a TIE fighter with this Eagle, sure, no problem. I can make anything float. We have repulsor lifts. Basically Star Wars, dude. Is that fast enough? GSF, 5-month resub. We literally went so fast the parts just deleted themselves. Yeah, 50G, 50G's endured. It was definitely fast enough after the explosion. So basically, this takes the Kraken. If you're an old school Kerbal player, you know that Kerbal has some physics anomalies in it that makes things explode. It usually is associated with landing gear. So if you ever landed something on the runway and it bounces and flips over and crashes, or if you've ever landed near your moon base and you go up to one of your HAB modules that you landed with landing gear on, you get near it and it shoots off into the air like a slingshot, there's a weird anomaly with landing gear. When you fully compress landing gear, it applies infinite amounts of force. We figured out a way a long time ago to take that and basically harness it into a throttleable drive using a hydraulic. This is basically, if you watch The Expanse, this is the Epstein drive. It basically does that. Toggle indestructible parts? Nah. No, we're good. So, that was really good adherence, Raid, to be honest with you. These things didn't move around. Now, I'm not entirely sure if these are making the difference or not. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to move them out to a point where I know that they're not messing with anything. And I'm going to replicate that same test and see if we get the same pitching moment on this thing. Because what we need to figure out is if plate adherence is an anomaly, or is it an anomalous thing, or is it repeatable? Does it do the same thing every time? This is something that I should have tested yesterday. Did you see the KSP dragless craft using fairings? Is that something you consider using for this? No, Lunchbox guy, but I did put a Kraken drive inside one of those things and... Oh, dude, orbiting at 100 meters off the ground? No. I went like 50 kilometers a second inside of Kerbin's atmosphere. It was basically doing Trimaxian drone ship stuff from Flight of the Navigator. It was really cool. All right, so radial out. Let's push these in. These grip pads we know are not touching anything. They're not doing anything. So let's same vessel collision there. And then switch my ramp, the rate. I gotta adjust that inside of the SPH. So can test that. Slowly ramp up. Should take off here. Oh, very smooth. Oh, hey. Try to dampen it out. Okay. Now let's take the ESAS off, so our rates are basically at 0. Need to make a slingshot on Bob that can launch a Kerbal to lathe. That'd be cool. Did you see? Okay, I already got that. Yep. How do people even come up with stuff like this? Years of breaking KSP, Acubor. Hey, Ewok. Do you think they will patch this out of KSP too? I don't know. Serious, the interesting thing is that the suspension configuration is a Unity thing. This happens in any game, Unity game with suspension. There's another game that we played for a long time that I really should get back into playing, but haven't lately, called My Summer Car. My Summer Car has Kraken strikes just like this because they're using the same suspension scripts from the game engine, which is kind of funny. All right, get those rates as close to 0 as possible. Almost fell. All right. So the other one had pretty bad pitching moment. So I'm going to shut the SAS off. That one was yaw. It yawed that time. Okay. All right. So, okay, so that was a like a minus 1.5 on the yaw rate. So what I want to do is literally just the same thing. I got to see if this is a repeatable thing, dudes. So if we do the same exact test and it does the same exact thing, that I think, you know, we'll do a little bit more testing. We'll do a little bit more testing, but that shows that the Kraken drive is pretty consistent in how like you press on the drive. And that's a really important thing to understand, if the drives are consistent or if they're inconsistent, because that'll change our design choices in the future. Now, I gotta mess with this in the SPH in a little bit, but I'm just making sure that we do this test the same way every time. We gotta change that controller a little bit later, but. So did that mean the grips around the middle didn't do anything? I'm not sure, Stumbledore. I'm not 100% sure on that one. I probably should have done a control test with the grip pads in place. I didn't really notice any difference here, but just because we didn't notice a difference here doesn't mean that we won't notice a difference under load. Because when you're pulling something, this entire design likes to stretch. The entire thing likes to stretch. Basically, if I have the weight attached down here, the whole drive will want to stretch out because we're pulling something, or if we're pushing or whatnot. Like, so that's what those are trying to address. But yeah, so I'm not 100% sure. In Space Engineers, something like that happens, but Space Engineers doesn't use Unity. Something about collisions. This one has to do, Fiero, with the landing gear. The landing gear spring force is all screwed up. Basically, like, if you have a graph, right, and you show, like, force here, and then you have your compression, and say that's maximum compression, and that's fully extended, and that's maximum force, and that's no force, right? So how this graph works, right, is as you compress it more, right, the force goes up like that. As you get closer to compression, your force goes higher and higher, right? The thing is, in KSP, right, if you push past compression, right? If you push past compression, past full compression, so that's 0, that's 10, it'll basically invert. It'll invert this thing. It's weird to explain, but if you go past full compression, the force multiplier goes exponentially up that way to basically infinity. So the further you can push past full compression, the faster you can accelerate. Now, what I'm trying to figure out are how effectively can we do this reliably. If you push past this, force multiplier goes up like crazy. It'll basically, the force multiplier is like, if you could make this graph bigger, it looks like this. Because if we approach compression inversion, I'll say, right? Like the force starts, it's basically, it starts being applied exponentially higher. It's hard to kind of explain without like showing the math behind it, but that's basically what it does. You got to push past compression. You're getting to negative compression, and you start getting an accelerated force instead of a landing leg, which is designed to stop. Like you're designed to land with it, you can take off with it, if that makes any sense. All right, let's get this thing stabilized out. Anyone looking for this glitch in reality? Unfortunately, this violates several laws of conservation of energy, dudes. What piece of witchcraft is this device? It's a KRAKEN drive, sewer. You can get accelerated force out of a landing gear if you fully compress it with a hydraulic and a clutch plate. What I'm trying to do is test the reliability of one of these drives here. The idea is that, you know, for just the price of compressing a hydraulic, so it does cost you some electricity, you can make a drive with thousands of kilometers a second delta V. And I want to use that to make a Grand Tour ship to send off KSP-1 in style. All right. So before we saw yaw rates going crazy here. Trying to get this thing stabilized out as much as I can. But yeah, the drives can hover. It's like a repulsor lift from Star Wars. So those rates are pretty damn close. All right, so and you could do this in the stock game, which is actually pretty cool. All right, ready? Rates are pretty damn close to zeroed out. Same thing. Same thing. Before it was 1.4, now it's 1.25, but for the most part, yeah, that drive likes to yaw. Okay. Interesting. All right, hold on. Let me, not break the entire thing. Well, oops. That was an expensive prototype. Have you done an anti-gravity hovercraft with this? We could, sewer. Sure. Oof. That's a hell of a surf right there, creeper. One more time to be sure. Absolutely. Raid, honest question. Do you think switching that rate controller to 1 in here is going to make that big of a difference? I don't think it's going to. Yeah, exactly, Zero. That would be a more mathematical way of saying it. But yeah, you could basically invert the force applied to the spring. Probably not. All right, cool. Last, if you have a moment. What's the fastest this will go in atmosphere without KSP saying no? If you exceed 50 Gs of acceleration, Jackery, it'll explode. If you get above 1,500 meters a second, you can't use convection to flux the heat fast enough. There are ways around that, though. The dragless fairing, if you use an engine plate and attach a fairing to an engine plate and then close the fairing on the engine plate, you will make 0 drag, and you could go like 20 kilometers a second flying past KSP. It's pretty cool. That was the beer can thing that I made the other day. It just looked like a keg that was flying around. Yeah, that's what that was. And we were able to go insanely fast in any direction, anywhere. We basically made an inertial damper for Kerbal, which is pretty rad. Alright, next test. SAS on. Locked in. Same vessel collision on the pressure plate is applied. Let me move this up into position here. Alright. Yeah, we got this, dudes. We got this. We got to get it to where it levels off. Basically, we got to get it to our climb rate equals 0. There we go. Climb rate is zeroed out. It's getting a little touchy here. All right. Rates are pretty damn near close to 0 in this. All right, Raid. Let's see what we got. So, fellas, we saw a yaw rate in the other direction, but the yaw rate was 3-fold smaller than it was before. It was 1.5 in the negative, now it's 0.5 in the positive. Pitch and roll rates are about the same, but it is yaw for the most part, which is interesting. Part of me is wondering, Raid, because we had results that were relatively the same every time. Maybe we need to make sure that our rod actuator is in the same position every time, because the play position was different between 3 tries. So what happens if we revert, set this to 30.6, right? And then try to do the same exact thing. Because before, I believe it was set somewhere else. But then again, it should be set around the same, you know? Imagine seeing such a contraption in real life. Dude, I wouldn't be surprised if there was some stuff like this floating around somewhere. Literally floating around. I wouldn't be surprised if we had something like this, you know, albeit alien-based or whatever. I'd be like, yeah, alright, yeah, that makes sense. What if you connect 3 Kraken drives at a certain angle to try and compensate? Yeah, Fiero, that's not a bad idea, dude. I don't think connecting 3 Kraken drives is necessarily the right solution. So S-Master, a viewer that's been watching me for a really long time, he helps me build things from time to time. He's kind of a jerk, though, but don't tell him I said that. He's probably here. You're a jerk. All right, I'll just say it to your face. We were thinking gimbal, like a gimbalable Kraken engine. So something that you could put on a mount, like a rocket motor, and have a thrust vector controller to be able to push it in different directions might be useful to be able to trim out these forces here. But what I basically got to see is how consistent these forces are. Like, if the drive is, if we have the drive, right, and we take the drive and we do this test 3 times and we get the same result 3 times, that means it's consistent. But see, here's the kicker now. It's not consistent, right? If it was consistent, that would mean it's the design, right? If it's inconsistent, then we might need to do what you're saying and figure out a way to be able to compensate for the inconsistency. But see, the thing is, we are consistently, if we turn off that, we're yawing, but see, that's actually really smooth. This is one of the smoother drives that we've made. But other drives, when you do stuff like this, they freak out and spin out of control. Still cool though, right? You can make pod racers with this. You can make all kinds of cool stuff. I can make stuff hover. We can make craft from Star Wars if we really wanted to. And make them accelerate up into space. Like, we could make a Millennium Falcon with this, have the thing come down and land. Screw it, put a drive on every control point. 95 was actually messing with that. Using control surfaces to trim out a Kraken drive is actually not the worst idea I've heard, GravShark. Here, I'll show you. It's in the KSP thing. That's actually a pretty smart way of solving that problem. Another viewer that I hang out with from time to time. Check this out. Control surfaces to be able to trim out the inconsistent forces. You could trim out, basically a trimmable Kraken drive. Could you make Mega Maid? Of course, Johnny. We just got to make sure we don't go from suck to blow. We're trying to vacuum up all the air, not... K-Drive Swash Plate is POG tier. Yeah, but implementing your idea did not work with heavy loads, dude. I need a freaking diesel motor, and you're like, here, this lawnmower engine will work. Like, you understand that you gotta, like, I don't know if you can show me the application there, but... I wonder, see, 95 did this, and I'm wondering if the control surfaces are automatically bound to an SAS controller, and those arrow surfaces will compensate even if they're in space. Even though there's no arrow, they'll still move around. You could theoretically make a self-trimming Kraken drive. Every time. It would work every time. See, I like what 95 was going on about, but I was just too sick yesterday to figure it out. A lot of the ideas that were proposed yesterday were good, but I was still like, I don't know what's happening, please. Could you use multiple drives to pick up more? Stacking the drives does work, Stumble, but you do get these inconsistencies with the more drives that you stack. Because these drives bend. They bend around. But yeah, you could usually do that. Is one Kraken drive able to reverse thrust? No. It's one forward gear. The only way to reverse thrust would be to flip it upside down, which makes much more sense in space because it works like rocket engines. Rocket engines don't have any reverse either, you know? All right, let's check it one more time. Make sure our rates are basically zeroed out and then let it go. Same exact result. Slight yaw. Alright. Here's what I'm going to do. Let's bring her down. Bring it down and completely disengage the plate. And then, now let's bring it back up. Re-engage the plate. So we unseated the plate from the gear. You had a thought when looking at the tree drive yesterday. Okay. Yeah, Snow, you could basically make a board cube drive if you really wanted to, sure. Alright. Now, we had this down at 30.6 to get this thing to hover. Does that do the same thing? Yeah, you could just make a big board cube panel and just fly that around everywhere. That would be kind of funny, actually. Do the board cube, please. No. Actually, this on a 3-axis gimbal would... Yeah, I could just point the Kraken drive in any direction and the cube could just... That'd actually be kind of funny. All right. So we're at 30.6. Climb rate is basically nil. All right, let's see where she goes. Zero out the velocity as best you can. And then off. Same result. Same result. Yaw to the right at 0.4. Interesting. Interesting. That's pretty consistent, man. Make the crap from Flight of the Navigator. The Trimaxian drone ship. That was the beer keg, dude. The beer keg was the Trimaxian drone ship. If you tilt the plate... Yeah, Hal. If we did that... Yeah. So we learned that from trying to do S-Master's... self-balancing swash plate. If the plate goes to one side and you push the drive in, it'll go in one direction or the other. Which is interesting. It's something to take into account, but I'm not sure I have an application for that just yet, but I'll get back to you on that one. I mean, we could put a cyclic and a collective actuator on the plate. Basically have a hydraulic here for X and Y, right? And we could have Kraken bearings holding them in place, like thermo bearings with hybrid tech. We know that, I mean, I made a gimbalable Kraken drive before. And we could use overclocked hydraulics. Both of the hydraulics will extend, right? Actually, I'm not sure that would work too well. We would need a hydraulic that extends with this, and then we would need another set of hydraulics to tilt. We would need basically a collective and a cyclic. We can't use both. I'm not sure it would hold together at pushing high speeds, though, S. That's why I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible. Here, let's decompress the plate, and now I want to try something. Let's time warp. Time warp to the next day. The next day, 1 day later. Oh, the drive locked out because we don't. We don't have enough electricity, but I turned on infinite prop. So let's. All right, S. What's the max lift of this drive? We haven't gotten that far, Jackery. My testing yesterday was terrible. It was inconclusive and pretty crappy, to be honest with you. I kept changing all the wrong variables, so that doesn't work. All right. I never got the hang of making counter-rotating propeller craft. I don't know why, it just never worked. What are you trying? What type? Are you trying to make like a V-22 sewer? That's a hard problem because trying to have your control systems in Kerbal go from helicopter to airplane is something that in real life requires a lot of flight computers. It's hard to replicate that in KSP, but you can do it if you're manually controlling everything. Just arrived. Have you successfully levitated a pair of spurving bearings without the logarithmic casing? Yeah. We're moving around a lot of no Fortrunians right now, 54. What happens if you try to lift off without SAS on? I'll check it. I'll check that in a second, Raid. My guess is that it's going to do the same thing, but I need to... Just so I can do more of those time warping tests. You guys know that fuel is stored in the balls? Fuel is stored in the balls, in the balls. Fuel is stored in the balls, in the balls. All right, let's see what we got. You're kind of missing Bard Core. All right. Why don't you cry me a river, Panta? KSP. Yeah, I know, right? All right, no SAS this time, Raid. Let's see what she does. Yaw left. No pitch, no roll. Yaw. We had yaw left. Interesting. Let's same exact result. SAS off, right at hover. Yaw left. Come on now. Get down on the ground. Alright, disengage the plate. Let's do the same thing. Okay. Undo the yaw rate. We're at 0, 0, 0. Same result. Yaw to the left. Now, my question is, why? Why did it that time a second ago did we yaw to the right? And why was it yaw left? And why is it yaw at all? Like, those are some questions that we probably should figure out before we go put this in a ship with Kerbals in it, you know? I was kind of going off the assumption yesterday, and this is why my testing was so bad. I was going off the assumption yesterday that everything was, you know, none of this stuff happened. Like, we went right to, like, final testing before we even qualified a drive like this. I perfected KRPC SAS last night. I saw it, 95. I actually linked it. The control surface trim is smart. That's really smart, dude. You did a good job. Dude, screw what you do. Go get an AE degree, please. Screw whatever you're doing. Go to school. Go get an AE degree. Or mechanical or something. You have the mind for it, man. I'm serious. Isn't the fuel stuff you added considered a variable? Well, Illusion, yeah, I thought it would be, but this is the same result that we got last time. Actually, this is the same result. We had the exact same result almost down to the decimal point with the rates from a design that didn't have the fuel tanks. So I'm not, as long as we're in symmetry, I don't think it makes that big of a difference. But yeah, you're right. It would be something to take into account. Does it change if you revert to launch? Theix, that's a good question. Reverting to launch often does give you a different configuration of your ship. That's why I never revert to launch. I always revert to SPH and then launch again. I found that out from mission mode. Perhaps a limitation on the already broken code of the engine that allows for this. It might be, Deuce, but I'd like to prove it, you know? See last. Does it always yaw to the left? Well, it yawed to the right one time, dude, and that... It's interesting. Alright, set the configuration. Bring that up to there. Up to speed. Yeah, well, Theix, if there is float point stuff going on here with how the suspension is mounted, then yeah, we're going to need to try and compensate for it like what 95 did. 95, I already showed him these screenshots. That's smart, dude. Right there. Axis control KRPC drive is very, very smart. That's a really good idea. In fact, I might incorporate this into one of the designs if we have to. I just got to prove. I got to prove the consistency or inconsistency of the drive. Now, we've been getting some pretty damn consistent results here. But there are some anomalies here and there. Actually, you know what the first thing we should do? Take the thing off with no SAS. Let's see what happens. What are the rates? So that's yaw to the right now. If I roll it 180 degrees, it's going to yaw in the other direction, Jim. Yeah, we know that. I think it has potential. Go ahead, man. It corrects any inconsistency in the drive. Yep. I was able to take 580 tons laying on its side, and I have the SAS bring it back vertical. That's how strong it was. Okay. That's enough Bardcore. Give me the synthwave. For consistency, you should edit the cal to keep the piston at the same extension for hovering. Yeah, we've been going to 1/10 of a decimal place, huh? What are we at exactly? Yeah, we won't be able to know. What's the time index saying? 30.59. Tested in a vacuum? I don't know what a vacuum is going to change. Yeah, Theix, this drive that we just kind of threw together, ridiculously enough, on the first try is very, very, very stable. You can always tell how stable a drive is by the ability to be able to hover. Seriously, how good it hovers is how stable it's going to be. If you can get that surface number to get down to 0.0 consistently like that, this drive is very stable. It's really good. It should be able to handle a good amount of weight. Check extension of the piston and then set it in the cal. 0.62 on the dot. What do you mean set it in the cal? I don't know what I mean. GameTube, now go full send. You want to lose the prototype, man? We can't do that. Spun the vehicle? we've talked about spinning the drives before, Hal. That does work to an extent, but you're still going to get inconsistencies. That makes your SAS basically oscillate all over the place. It makes it, you know, if you're spinning the drive, the SAS goes pitch, yaw, roll, pitch, yaw, roll, pitch, yaw, roll. And that makes the PID on the SAS controller very angry. Dumb question, but the planet rotation would not be causing slight yaw, would it? Well, the planet's rotating that way, Jackery, not that way. If anything, yeah. See, this is what's interesting about this, dudes. Like, if we go into orbit, right, 174.4, we kind of, yeah. Yeah, see. Yeah, no, we're staying, no, that's not going to mess with anything. We're staying consistent. Raid, I'm not sure what you're trying to tell me. Check the extension of the piston and then set that in the cal. So, like, the exact extension, it's 0.62, right? At 30.56. We'll get our piston extension basically to the decimal point. Is it just me, or do rotors really not like having two sets of props on them at the same time? I've never done that, Savvy. As long as it's a balanced mechanism, it should be fine. But with the rotors, dude, just on a side note, so Kerbal has 1 point of attachment because KSP, right? So, dude, a little bit of a trick here. Savvy, mount your engines upside down. I'm dead serious. Say this is the top of your helicopter. Right? Flip the engine upside down. Take your blades. Still with me? And do that. Just like that. The blades. So think about it, dude. You're spinning something, right? And this is, Kerbal does this. And don't get me wrong, it's not, if you're putting a lot of stress on the blades, so like if you have a tilt rotor or whatever, putting a lot of stress on the blades, just like the rotors, they'll bend around. It bends around the animatable joint right there. If you attach this, so the center of mass of your rotating mechanism is attached to is basically over the center of the attachment point, drive stays nice and stable. The thing won't process. Do that, and then just make it look like it's attached. Trust me, that's what works. My bet is that it's down to a float point error. Add the point and set it to 0.62 in the cal. Add a flat area around it so you can test that flat area. Okay. Okay, we set it. Is it possible to make the same with less pieces? Yeah, you can vary up the amount of landing legs you wanted. Fiero, think about it like this. How many landing legs do you need to hold up something that's heavy, right? If you have a 500-ton ship, you're going to need a lot more than 6 landing legs, right? So the amount of legs you put in here really depends on what you're moving. Now that I'm thinking about that, we've been literally trying to move 500, 600 tons with 6 landing legs this whole time. Oh dear. You could stack drives in line with each other. Yeah, but the inconsistencies over a bunch of drives like this, S is really going to cause some issues. That was yaw to the left at 1.0 degrees a second radian right there, Raid. Have you tested the landing gear? Don't use landing gear for Kraken drives if you plan on going further than Kerbal. Seriously, the landing gear stress tolerance is much lower than these things. The stress tolerance on the landing legs is like 1 trillion or something. They'll work anywhere in the solar system. You'll run into wheel stress problems, believe it or not, once you get out of Kerbin's SOI, and then the drive breaks, and then you're stranded going 300,000 meters a second in one direction. Ask me how I know. I think your hydraulic force has a lot to do with it, but there is a correlation there, 9.5. You'll start blowing up landing legs if you have too much hydraulic force. That's not a bad idea, Bear. All right. Good, good, good. Let's try to shut it off. Yep. Now, okay. Cool. All right, fellas. Time to circumnavigate Kerbal. Oh, yeah. Also, you guys want to see it get sent once. I got you. I got you. My piston was overclocked and it was able to leave SOI no problem. Yeah, 95. You're using landing legs, right? Landing legs will work interplanetary. Landing gear do not. I'm telling you, you'll hit wheel stress problems. We figured this out a long time ago. Pretty much, Hip. This drive is actually really consistent from what I've seen thus far. But look at that. It's getting to the point where if the more I apply, the more force we apply, the more our yaw rates get all screwed up. Now, once again, we're about to go really fast. Spring. Yeah, that's what the drive does if you put it in a spacecraft. Now, did you see what it did though? It yawed. Interesting. It's consistently yawing, but the yaw is inconsistent. That's the next question. Did you see that? Did you see when the thing sprung off, it yawed to the right? Now that's the next question. Why does this one do that? Why does it do that? Allow the clutch plate to rotate freely on the z-axis to remove the fat. Yeah, S, I don't... Okay, you're right. Absolutely. Dude, your swash plate idea, it's a good idea. I don't know... But you can't move high mass with it. Yes, that will fix the problem, but it won't fix the problem when we go to try to move a Grissom with this thing later. Are the cals symmetric? No, they're asymmetric. They're asymmetric, Jim, but the axis that freaks out is left to right in this. It would be this way, not this way, which is interesting. Where's our center of mass? Maybe the landing gear is clipping inside one another, causing them to be slightly more compressed. We're definitely getting some offset, Gamer 2, but I'm not... Like, that's the thing. Why yaw? Why is it yawing with the drive? It's very peculiar. This thing is like totally locked in, right? Yeah, that thing. Now, dude, this could be an inconsistency with the collider, or it could be with the landing gear. I'm not 100% sure. Try rotating the plate to test it. Okay. If we set the plate to local orientation and flip it 90 degrees, right? See, now the struts aren't the same, though, so we gotta modify the struts so they're back in the right positions. There. So now we rotated the entire... I rotated the plate 90 degrees. Let's see what happens. If it's the plate, right? If this is the plate, it's going to pitch now instead of yaw, right? That's the idea. If there was an inconsistency with the collider. Does it ever pitch? This one, believe it or not, has really not a lot of pitch. Aqualux, no. No, this one, actually, this drive that we're messing with, 6.4 right here, is a really smooth drive. I just kind of did it by accident based off of what we learned yesterday. It's a very simple 6-piston drive with a bigger hydraulic. Rather than the dual hydraulic system that we were using yesterday, I sent this down and we overclocked it. I got rid of the 2 and just set this with an overclock on it. And then yeah. This is a polar drive just like the other one, which was another mistake that I made. But from yesterday, I had pusher drives. All right, so send this up here. Last, depending on how this test goes. What if you just rotated 90 degrees in the SPH? Does it still yaw pitch then? Haven't tested that. Yeah, we could test that in a moment. All right, drive is engaged because the landing leg's picked up on the plate. All right, now let's see what happens. Son of a... It pitched. Interesting. Now test Bear's idea to see if the 2 forces cancel out. Okay. So, fellas, what is the testing double drives to see if it cancel out? What's that gonna teach us? I want to. That's a cool test, but I'm... All right, let's just undo that. Son of a gun. Build it in KSP now. DARPA is asking 2 teams to design a massively new X-plane that can take off and land at sea with heavy cargo. Cool. So literally the K90 Forge? Yeah. It's almost like your boys... The boy still knows what he's talking about. Remember the K90 that I built a long time ago? All right, let's do the test over just to be sure. Maybe use a different part for the plate. And hold on a second, fellas. Hold on a second. So you just made it to Duna and back. Congratulations, Al. That's not easy to do, dude. I know this plane in this museum in Oregon. Yeah, it's almost like somebody had an idea about doing that a little while ago, Savvy. So if I bring another one of these drives in here, it's going to screw up. So just temporarily here. So we're going to use an idea that we were going to do with the shuttle. Open the editor. And then open the editor here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gotta use a similar part. 95, 37 month resub. Sometimes if you bring in a subassembly, the same thing, it overwrites the cal controllers. Now that shouldn't necessarily be an issue here, but well, I'm already doing it, so. If we definitely confirm that it's a problem with the plate collider, then what about using individual parts for each leg? What if those individual parts are inconsistent, Theix? Yeah. See, we didn't confirm if it was the plate or not, dude. We didn't confirm it. Because the struts were running a different way. Oh, yeah, fellas, before I do this, I know I just wasted a little bit of time there. Before I do this, you know what? We have to figure that one out. Hold on a second, okay? So, when we ran the plate in the 12 o'clock position, so with the red rotational axis up and down like that, see the red? The plate was rotated in position and then we ran the struts. With this one, when we rotated it, the struts were already in position. So what I'm going to do now is this. Make sure you do the exact same building operation. This way, this will isolate the struts. And it will isolate the struts as a failure point and see if that has anything to do with it. Because struts over symmetry do weird stuff sometimes. Sometimes the struts that are put in symmetry don't work exactly the same as struts as like the first part. So like say you put something in 3x symmetry at, you know, the 12 o'clock position, the 4 o'clock position, and the 7 o'clock position, right? The one that you placed up top actually sometimes performs differently than the ones at 4 and 7. True story. There is inconsistency over struts and symmetry. I know that happens. Launch pads. So I want to do this test one more time with the rotated plate before we go and stack the drives. If this one pitches just like the other one does, then I think we can successfully isolate the struts as being the reason why it's doing this. Yeah, but if it yaws, that means it's not the plate. That means it's our strut placement, which is very interesting. That's a really interesting thing to consider. So let's do this. Set it to radial. Actually, we could just go right out of the box. We'll know. It's the struts. Yeah, Project Beaks. Trust me, we'll get to the fun, crazy part like that in a little bit. We have to get in here and into the nitty gritty and figure this stuff out. What version of Ares 5 was the best? Whatever one that they were working on when it was canceled. Alright, next test. No struts. What does it do with nothing? What about placing each strut individually and then trying to avoid using symmetry? That's another question to ask, Theix. That's my next one. What does it do with nothing? Why not 4x since the hydraulic is square? Yeah, that could work too. Start the reactor. It's gonna get cold in the garage. Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yes, it is. Lowest wind chill temperatures for Plymouth are minus 30. That's Plymouth, though. I'm at minus 25. Okay. Don't forget to turn the SAS off. Yep. Damn, dude. Could math be the issue with the spacing of the snapping points? Yeah, Deuce, that's a float point error. That's not necessarily a Kerbal thing. That's more of a computing problem. But basically, computers round off numbers. They round off numbers so they don't get bogged down in doing numerical calculations to the 1,000th decimal point. Yeah, it's called float point. Completely different result. That was pitching for the most part. Bonk. Yep, now we got to spin that plate. Let's put the plate back into its default configuration right there. If it does the same thing, that kind of pitch yaw to the right towards the VAB, then we know it's not the plate glider. I'll be very impressed if you somehow get rid of the sideways forces. Could you theoretically push Kerbal out of orbit with enough Kraken drives? No, Kerbal's on rails, Snibbles, so it doesn't melt your computer trying to simulate a huge freaking planet floating around. Unless you get Principia. Alright, SAS off. Yeah, Aqualex, interesting. That's an interesting thing to bring up. But see, we're not getting consistent pitch every time. If we were getting consistent pitch, then what you're saying makes a lot of sense. That yawed to the left. Interesting. Interesting result there. Interesting result. I do, Boxy. Yeah, the Gulf livery is cool. That's a weird one. But if the plate was there and it was in that 90-degree position, and then we pitched and kind of yawed a little bit to the right, and then we rotated it 90 degrees, and then we yawed and moved a little bit of pitch. Yeah, the plate, it's consistent. That result is consistent. Interesting. Huh. It did the same exact rate, imparted rates, but 90 degrees offset. So when the plate was in the 90-degree position, we pitched a little bit that way. We pitched mostly that way and yawed a little bit to the right. And then when we rotated the plate, we yawed a little bit that way and pitched a little bit to the right. Since the legs are at 6 times symmetry, at one point you're on one leg, but when turned 90 degrees, you're between two. Yeah. I'm looking for something. I'm checking to see if the... Okay. I was checking to see if this thing was not perfectly round. Yeah, firework. Well, it does get off-centered a little bit. Decided to try to grow a rooster style mustache, because why not? Have fun with that, dude. This channel may be getting too geeky for you. Yeah, Mercs, don't worry. It'll pay off when we send a ship towards doing it at like 300,000 meters a second. Trust me. It pays to do the nitty-gritty here. It's like dialing in the right cam for the right combustion chamber volume, you know, with right valve size, lift and duration, stuff like that. We're getting into the nitty-gritty, dude. Hey, quick question. Going through some audio and I can't tell with SLS launch. Any chance you can give me a hand? Oh yeah. Maybe that big section of on there, Vulcan. If you have SAS on the end of a hinge, the SAS will try to compensate in the hinge bends. That's master. For the most part, that's what we're doing, Aquilux. Yeah. See last, any suggestions? This is my issue at the moment. All right, hang on a second, guys. Let me see what Savvy's up to. Auto struts. Shut off auto strut on the blades.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Whoa! Whoa! Dude! Yo! What the frick? Holy crap, that was 100. Sean, who... Do I know you? Like... Dude, Who are you? Who are you people? Holy crap, dude. Damn, man. Thanks, man. Sean, I really appreciate it. Sean Peel, 100 subs, dude. No auto struts. Check your root part, Savvy. What's your root part? Oh, dude. I really appreciate it, man.
Discovery, go and throttle.
Oh, GamerTube with the Prime sub. Thanks, man. Jeez. Dude, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. thank you enough. Dude, I've been doing this for 10 years. I still can't take a tip or gifted subs with grace. I suck at this, and I will always suck at it, dude. But because I don't know. I just really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Every little bit helps. All right. Anyway, Sean, can't thank you enough, buddy. All right, let's get back to work, dudes. We got to make this work for Sean. For Sean. For Sean. That's awesome, Linus. Really cool. Guys, so what were we talking about? We were talking about consistency. You know, oh, is the drive consistently doing this, or drive consistently doing that? I've done enough tests to tell you that it's consistently doing the same thing every time. Yeah. If I just launch the same thing 10 times, and I have enough experience with building launchpad building and how parts work, etc., that I can tell you that it'll do the same thing every time. I'm pretty confident in that. So, Sean! This is a certified lifter moment. Nice, dude. Tanks are root. There's only a rotor and 2 sets of props in the tank. Something is auto-strutting to something here, Savvy. Either that, sometimes I've found that if nothing is auto-strutted, something that's a really long shape with a small attachment point at the front like that, if these are radially attached, grandparents strut them. I'm wondering, and I'm not sure if that's going to work, try grandparents strutting these things, just out of curiosity. Because I noticed that the solar panel does something similar up at the space station. It does something really, really close to that. Try auto-strutting them out of the box, because, yeah, there's some kind of weird float point going on here. Stuff like this happens when the game doesn't understand how you attach these things. Interesting. Anyway. Yeah. Try doing it without the lander clamp, without the clamps too, Savvy. Try that as well. Alright, so guys, the next test that I wanted to run is something like this. Here. So I want to do this but with no symmetry on. Okay, so let's attach that, rotate this into position, right? Because, yeah, sometimes symmetrical struts are no good, dude. Now, I want to make sure I install the next 4 struts in the exact same way. So instead of trying to go over here and trying to place that in the exact same way, we're just going to rotate the entire thing 90 degrees. Rotate the whole thing 90 degrees, and then place that strut in the exact same way. And then absolute snap. Same exact workflow for installation every time. Now we're going to take this again. Flip it 90 again. Same thing. Flip the strut. Move it into position. And then set it so they are absolutely in the same spot every time. Now do it one more time. Rotate us 90 degrees. Funny is a lot of aerospace components like rockets and stuff are put together like this. The reason is because, you know, if you're trying to put parts on a rocket, like a landing leg or whatever, the crane can only lift and lower the landing leg. It has some trouble moving it left to right, and you definitely don't want to install it like moving left to right and going down at the same time and have the landing leg sideways like that. Like for Falcon 9, if they were putting landing legs on, the thing would just lift up the landing leg when it's top down, rotate Falcon into position, and then put the landing leg in position. That's why they put the rockets on processing rings, fellas, just on a quick side note. The drive you have should be rated for 1,000 tons. Cool. Could that be Savvy's problem? Yeah, ground resonance? No. Grandparent strut seems to have fixed it. Yeah, a long part with a small attachment point like that, Savvy, has a float point error on the attachment piece. Node snapping it would fix that, or grandparent strutting would fix that. Now, those things I do believe have a snap node. So if you node snap it, that should fix it. But yeah, that does seem to freak it out. Yep. Your wife works on the F-35 engine manufacturing, I hear tidbits. Yeah, rotating it like that and using gravity to make sure that parts go onto a circular assembly in the same way every time. Very, very key to manufacturing. Did you get all 4? Yep, all 4 struts. None of these are in symmetry, and they are all placed in the exact same way. Weird part is that one set of props doesn't have the issue. The inverted props are flipping something with the attachment. Yeah, it's the inverted prop that's screwing up, Savvy. So Savvy, I can tell you exactly from a 3D modeling standpoint what's going on there. the inverting props is negative scaling the collider. And yeah, negative scaling the collider with that weird attachment point is causing the props to go bananas. Yeah, yeah. I know that Kerbal uses negative scaling sometimes if you're using mirror sim. I'm not necessarily sure about radial sim, but the inverted is inverting the prop direction is negatively scaling something. It's negatively scaling the collider, but it's on the forward axis, not left to right like mirror symmetry. But yeah, grandparent strutting should fix that problem. You can set the amount, chillin'. Guessing you can't play War Thunder. Oop. This thing is backwards. Nope, nope, nope. Gotta test in the same way every time. This is also 4 struts versus the original 6. Yep. Yes, it is. Okay, so this is 4x symmetry, 4x struts with no symmetry. We encountered yaw again, but it's yaw and pitch. Interesting. Grandparent strut seems to have solved it, Aqualex, but yeah. Have you tried messing with rigid attachment? No, not yet, 95. So what way was this thing? So that's with the up-down position there. All right, so let's do a couple of control tests here. Let's see if it consistently does that. So we encountered more yaw than anything that time. It was yaw, a little bit of pitch, but mostly yaw to the right. That one was yaw to the left. That was mostly yaw to the left with a little bit of pitch. One more time. Same exact craft. Oh, well, that's good, Beaks. Yes, Aqualex. That one was no yaw. Interesting. Interesting. All right. I gotta check something. Excuse me. Still a little sick. Yes, oh no. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Alright, hold up a second here. So, let's try this. Let's do the same thing for every test. Same vessel collision is on. Move this to 20.6 and then gizmo it from there. No SAS on, watch the rates. We're gonna make Diaglock? Yeah, sup. I made it the other day, which was really funny. That one was pitch 77. That one pitched forward, interestingly enough. Yeah, Catfish, I've had the flu, dude. Yeah, annoying. Or just the gnarliest head cold in existence, dude. I had a fever the other day. I was streamed Monday and Tuesday, dude. Not good. Don't get me wrong, I'm still like, right now, but a lot better than I was 2 days ago. Ah, the flu. Right. Well, J-Speed, maybe it's random. Let's prove that it's random. Same thing. Same vessel collision is on. Set that to 20. Well, set it to 25. That might make a difference, but let's see what it does now. That's another thing that we were trying to test, but... Stay there. Don't DCX on me. Whew. All right. Totally disengage this. So that one pitched backwards, right? Let's try a slow moving of the drive. Don't try to just click this. What is DCX? That's DCX. The reason why I said don't DCX on me is because that. Aqualex, there's no difference in testing the drive down here versus testing it in space. If it yaws down here, it's going to yaw up there. That's just from experience, homie. I'm just trying to... I mean, we could prove it, but I know that it's going to do that. A drive that yaws down here is going to yaw up there. Yeah. Yeah, demos, yeah. Yeah, seeing DCX tip over. The project got canceled because of landing leg malfunction. Can you believe that? That's how stupid we were in the 90s when it comes to aerospace. Same result. Interesting. Yeah, guys, I'm pretty sure it's just how it kind of goes in. How that kind of spawns on the map. It's interesting because this thing is consistently pitching in one way or the other, right? It's consistently going back and forth with now strut adherence, the strut attachment mechanism definitely did something. It definitely did something, because now it only pitches forward and back. It does not yaw at all, which is very interesting. That's very weird. When I was testing using rigid attach, so yeah. Well, that point, so yeah, I mean, TX, a lot of you guys are saying, well, it's float point. Yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I want to prove it. That's all. We could sit here and write it off as a float point error, but we won't know until we actually prove the damn thing. Yeah, Clicks, yeah. Bouncing it on the ground, right? Yeah. Yes, okay, that's cool. Yeah, variable vessel interaction on the plate. That's cool. So my idea, that's what this idea was, guys. The idea was putting the grip pads here. And grip pads will grip anything that's near them. It doesn't really matter if it's same vessel or not same vessel collision. It will grip. It will not move these things. So this is like attached, like super gluing these things in, right? Or at least theoretically it should be. I'm wondering what this looks like now with the grip pads holding those landing legs in place. For the piston, you had good luck with rigid attach. Okay, good to know. We haven't tried rigid yet. Which one would you guys want to do? Would we want to do... You know what? Rigid attach. Let's try that 95. You seem to be having good results with that. So rigid attach basically is like welding something. It's like layering a weld. It won't move around. But the downside of rigid attach is that if you're resisting a force like that, it's easier for it to snap off. It's basically a joint reinforcement. But you're more susceptible to shearing loads. All right, so let's leave those grip pads there because that's just as tested. And you said, oh, this one already has rigid attachment on. I think I must have enabled it yesterday right when I was like super sleepy and went to bed, dude. Yeah, if you want the chassis to flex, Beaks, yeah. Well, that's probably one of the reasons, 95, why this drive is so damn smooth. Interesting. So, alright, well, that just shows that rigid attach definitely makes the drive smoother, that's for sure. So now let's try my grip pad idea. Screw it. Let's do it. Try with it off so we know for sure. Yeah, it really comes to 54 something that I'm really trying to seeing here is that it all basically comes down to how these legs plant themselves on the plate. Interestingly enough. There's so many parts in your builds I don't recognize. I guess they're DLC parts. The only parts that are DLC in this is the hydraulic and the cow controller. Everything else is part of the stock game, dude. Alright, let's see what this does. Yeah, pretty inconsistent. Yeah, that was yaw left pitch up, which is back into the left, back into the left. No. Well, we've talked about spinning the drives before 54. That spinning drives do work, dude, but yeah. Could the cow controllers be offsetting the center of mass? Cow controllers are a physics-less part, dude, so their mass information Maverick is being applied to this piece, the structural tube. So it actually, they took the aggregate mass from this to help improve physics simulation, which is 10 kilos, and applied it to this piece instead. So no, the physics-less parts aren't really making a difference. Now, if I had a non-physics-less part like this beam right here, yes, that would absolutely make a difference. I'm not sure the grip pads are really going to make a difference here, but let's turn rigid attach off on that and we'll see what it does. How about a different plate? Well, I'm using a physics-less plate, Hal. The reason why is physics-less plates don't move around. They don't move. That's why I'm using the FLA5 for a plate. They don't move around. It's physics-less. It doesn't move. Physics parts don't drift. Physics-less parts don't drift. And we know, we prove that. That's a given. So I'm gonna try to get this thing to hover. Let's see, 95, if we can get this thing to stable hover like we did before. I have a feeling we won't be able to. I too am physics-less and don't move. No, I don't seem to see that much of a difference in control. The SAS is very much isolating this out. And this is with non-rigid attach, which is interesting. Now, shut the SAS off. What does it give us? Pitch yaw to the right. Again. Interesting. Same exact thing. I think it has more to do with higher load. Agreed. What music is this? Matt, it's... I got a link for you. There you go. It's timestamped with the last thing I was listening to on there, but yeah. Did I see your last? No. Here's a simple mechanism to add thrust vectoring to your design without reducing payload capacity. Ah, yeah, the tree drive. You're using a tree drive for control. I see it. No problem, Matt. Give me 1 second, dudes. The hinges are attached to the piston. The hinges are attached to the piston. They are for control trim. I'll just carry through the piston, so... Yeah, I got you, yes. It's roughly in line with the idea I was looking at it with tree drives. Yeah, okay. Cool. Alright, fellas, well... I think we should move to load testing this thing. What about 6 small pads on the plate? Snap so they are all the same height. $95, you think this can... Well... Give me 1 second, because I'm checking something. I think it's safe to say that the K drive has matured to a high degree. Yeah. What if it was one guy, six guns? Yeah. Leave the math to the big guys, dad joke. Okay. There was a firefight. Caplish, am I going to be catching any rocket launches this year in person? It's possible, dude, but financially prohibitive, dude. Weddings and stuff do be like that. Mutter, I don't want to put stuff on the plate. I kind of want to move into load testing this drive. The next thing I really want to see is that if this drive has something pulled next to it, does it do that yaw pitch off to the right? You know what I mean? So let's go straight to what we were messing with yesterday. And this is what I should have done yesterday. After every change to a drive, we should have done all the testing that we just did. That's why I was kind of going around in circles yesterday. But, yeah, that's what happens when you're just sick. Hey, Dave, 70-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, what if it scrubs, Aqualux? Brimo would kill me. Have my wedding and kiss the bride at T-0. What if it scrubs? Brima would kill me, and then also the launch provider. Your prediction is that this thing is going to tip. There's not enough SAS. The rocket objected. Oh, God, don't do that to me. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. All right, so this is straight to 288 tons. Let's see. This should be able to move this. I got a message, dude. Hold on. I gotta take this. You may now kiss the hold. Oh, God, dude. I would be in so much trouble. Okay. Yep. All right. I have to read that later. Human Kesta, welcome to Verizon Wireless, dude. Business and stuff. That side of Falcon Heavy, that side view of Falcon Heavy was pretty insane, Dave. Yeah. What do you mean? Did you? Oh. Wait, Dave, what are you talking about? Were you at the last one or what? All right, drive should be engaging here right around now. Yep. There's the wiggles that you encounter with load. That's the reason why I wanted to put the grip pads on here, because see, you get plate oscillations under load like that. Yep. Boom! That video of the rocket launch from South Carolina, I believe. Oh, right on. Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Saber. Yeah, I think it's best to just not have any space stuff at the wedding at all. Just, yeah, let's not do that. That was with rigid attachment on. Or groomsmen dress as Kerbals. No. No. What's up, Yarg? Not even a shuttle cake? Okay, maybe a shuttle cake. Kind of wondering what happens if we move the grip pads down here at point of adherence to make sure that it doesn't freak out. Let's see what that does. So this thing is clearly powerful enough to lift this thing. It's just, once again, that little pitch and yaw force, right? When we were using the drive with nothing on it, gets compounded exponentially when we have 280 tons. This is the kind of things that I'm wondering about. There's got to be a way to get this thing to stay still under load. And I think grip pads might be the solution here, but we'll check it. Yeah, Shady, but you have to have same vessel collision on the landing legs, so they can't be all clipping into each other. They have to be in a way that they have to be in a position that where they don't hit each other. Sorry. Fellas, you know what I was thinking? If strut symmetry makes a difference, maybe leg symmetry does too. That would be something worth looking into. Yeah, see? Even when we get near the grip pad. You don't want them to do that. You don't want them to bounce around like that. Uh-oh. Go up! Okay. I guess this works. I'm just gonna drag this over here, fellas. Don't mind me. Sir, this is a space program. Alright. Yeah, those grip pads definitely do hold stuff in place. They see me slide in. Interesting. Now it's really a pod racer. It kind of does look like one, yeah. It looks like Neva Key for the pod racing fans. Alright guys, hold on 1 second. So, with this drive, I'm wondering... Oh, 95. This had rigid attach on the landing legs as well. Nice, Clayton. Okay, hear me out, but instead of a tier 40, yeah, the tiered cake is just rocket stages. I don't think we have the money to do that. Yeah, Zerata, the grip pads grip. I know. Shocking revelation from your boy over here. All right. So I'm gonna test no grip pad with rigid attachment off and see what this does. We're going back to no load testing here. Yeah, Aqualex. I'm more looking for symmetry placement anomalies, less what you're doing, but if we did do that, yeah, what you're saying is right. And one cake and it explodes. Oh boy. I know, riveting content here. You're breaking the game? Oh yeah, Andy, we're Yeah, we're breaking things. Watch this. The Cal is in one of the DLCs with the robotics. Oh, Sirius is here. Ooh. Huh. No rigid attachment on those legs really smoothed that out. Here, let's see. Let's try to slow out the force here. Set climb rate down to basically nothing. Hold on. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Change the climb rate to nothing. Okay. Rates are basically nothing. Smooth. Very smooth. Still a little bit of backwards force, but that might have been the inherited force from when we shut off SAS. That was nice. Okay, 95. I'm gonna remove the grip pads. And then I'm gonna remove my flat spot out of the cal controller. Let's see what this thing does. So I'm not 100. I know it'll lift 280 tons, but I'm not 100% sure that it'll be nice and stable. But let's just trial test it. Let's see. See, the difference between yesterday and today is that I'm trying to stick with one design and trying to figure out basically what makes it work. Understanding what we made. The problem is I was just changing things willy-nilly yesterday, and yeah, that was fun and gave us a lot of explosions, but yeah, once again, we got to put this thing, we're going to put this thing in an interplanetary ship. It needs to be, we need to understand what the frick we made, especially if we're going to be accelerating things, like we're going to have a Grissom going 200 kilometers a second or something. So what actually is this thing, chap? You know the Epstein drive from The Expanse? If KSP could be multiplayer, what would you like to do? Have a space program. Have launch pads, integration teams. Iron. That'd be really cool. Yeah, Aqualux, I'm in. I want to be able to accelerate way more than 3Gs, but yes. See, fellas, something interesting to note. And this is what I mean about leg symmetry. See this one right here? Watch. What about you? Interesting. The reason why this is interesting is because that's the part that I placed in symmetry. This is the part. So I set it to 6x symmetry and then I placed this one. And I think that's pretty telling that the one that I placed down first is acting different than all the other ones. I don't think that's a coincidence, but we got to prove it. Yeah, okay. It was enough to push, but the second we started pushing it, oh, that's good. Why did you remove the grip pads? RJ, I wanted to try and isolate one thing at a time. So, alright, get rid of that for a second. Let's go down in here so I can get better editor control. So that was the first one that I placed. And that one right there was the one that was freaking out, interestingly enough. It started freaking out before all the other ones. So, here's what we're gonna do. Let's just, no radial, just place it. That's the position that it's supposed to be in, maybe one tick back. Let me check the adherence position. I screwed up. Don't save. Gotta remember that the legs auto-strut the heaviest parts, so adding the tank changed the drive. Yeah. Editor controls. Yeah, you're right. Did it run that auto-strut down there, Mutter? Oh yeah, it did. Where were they running otherwise? The hydraulic casing. Yeah, that's the tree drive. That's what Hired was making yesterday. No, the only way would be to attach them to a robotic piece, Dwarshek. If you attach these things to a robotic piece, then they'll work correctly. There we go. I just had these for markers. So I know where to put them. So I'm trying individual placement, and I want to see where that gets us. Yeah, maybe Aqualex, yeah. And with the Grissom, the heaviest part isn't on the center line of the ship. Yeah. So mounting this on, my solution there is to mount this on a docking port. Mount this on a docking port with rotation unlocked, and then use hybrid tech to hold it in place. We know that hybrid tech can take load because we used hybrid tech to the hybrid tech to hold the SRBs in place. Hybrid tech is really good at not moving around. That might be the solution here. Mount the whole thing on a robotic right? On a passive robotic part, right? And then use hybrid tech to hold it in place. Yeah, okay, cool. Let's see what this individual leg placement gets us. Once again, I want to get to the bottom of how this thing works. I really need to do a deep dive here on Kraken drives to get our Grand Tour ship figured out. That's really important. Yeah, we want to make sure this thing doesn't give us the stanky leg. Come on, baby. Huh. Now the runway is coded differently? No, I haven't tried launching it off the pad. I don't know what you mean when you say the pad's coded differently, though. Immediately. Big roll from that drive, or big yaw from that drive. Interesting. I don't know, RJ, maybe. I mean, the collider geometry. Colliders don't change between VAB and SPH, dude. Pretty damn sure. If that was the case, nothing I tested ever out on the pad would work exactly the same when we put pads out in the VAB. At least I think that's what you're saying. So honestly, that thing had some pretty pretty nuts deviation right there. Okay, I got a nutty idea here. That's not it. Deleting the hydraulic was not part of my nutty idea. Back to rigid. Dude, you think rigid with this is a good idea? Rigid with no sim? I mean, we could... Yeah, moderate, you know what? It'd be good to test while we're here. Let's go around the horn again. Make sure everything is right. Rigid on legs is not a good idea. Under significant load, they pop off. We know that the ends of the runway are slanted compared to gravity, though. I wouldn't say it has no influence, but I expect there are other larger effects. I think it's a negligible difference, Aqualux, because drives that work down there do the drive that works down here, like a drive that yaws down here will yaw up in space. So I think it's whatever it is, it's negligible. It's not influencing the design. Test it by all means. Mutter, I don't want to do this because 95 is right. When we tested the drive under load with rigid attach on everything, like this exact drive last night, it popped all the legs off. So I don't want to do this. Here's what I want to try. I noticed that the original leg that we placed in symmetry was freaking out, right? We noticed that. It was freaking out. But the other ones weren't. So what I want to do is something a little bit strange here. I want to take this leg, remove it from symmetry, go over here, go to this side, place these legs in symmetry, right? And then just move them one tick out. And then take that one, remove it from symmetry, and put that in position. And then get rid of the other 5. I'm wondering if that's going to mess with this. Like a 5-axis symmetry node, is if that's going to screw up anything. Yeah, Mutter, some of those crafts were pitching forward, that's for sure. Because if we have it set to radial out, it'll eventually autocorrect to just get plumb straight with gravity. But we'd have to sit there and watch the thing just pendulum for a little while. Like what you do, like what the cars with the, like wheels. Yeah, Dwarshak, always something to learn, dude. This is why I know so much about the editor and how Kerbal works. I know what's going to work and what's not. And I think I made a pretty good case for why I know things are going to work and what is and isn't going to work with the station and the shuttle. The only thing I got wrong, was the arm. Everything else I got right. We didn't have any Kraken strikes. That and the solar panels. It was the arm and the panels. Everything else worked correctly. Shuttle, even the arms with me not being able to use them and manhandling them around still didn't break. See what I mean? Just doing dumb stuff like this every once in a while really, really helps keep your skills sharp. What happened to the solars? Grandparents strutting them, they started freaking out. The solars on the end of a robotic piece started freaking out. You got a grandparent strut it. Alright, let's let it go. What happens? Interesting. No wind. The dancing legs only happen under load, Dwarshak, but... See, interestingly enough, this drive now, when we let it go, it just wants to pitch. See? Not much in the way of roll and yaw. It just wants to pitch. So that pitching moment right there could be what you guys are talking about. So what I'm gonna do is we'll go to the dead center of the runway, and then we'll test it again to see what happens. I feel like we should be making some kind of noise. Oh, dude, no, I got the right one. I got the right one. We got to be careful. I don't want to play it too much, but. Yep. Yep. Makes sense. Are we in the center of the runway? Yeah, that's the center. Right here. All right, Oculus, let's see. All right, so let's shut it off. What does it do? It still wants to pitch forward just a little bit. Interesting. Okay. According to KSP, George Jetson should have been born by now. Don't do that again. You should put some glowy lights on there, okay? There's really no difference in the center of mass here, Dvorshak, but I honestly think it's just the legs jittering around a little bit, dude. To be perfectly and maybe a little harshly honest, I haven't seen much improvement in the last couple of hours in terms of stability. It's because we're not trying to improve the stability 95. Yeah, I mean, you're probably playing your own game and whatnot, dude, but yeah, we're not trying to improve the stability. We're trying to understand the drive. That means not changing it. Just in case you were wondering. I'll flip it around, Mutter. Let's see what happens. Alright, ready? Boop. Nope. Still pitching at 1 degree a second radian. Yep, okay. Yeah, the Trimaxian drone ship ordered on. I'm with you. Alright. Power test, just for fun. Ready? You guys want to go fast? Do you think they would intentionally add Kraken Tech in KSP2? No. We have near future drives, guys, so yeah, I'm not too incredibly worried. Is it the same in relation to the ship or the ground? Ship. Exactly, PY. This is what 20,000 hours of KSP gets you. Freaking rattle. Okay, alright, we're alright.
Discovery.
Man, I hope we don't overheat. Those balls are getting pretty hot. That was the probe core. Well, we're gonna die now. Yeah. Well, I don't think we're getting that one back. So let's just, yeah. I don't think we're getting that. I don't think we're. Romanov, ka-chow. I don't think we're getting that one back. So we'll just pretend we didn't see it. Oh, that third prototype? Yeah, I don't know where that went. Sorry, yeah, I think I left it in the sock drawer. Or something. Do you think if you rotated the assembly of struts 90 to 180, it'll change the direction of pitch? Where's the center of mass? Boop. But do you see right when we stepped on the gas, it pitched? It's very interesting, dudes. All right. 95, per what you were saying, you said that we could probably lift up more than this. So let's see, just as another test, let's see what this thing can lift. Just out of curiosity. So how about we go, we'll start with we don't need to go with 288. We know that works. Actually, no, we didn't check it with a are we still on rigid attach? We still are on rigid attach. All right, so this is rigid attach with 288 tons, no legs in symmetry. "50 years later, an alien galactic government shows up a bit people. What the hell is this?" Yeah, I don't know, man. That didn't come from here. Why does it say made in Kerbal on it? Wasn't me, it was Crussians. Is it a new Kraken drive? That's right, Supercraft. Yep. Yeah, 95. I think that it's just the plate interfaces a different way every time. I honestly think the control surface SAS, dude, that's smart, man. I like it. I think we should do that. Control surface SAS is a really good idea. And I was thinking about a way to incorporate it right into the drive. Oh yeah, she's starting to jitter. But, interesting thing, fellas. Now that one's out of symmetry, and the other ones are out of symmetry based off of the original placement part, they're all jiggling equally. We get equal and opposite jiggling. Well, that's pretty strong. It's gonna explode, but that's pretty strong. Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. What? No, did you see? All of them were moving in unison, and that actually was a lot more stable than before. All right. Finally, after 2 hours? Yeah, no thanks to you, pal. Alright. 866 tons. If it does this, I'll be pretty impressed. 95. I'm not sure it'll do it. But we'll see. I see nothing. Nopers. Nopers. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, 95, same vessel collision over control surfaces. See, S-Master and Aqualix were saying, like, use, control, like, use the hinges to do what you're talking about, but the control surfaces are already bound to SAS, so we could skip a step doing it that way. That's why I want to mess with that. It's smart. Smart idea. No, dude, that's a pretty awesome avenue of research, man. That's why I said, like, dude, you got the mind. You got the mind on your money, and your money on your mind. This will lift, you believe? All right. Let's see what she does. This is, what was this? 800 tons? 860 tons. Hey, Bregant, how are you? Yeah, there's that rigid attach is what's doing that. 95. That's rigid attach. That's why that thing's freaking out. It looks like valve. We straight up broke the hydraulic. Wow. The hydraulic broke? Yeah, okay. More like hydraulic. Wrecked. Alright, let's shut rigid attach off on these. More or less J-speed. Yeah. The Cracker Drive needs to be able to push these things in, so... Alright, 95. Robotic parts suck, air brakes are superior. Yeah. Yeah, Dorkfish, I am a Sikh. I did mess with an auto strut there, but I don't want to change too many variables. We just shut off all the landing lanes. I think we figured back in the leg cannon days that more mass is stronger legs. More mass equals stronger legs. Yeah. Drink some water? Alright. Let's see what happens now. This is with no rigid attach on the landing legs, but rigid attach enabled on the hydraulic. Our hydraulic is set to 611 meganewtons of force. No, I don't need a drink water button. I'll just do it. No force. That's distractions, man. I don't want to do that. Use channel points to get emotes or whatever. That is one hell of an oscillation. Yeah, snap the piston right off. In the middle of something predominant. I don't want to do the leg stretch break, man. Oh, that's perfect, RJ. So we're consistently getting a result here, which is good, but I'm thinking this will help hold this thing in position, or at least it should, because the hydraulic is what's freaking out right now. And as before, we're not putting anything in symmetry. Haven't left yet. My design doesn't have the structural tube, but the piston is instead node attached on a physics-less plate, which might have good node strength. Physics-less plate. I'm attached on an octag strut, which is physics-less as well, dude. I mean, the physics-less plate does have a larger attachment node. That's... It does. It does. I don't know why the piston is breaking. Well, 95, what I would be more interested now is, can you just give me like a 3/4 view of your design? I would be curious to replicate exactly what you did and see if it works on my end. Okay, there's the oscillations. How do you keep your beard not so gray? It just comes in like that, dude. Genetics, I guess. I don't know. Alright, this is about where it broke before. Man, that thing is pissed. Your piston is pushing and not pulling. Do the auto struts all go to the same tank? Yep. No, Black, so I don't want to just download his. I want to replicate the design. All right. So that's consistently doing that regardless of the struts. So the struts don't do nothing. That's... Could you check your last untagged post? I was talking about mixing the thrust of individually controllable leg pushers using how you can make two cals average out their commands when set to the same priority. You set one to go from 0 to 1. Set one to 0 ventral pusher and then 1 to 0 to dorsal pusher. You get 0 to 100 travel plus or minus 5 on dorsal ventral. Now you have the trim set. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's an idea that will work. Control surfaces will do all that for you. And it already works with SAS. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I understood what you're making. I understood what you're saying to do. But you keep saying no. I get it. I know what you're making. I understand what you're proposing. I understood it when you told me it yesterday, dude. At least I think. I'm pretty sure I do. I mean, maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know, dude. So does the symmetry, not symmetry thing make a difference? I don't know, Dwarshak. I don't know. You want to try it? I think we should. Just to see. Alright, so this is all symmetry, no rigid attach. I wonder if you could put the control surfaces on the plate so it's built into the drive. That's what I was thinking, Mutter. Integrate it right into the drive so it pushes up one side, pushes up another side. If implemented correctly, yeah, you could just block one leg from working or push in one leg a little bit more and you could, yeah, you could trim it right out. Trim the drive right out. That's kinda, from what I understand, that's pretty much what Aqualex is saying, but we don't need to have cal controllers slave to a bunch of different things. You just put a bunch of control surfaces in place and have some of them block the plate. The side that blocks the plate it'll apply force, it'll apply more force in that direction, right? Like, oh, well then that's my fault. My thought was being able to set a trim manually. Yeah, no, and what I'm telling you is that we could do that with control surfaces. That's what 95 was doing, dude. Here, look. No, that's the tweeters. Here. Check this out, man. What you're saying is exactly the right track. That's exactly what I'm thinking. But look. See what I mean? That does exactly what you're talking about. But it uses control surfaces, which are trimmable out of the box. That would also influence your RCS firing. Well, these are individually movable as well. But if we moved the deployment angle on those on a cal controller? Very tasty. Very tasty. I like this. I want to do this, Aqualex. This is a good idea. Alright, so we're back in symmetry with this design. Image sent through Discord. Hopefully it helps. Thank you. Everything is jiggling in symmetry. Oh my gosh. Right about now is when the thing usually breaks. Huh. That's cool that that fixed that. Let's see what it does now. Wait, you need to stir some paint? Oh, okay. Would you like your paint exploded and already applied to the wall? Oh. Warp field stabilized. Did you see that though? Auto strutting that might be the fix to our problem here. I was able to make Kraken drives from a few years ago, built around aircraft gear, but these just explode immediately for you. Yeah. You gotta set spring and damper all the way to 0. AT. Well, it's behind an active hydraulic door shack, so technically setting this to a heaviest part strut, setting that to a heaviest part strut is just running it to this. It's just a strut to hold that in place. And that coupled with the 4 struts hold the thing up and down and left, right, forward, and back. Interesting. Interdasting. Yeah, because you don't... Auto struts don't go between an animatable part. Because auto struts aren't animatable. If you try to move an auto strut around or a regular strut around, you get a nasty float point error, which is... That causes the jiggling. Say animatable. What the frick nuggets is going on here? What? Hello? Hi. Sap the power. I made the overclock too high. Interesting. That's weird that works. But auto strutting that doesn't seem to do what I'm thinking it's gonna do. It does help hold that plate in place, but it doesn't dampen out the oscillations. Alright, let's take a look at 95's drive. I really want to see if this is replicatable. Like, can I build the exact same thing in my version of Kerbal and have it work? So his is... Plate, hydraulic plate. And I'm going to go ahead and guess that the legs are probably attached to the plate as well. Legs are attached to a physicsless part as... Are the legs attached to... Yeah, they're green in that picture. Yeah, I agree. That looks right to me, Mutter. So what I did was, instead of attaching mine to the housing, I attached mine to that physics-less part as well. So I have physics-less part, hydraulic, right, plate, and then physics-less part landing legs. Landing legs have the right configuration on. That has rigid attach. Let's see what it does. How did Einstein explain the quantum? How did Einstein explain quantum with that spooky movement? Quantum? Yes. Because of bananas. That's how he did it. If this works, then your structural tube isn't being used at all. Yeah, it's just a part. It's just a part in the tree. Yeah, something to mount it to. The oscillations are definitely still there, but they're not nearly as bad as they were. I think that's what we were missing. The landing legs are mounted to a physics-less part. Okay, come on, baby. It should stabilize or explode. What the frick just happened? Dude, that was awesome. Dude, it was so mad. That's pretty good, man. Could the landing legs be packed too tight? They look to be about the same spacing apart that his are. Do it again, do it again, do it again. That was pretty funny, man. Again, please. Alright. I think the struts might be messing this thing up. No, I'm serious. I think the struts are the problem. I'm wondering if 95 used the bigger attachment point for that. So let's try that. Right? Okay. No struts on it this time. Rigid attach. Yeah, keep the grandparent part on there. And you know what? We'll move down to 280 tons just because. But he only has 4x symmetry, so there's no legs on the corners of the piston of the collider box. His legs are in 6x symmetry if I'm looking at that correctly. Small phone screen, sorry. All good, man. The top plate might be the answer. Mutter, the next thing here would be to just see if we can replicate his drive exactly. So, honestly, his drive didn't have an auto strut there. You're pissed on is pissed off. Yeah. Definitely see that. Okay, so with the struts, we're not experiencing nearly as much oscillations here. It's actually pretty damn smooth, she said. But then again, we're not moving as much mass. Spoink! Oh, yeah, we broke the piston off. Okay. Yep, okay. Yep, that's, yeah, it does. It was upset. It was not happy with me there. That's good to know. All right. Let's try to replicate it, dude. Let's see if we can build this exact thing. So it's an FLA5, large attachment point with a hydraulic. That's a one, is it a 1 PT? Or no, 3P6. So we need 3P6 hydraulic. That's the wrong way. Right? His is pushing. It. So that means his has to be gizmoed. 95's has to be gizmoed like this. Because that means when it goes to push, it should compress that second plate, right? Am I stupid? Yeah, okay. Maybe it's just attached backwards. But attaching pistons backwards like that, Raid, pisses the game off. That really makes the game angry, attaching this backwards. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Schmoog. Interesting. I mean, no, it has to be. It has to be like that, dude. There's no other way that design would go together. So it has to be placed like this and then rotated 90 degrees into position like that. What you doing? What's up, Super? I'm breaking KSP. Figuring out ways to make drives, make a propulsion mechanism that makes the Kraken upset. Yeah, so that means that's what it does right there. So no damping, right? And then we have rigid attachment. Six-X symmetry, top down, like this. Okay. What is this? It's a faster than light drive mechanism, Duncan time. Watch. Let me build it out and then I'll show you, dude. I'll show you what it does. It's pretty cool. There's ways in Kerbal to break the game so you can make stuff that goes like, that flies around like Star Wars ships, dude. So this is like a drive core for like an X-Wing or something. So this one that I'm trying to mess around with. This is one that one of my buddies made, a viewer in the chat, but he's not here right now. So leave a message after the beep. No, I'm trying to see if I can replicate this drive. This thing is like, yeah, literally Kessel Run in 12 parsecs type stuff, if you're a Star Wars fan. KSP 2 early access. Yeah, man. Physicsless Kraken drive control rod actuator. So hype? Yeah, me too, man. So he has the throttle on a fine control. Control rod actuator's at 100. The other one's at 5 because it's a regular overclock. All right, so the overclock, go here, force limiter. And then make that go out there like that. Set that to 0.5. That should be right. Okay, so now control rod actuator, there was a step in the design there. He has a little step up going there to from here to here, and it goes to like .9. Yeah, that'll give you a better throttle control. I see what he's doing. So the control, yeah, you get fine control going through there. I don't think we're gonna get much past this, but we'll think his is stepped on a 1 value here, so let's switch that to 1. Yeah, okay. Alright. Just join. What are you engineering? I'm trying to replicate a viewer's Kraken drive, Jazzos, that that can move around ridiculous amounts of mass. So let's see. Let's see what it does. We need to set that one. Same vessel, right? Yep. Okay. And then just like everything else that we've made, let's just give it SAS, a battery for some power, and then just an RGU. Alright guys, let's see what this does. Yeet Stick 9.5. I'm way more okay with early access than an unfinished game we're told is complete. The honesty is a good thing. Yeah, Beto, I'm kind of with you. Too many yeet sticks. Wait, what? Too many? No. No. You can never have enough yeet sticks, man. Alright. Oh, I gotta bind up the, Nope. Unbind the controller, because those need same vessel collision. Alright, let's see how... Oh! Alright, make some changes here. 0.8. Uh-oh. Ow. First test was a success. I hope it thumbnailed like that. That would have been awesome. So 0.9 didn't work. Let's ramp up at 0.7 and go from there. Actually, 0.8 should do us right because we couldn't throttle down that drive to hover. And then, all right, we gotta go. We gotta go in here, set that cow controller to play position throttle. All right, set that to very fine control. Save that. And then there was one other thing. Same vessel collision. There we go. All right, cool. All right, this is Yeet Stick 95, take 2. Great success. Yeah, okay, perfect. And very smooth. Okay, so a couple of viewers were asking. Well, actually you weren't, but What does, so this drive is cool. It hovers around, right? That's really neat. Watch this. How do you control this? You push this, use the hydraulic to push the plate up against the landing legs. And it does that. Okay. Alright. Okay, we died. Yep. Oh, there's pieces of it over there. Yep. Okay. Hey, the probe core survived. That's good. That thing, dude, that thing got out of the hole real fast. That thing got out of the hole real quick. That was like a bullet being shot out. Awesome. That's pretty cool. Yep. 95 with his little winky face. Alright, well. Let's see what you got here, big boy. $280 tons. All right, here we go. Yeah, the early aileron drives where you just flapped it a bunch of times and it kept going. Yeah, that was funny. Good times. Game's changed so much since then, dude. Yeah, there was a time, guys, where you could just go up, you could hit W and S and your wings would flap and it'd just create thrust. I mean, it's not technically wrong, but also the ladder drive, yes. All right, let's see what she gets with 280 tons. Okay. Well, it did lift it. Yeah, that's fine. Two. Let's see. 2 tanks. You bet KSP 2 was a flop. Who wants to put money on it? I'll put money on it, generic, by buying it. Okie dokie. Okay, let's see if we can lift up 2 of these things. Current mass of the vehicle is 577 tons. Yeah, Danny. I know Danny Super Duncan. Yeah, Danny's cool, man. Cool dude. Okay. I don't think KSP is going to be a flop at all. KSP2 is going to be a flop at all, guys. I don't know, Dworshak. I honestly have no idea. I can't figure this out. I'm not... That... Like, dude, it's an exact copy. The only thing I can think of is that maybe my overclock isn't as high. So maybe turn down the overclock? So on his, that is lined up with the end of the length indicator bar when it's compressed, and that one goes right into the center of that icon right there. Right into the center of the icon, right on the end of the length bar. What overclock is that at? 513. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, Rocket. It's... I think KSP2 is going to be awesome. I think it's going to be fun. It might not have everything that KSP1 doesn't like have out of the box, dude, but KSP2 is going to have exactly what I've been wanting. Better aerodynamics, better thermals, better physics simulation, better graphics. They literally could just remake KSP1 with those 4 things and I would buy it. Does he do anything weird with the auto struts on that plate? I don't think so, dude. It should get you better performance, Alucard, yeah. Let's ramp it on real slow. I have a doubt. I don't, Mr. President. I don't know, as maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. Rocket Guy, we replicated his design pretty much exact. It is exact. It's the same. It's Wait, does he have auto strut on? Nope. Auto strut disabled. On traverse rate, no damping. Target session 0 to 160. Enable the rigid connection. All right. See, this is why he was telling me, oh, I could do this, I could do it, I could do this. And I was like, dude, I want to see pictures. And he showed me pictures. And I'm like, huh. So there's something that we're missing here. There's something different. And I'm not sure what it is. It could be that hydraulic is on backwards. That's the one thing that I can think of that could be variable. Our casing could be on backwards, but if it's on backwards, then how could the drive be a pusher? He said it was a pusher drive. Spring and damper on your legs are set to 0. Yeah, of course. Oh, you're here. $95, I know you're at work, dude, so I won't waste so much of your time. The bottom part of the hydraulic is attached to the plate up there, and then this plate is attached to the movable part of the hydraulic, right? Shouldn't be here working, yeah. Say it's a very important business call. Okay, so that's right. Send the file? Nah, I don't want it. I don't want it, chillin'. We should be able to replicate this exactly. 95, mine are doing that. Do yours bounce around like that? Rigid attach definitely helped. Oh, well, there it goes. Well, it did it that time. 95, what are your landing legs attached to? Are the landing legs attached to the physics-less part, or are the landing legs attached to the hydraulic? That's the only other difference that I can think of. They're attached to the plate. What? Well, that's the only plate right there. No, yeah, guys, this is an exact copy. Rigid attach doesn't work for me. Deploy shielded. I'll change deploy shielded to enabled and turn rigid attach off. That's the only variable here that's different. No, yes, engaged. No, yes, engaged. Motor on power loss, locked. Okay. To the top physics plate, physics-less plate. Yeah, I got you. I know. Mine's built that way too. Okay. The physics delta time step J speed is the only thing I can think of. If it's an exact copy of the hierarchy. What even does deploy shielded do? It allows it to be deployed when it's inside of a payload bay or fairing, Pigzig. I don't know how that would change anything, but I'm not gonna know for sure. It shouldn't change anything, but we won't know for sure until we try it. So, same vessel on, bring this in. SAS engaged, radial out. Oh, what the? Why does that make a difference? Why does deploy shielded make a difference? What? Am I stupid? Why would that, what could that possibly be affecting to change how it attaches? Should I answer that? Yes. No, don't. All right, 95. No, we just had rigid connections enabled, but I shut off rigid and flipped the deploy shielded to the disabled state, and now it works. All right, 95, you said you could lift up 4 of these things. Okay. Not stupid, just need more KSP hours. I have enough of those. Could it be running different code in either situation? Well, yeah, we changed a variable, obviously. We changed the state of a variable. I just don't know why changing the state of said variable that has to do with fairing deployment and undeployment is going to change anything at all. Okay, how much is this? 1,153 tons. We zapped our electrical charge immediately. Okay. Maybe to make the landing legs deploy in a fairing, they give the landing legs a different collider box or change some properties. I mean, yeah, Dwar, obviously that they did. Obviously they did, right? Like, right? Like, stupid batteries. Yeah, Mutter. I'm wondering about our design. I swear if that was the only thing holding us back, I'm gonna be a little upset. But, hey, we learned something. Man, this is big. That's what she said. Alright, we'll do this. We'll do it again, but slower.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
G-Core. 78 months. Long time no see. Yeah, man. How you doing? How's things, dude? Busy, busy, busy. That's good, man. Not a bad problem to have. Float drift doesn't happen like that, Tessa. Load it up slow. Very, very incrementally slow. Nothing in any of my testing ever in KSP, Tessa, suggests that, but I mean, maybe. Does the bottom plate have SVI on? Yeah, of course, dude. You see Juno New Origins tried yet? No, I haven't tried it. Nice distance. Oh. Ooh, that's probably an issue. Dude, at 95, I don't know how you're doing this, man. Nice Crocs. I don't know how you're doing this, dude. Ah, you give it a 10? All right. All right. Spasibo. The tanks were empty, the opposite of full. Maybe having the KRAKEN SAS had something to do with it. Ten out of 100. Blech. I'll take my time out. Okay, cool. Damn it. Maybe having the KRAKEN SAS had something to do with it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Alright, well, it moved 2, but can it move 3? Dogga, Leo. Just a little bit, dude. I know like 6 or 7 words. He tried. PY, I stopped last, well, I stopped about a year ago. No particular reason. And you know what? You know what the funny thing is, dude? I stopped, and now when I look at Cyrillic again, it's gibberish. Nope. Yep, I totally forgot. It happens to me too. I'm like, I was watching a movie and there was some Russian in it. I'm like, oh, what is that? Yep, I don't know what that says. All right, cool, sweet. I don't know, dudes. If it was American movie letters, it probably means nothing. It was from a movie called Red Notice, I think. Hang on. So, here, take a look, dude. So they're in a Russian prison in the movie, right? The only variable I could think of would be the Kraken SAS, yeah. Alright, 95. Yep. Yeah. Dwayne The Rock Johnson and Ryan Reynolds. Rome, what do you think of that, dude? It makes sense. It's propaganda, obviously. Yeah, dude, I can't read it. There was a time where I could get close. Can't read it anymore. This is Akonya? No. He said I'm finished being a criminal, and you. I did. Yeah. Okay. That's I'm sure that's exactly what you'd see on the walls of a Russian prison. I'll tell you what right now, man. You wouldn't see that in an American prison. You wouldn't see crap like that. It says, oh, geez, Kem. Come on now. Come on now, pal. Yeah. Alright, dudes. Yeah, I'm not... Now, okay. So, Yeetstick 95 can move 2. It can move 2 of these pretty reliably, right? That's a pretty good little drive. I like how compact it is. Now, Mutter, what I'm curious to do is go back to Yeet Stick 6 and see what happens. We could try recreating it, Tessa, sure. But let's disable that right there. Disable this with my drive and see what happens. I'm just curious, dude. So, right? 288 tons. Well, basically pushing 600 tons here, right? 577. Anyway, yeah. I fell asleep halfway through Red Notice. It was an okay flick. It was not bad from what I saw. It was pretty funny. But I'll tell you what, dudes. I watched a movie called Bullet Train last night. Oh, that movie is awesome. That's a fun movie. It's really good. Really, really good. Good times. All right. So, let's see. Let's see if this makes a difference, dude. You're diesel. No, you're diesel. I've seen your kind before. You're diesel, just freaking everything right up. Yeah. Mutter, that absolutely made a difference. Holy crap. Yeah, that's the one with Draft did. Bullet Train's funny as hell, dude. I was laughing the entire time. But why? I don't know! I don't know! That doesn't make any sense! Alright, Yeet Stick 6, here we go. Let's go for the full thing here. Let's do it. Did I ever watch Star Trek Discovery? Nah, I didn't. All right, 1,100 tons. Let's do it. All right, let's see what this does. Once again, all I did was shut deploy shielded off. That's it. That's all. We have not changed anything else. Tessa, I don't know what it's changing, but it's changing something. The landing gear acts completely different with it on. The auto struts change? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. We'd have to go... Dude, honestly, I'd have to go look at the code. We'd have to go figure it out. And I don't know if we could do that without the source code. Okay, 1,153 tons. I do not think it's going to do this for what it's worth. Okay, here we go. Wow. I think we need more hydraulic force, no? That thing just obliterated that hydraulic. What's my hydraulic force set to? 764. Ugh. That's a really high overclock. Or change the octagonal to a plate. The thing is, now everything is attached to that mutter. Maybe grip pads beneath the plate and the landing legs. They have a ridiculously high impact tolerance. Yeah, okay. That's not, yeah, you're not wrong. What's the plate's impact? 6.0? All right, Alucard. Let's get crazy. Yeah, Bullet Train's amazing, by the way. Really, really good movie. Really fun. Really fun time. Don't take it too seriously. But it is hilarious, man. Tangerine and lemon are my favorite. Lemon's my guy. Lemon's my guy. Hey, look, just because I grew up watching Thomas the Tank Engine doesn't mean I can drive a freaking train. It taught me how to read people. It's already turned off, Tessa. Yeah, it's already turned off because I have it bound to an action group. In fact, we can just unbind it just to make sure I don't hit it by accident. I don't want to talk about it, Penta. It makes me sad. What does SVI do? Same vessel interaction. Felix, it basically activates the hitbox between two parts that are part of the same ship. Yeah. So right now, despite being part of the same ship, the grip pad is holding those legs in position. Okay, that's definitely dancing around. Alright, let's get it up here. This is when it should start moving it. 30.6 was the engagement point that made it fly before. Come on, baby. Don't break. Don't break. Stay still. You can do it. Stay with me. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Don't freak out on me. Crap. Where's that going? Ah. Damn. What broke? Structural failure between 3P6 hydraulic and octag strut. Some people are just freaking diesels. Everybody's a freaking diesel around here. They've got diesels running all up and down this train. Lemon's my guy. That's so funny, dude. The ending, though. The ending with the damn tangerine truck. Oh, it's so funny. That's such a well-written movie. I love it. Thanks, Sneaky. We just got diesels going all up and down this damn train. That's awesome. In fact, I kind of want to go watch it again after the stream tonight. Put a physical strut between the octag and the hydraulic. I don't think that's going to do what we're looking for, dude. We've tested that in the past, Tessa. It really doesn't do what we want. The only thing I can think of is a bigger attachment point. So, alright, here we go. 6.5. Let's go. We're going to do some modifications here. So, take that off for a second. Take those off for a second. Give me the FL85, right? Use up the small attachment port on the FL85. just like that. And then on the FLA5's large attachment point, right, put that in position. Now, the only thing that I can think of that's going to make this work better is the fact that we have a large attachment point on our physicsless part, because that's the part that keeps breaking. So a larger attachment node, you see how the panel has those really small attachment ports? That one has a gigantic one. That's a physicsless part that has a bigger attachment point. So that's, I mean, once again, we basically have 95's drive. This is the same thing. You're the dieselest diesel that ever did diesel. Yeah. Okay, so now take these, disable the stupid deploy shielded thing, set their spring and damper strengths to nothing, and now move these into position. Right there. Now, around 30 should be our engagement point. Good. Okay, and then we do not need that FLA5 down there to have same vessel on it. Perfect. All right, dudes. Let's just do one test with nothing on it. Did we get this? If I can move forward with this thing, I'm A-okay. I'll throw this thing right in a Grissom, and we'll see where we'll see where we can go. It'll go places real quick. Is it a mod to be able to change the dampening on the legs? The damping on the legs. Felix, no, you should be able to right-click with a part action window. You got to make sure in your settings that you have part action windows enabled. That's a huge thing that makes Kerbal. You unlock endless possibilities with KSP. Right-click, yeah, you need advanced tweakables to open up the part action windows. All right. So the other thing that we'll do is I'm going to add a step in this test. Let's go right there, plus in a point, and set it to like 1.1. Actually, that's gonna throw off my timing pretty hard. Screw that. Don't worry about it. We'll just. There we go. All right. Bring it up here manually. Bring that on. Let's see what she does. No SAS. Let's see what this does right out of the box. Oh, I forgot to put SVI on. Whoops. Okay, that was quick. Can you explain why they were considered making the EUS interstage spray-on foam insulation covered, or is that 404? Your ullage gas tanks are inside of that thing. Oh, no, the EUS interstage? It's always been covered in Sophie. Yeah, it's always been that way, dude. Alright, you know what? Screw this. Screw it. We're going right for the big tests. 1,100 tons. Recent renders have just white panels. I don't know. Everything I learned from people came from Thomas the Tank Engine. You see, you could be useful. Or you could be freaking clueless. Like Percy. Percy's just clueless. You could be a Percy. Don't be a freaking Percy. You know what the best part about that is? That's right. The diesels, if you watch Thomas the Tank Engine, I definitely did. The diesel engines were jerks. They were pieces of crap. They were always purposefully messing up the steam engines. Which, that's just really, really freaking funny to me. The fact that it's like spot on. All right, guys, here we go. Let's see what we got. Let's bring this thing up here to up there. So it will start wiggling. It'll start piggly wiggling around. Wow. Ramp it on very slowly. Ramp it on very slowly. This is not gonna. I switched that to a heaviest part because that's what's holding the entire drive. Whoa!
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You did, Tessa? Yeah, okay. Okay. Interesting. That plate was the root part on the 95 test, wasn't it? Would that matter? I'm not sure. Mutter, I'm going to go ahead and say obviously yes. Like, that's a pretty obvious yes, right? All right, let's see. Let's see what she does now. Ready? No grip plate. We may have broken the landing gear, though. Ready? Oop. Nope, it obliterated that thing right away. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Hold on. Let's just set that to heaviest from the start. And I'm gonna move the grip pad up. Move the grip pad up a little ways. Okay. Actually, yeah, we'll move that down a little bit. Just like that. Set that to SVI. And I'm wondering what happens now if both of those are set to same vessel. This is the reason why we had 2 grip pads attached to each other back in the day, so they wouldn't, with Yeet Stick 5, so this wouldn't happen, so they wouldn't blow through. Because if they hit one grip pad, they'll hit the next one right after that. I'm going to put another one down here, okay? That's to prevent the blow-by. This one does not need same vessel collision. Let's just see. I think we're super freaking close, dudes. We are there. This will move. Yeah, Stuart. How will it handle in 0G? Oh, Dave, I don't think it would move this in 0G, in microgravity, but it would be close. Hey, Bandit, 52 months. Thanks, man. I don't want to do rigid connection in the legs. We know that breaks it, Alucard. But the crazy thing is that we're finding super different results just by changing the deploy shielded flag on the landing legs, which is, yeah, interesting. We've made drives like that before, Hired. That does work. Yeah, centering the drive like that does work, but that's Band-Aid fixing a problem that apparently you can or can't have, you know? Let's see. This right around 30 on the rod actuator, on the PKD2 rod actuator, that's when it should start freaking out, or at least that's when it was freaking out before. Come on, baby. Come on. Come on. Oh, right when it wants to go. I saw it. Damn. Nice distance. I saw it. I saw it too. Alright, that was the same result, no matter what. But I didn't enable same vessel collision on that. That trial test was no good. Damn. All right, fellas, I have a solution. This usually doesn't work. This usually doesn't do anything, but struts on the housing sometimes does this. It sometimes will fix it, but more often than not, this thing is probably just going to bounce these struts around. This usually doesn't prevent anything from happening. Question, best place to watch Slick 40? Playa Linda Beach. Slick 40 is kind of right smack dab in the center, Sawyer, so you're not gonna... It's tough to, you're really not gonna get a good view unless you can get on range. Yeah. Yeah. Jim, that definitely happens. What was that tag up there? Sorry, I couldn't see it. Oh, okay, that's all right. All right. Chat's moving awfully slow. That's fine. Makes it easier to focus. All right, guys. Here we go again. Look. I saw it move. Come on, get up there. Go on, get. Oh. Nice distance. Man, that shot that out of there like a cannon. Just Base 32-month resub. Back from California. Nice, dude. So we're getting a failure between this and that. Maybe disable the grandparent strut there. Alright, that's what I'm going to try. Rigid attaches on the hydraulic already, Tessa. I'd be curious to see. I mean, rigid attach on the legs did seem to give us smoother operation, but that breaks it. You know what I mean? It breaks the damn thing. So, who knows? We'll see. Let's go. We ran out of power. You and Brimo still want to come visit? Just DM me on Discord and let me know. I'll make something work. Yeah, sure. We ran out of power? Alright, let's just turn on infinite electricity here for this test. Let's see what happens. Because, well, it ran out of power before the thing obliterated itself, so... Yeah, building a Kraken drive. Is running out of you see a problem? Yeah, well, it pogos, Q. Yeah. It's pogoing. Get rid of that. Yeah, we threw a rad.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Canadian says I've been following since January 2016. It's been a while. 58-month resub. Yeah. Why are we not just strutting the piston? Doesn't really do much, Shady. Yeah, we're dealing with forces here that just bend struts. Doesn't even do anything, dude. It's the connection between the FLA5 adapter and this cylinder. That's what's breaking. I want to try rigid attach. I just to see. It's probably not going to work, but here, let's get 4 tanks back up. So once again, guys, I'm trying to make a drive that moves 1,000 tons. That was, we discussed it over at the beginning of the stream, and that seems to be a pretty good use case for making a Grand Touring ship, 1,000 tons, so I can carry fuel to go down and land on planets. Think about it like how an aircraft carrier carries a lot of jet fuel around. Aircraft carriers have to be refueled. Jet fuel, though, not fuel for the ship. The ship doesn't need to be refueled, like only after like 20 years or something. So we're trying to move thousands of tons here. Let's see what happens. Can you jump the piston with another piston? Nah. I'm not sure how well that works. I mean, we had a double design like that, Cirrus. That is stable, so maybe the double piston have one serving as a damper, but I'm not sure the dampers can dampen out oscillation at that frequency. I'm not sure. That's right, Frosty. Yeah, you got it, buddy. The hierarchy is very upset with us right now. Alright, there's our oscillations. We're gonna break the legs off. Maybe just applying damping force to this, dude. Screw it. I've never done it before. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Because, yeah, we just got to get these things to stop jerking around. If I can get them to stay straight, if we can get them to stay still and push this thing, it'll work. Can you dampen the piston with another piston? All right, seriously, I already answered that. Yeah. What the frick? I dampened the hydraulic. I dampened the hydraulic out, guys. That was it. We dampened it out and it worked. That just moved 1,100 tons. Dude. Yeah, I just dampened it out. I mean, Cirrus, you said like, oh, you know, damp it out with another piston. Well, why not just damp it out with the piston that we have? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, dude. I gotta make sure that that does that again. What's the leg spring setting? Nothing. You can't screw with the leg spring stuff, Aqualex. It won't work. And I always just kind of assumed that you wouldn't really want to dampen out your leg force, but here we are. But I've actually tested messing with the legs before, because once upon a time we didn't have a hydraulic. So you had to use landing gear to push a pressure plate forward. So we did a lot of testing with this. I know that they really don't work. It doesn't work in any other setting. Look, for frickin' real, dude. Straight up. I wonder how fast this thing can go with nothing of this thing. Yeah, dude. So that test changed a little bit. I had I thought I had a grandparent strut up there. I guess I didn't. Could you overclock damping? You can, Tessa. But I'm not familiar enough with the results of that. I've only overclocked dampers once, and I wasn't sure. The real question is, can you underclock it, and what does it do? What would an inverse damper, what would that do? Would that cause deceleration, or? Now I'm really confused. No bouncing. No nothing. I can't believe it dampens out at that frequency. That's unbelievable. Dude. No freaking way. Yeah, it didn't like that. It really didn't like that. What broke? Yeah, FLA5 adapter collided into the landing struts. Yeah, Benares, isn't it? It's crazy, right? Alright, get rid of this. Yeet stick 6.5. That one. That freaking thing just moved 1,100 tons. It pulled 1,100 tons off the ground. You know how much thrust you need to make to do that? Well, 1,100 tons. Do that. But anyway, that's a lot. Get rid of that drive. Fully fueled, this thing is 626 tons. This should be, it should move this no problem. Like, it shouldn't even be, yeah, it'll move it. Easy peasy. It still seemed to have a pitch problem. Yeah, a little bit. But that was with 1,100 tons of load. I'll give it a pass. Just like all the other drives, attach it to there, and now we gotta line it up with the center of mass. That's right, Erudite. Let's see where this takes us. Do we still have infinite electricity on? Yeah, we do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, an anonymous gifter. Thank you. You guys gifted a lot of subs today, man. I'm really,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
really thankful. Thank you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. This should have no problem moving this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You should get a drive engagement somewhere around now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's mad. We gotta strut it. Not sure if auto strut is gonna do us any favors here. Yep. Too much oscillation from the drive. We gotta strut it. Anyway, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Whoever did that, I do appreciate it. Some guy I've never seen before, dude, came in here and gave 100 earlier. Sean Peel? I don't know this person. And I said thank you, and despite that, I never got anything. Never said anything in chat. Sean just left me in the dark. I'm like, I don't know what's happening right now. It was pretty cool. It really felt good. No, dude. Never saw a message, nothing. Just boom, that guy, one and done, 100 subs. Never seen him in chat, nothing. I'm like, I don't know who you are. Why did you do that? Lurker's OP, yeah. You might have been a lurker. I've been watching all year and I never comment. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Yeah, hey, no, I know there's lurkers out there. I appreciate it. I really do. Lurkers are the backbone of every stream, dude. Hardcore. Appreciate all you guys do. Thanks for showing up and thanks for giving me your time. I really appreciate it. I really mean that. That's how you become a legend. Okay, Celestial. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. He could have sent you car parts. Yeah, he could have. Yeah. Heichnick, yeah. I know what you mean. Took me a second. Get that right. Alright, come on now. Here we go. Here we go. Oh. Yeah, passing for sure. Dude, I really appreciate it. Yeah, it's awesome. Ferd, sorry. Ferd. Why did this move 1,100 tons before, but this 600-ton ship, it doesn't move? That tells me that how you mount that Kraken drive makes a big difference. Interesting. Yeah, Mutter, that's the only thing I can really think of. How far from the main core current drive? Well, guys, I'll be honest with you. This thing is attached on a robotic piece down here because that was the open attachment node, and that isn't locked. Oh. So Mutter, the landing legs weren't strutting to anything. Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that was probably why it was doing that. Alright, let's go. Ready? Come on. Right now is where we should start to see the legs start freaking a little bit, but... We have prograde marker. Frick! Maybe a purpose-built ship. But this ship looks cool. But yeah, you're probably not wrong. And by probably, I mean you're not wrong. Test it in space? Nah. It needs to be stable enough to move it down here, seriously. If you can move it down here, it can move it up there. You know what I mean? The legs are strutting out as opposed to strutting in. Yeah. I have another idea after this, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, let's just slowly ramp this up. Come on. Just push up. Yep. Okay, don't. Why was SLS originally white core color? Because, I don't know. Because they want it to look cool. Because people who know nothing about engineering came up with its design. Probably those. Auto strut view. That's strange. Maybe if we disable the auto struts there, because they were disabled in the test, so. Yeah, the legs go to all of them. Yeah, I saw it, Mutter. That shouldn't make that big of a difference, dude. Why are we putting engine in the middle of the craft? It's better to have the Kraken drive push through the center of mass, DJ. And since it has no exhaust, you can basically put it there. I'm going to disconnect the other struts that we ran, just out of curiosity. I want to see what this does. It wasn't pushing through the center of mass with 1100, though. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I suppose that's... Okay, undo that. And let this thing hang out. See what it does. Did you lock out the rotor in the SPH? Yes. I think it might just be our attachment point. Our attachment point to that robotic is caca. All right, here we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Sis. Did I do something different? What did I do? I screwed with the damper rates for a second, but that's it. Something that you generally shouldn't do, but yeah, look at that. Pretty cool. Oh, crap. We died. It was like, boom. It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. Oh, that was bad. It was at this moment that he knew He screwed up. No! Okay. Alright, let's do something dumb, shall we? In here, there's little payload bays, and inside of those payload bays, I wanted to put robotic arms, but yeah, we don't need to put robotic arms, so. Let's just go in here like this, and then just see, do we have an open attachment point? Oh, we do, look at that. Let's just do this, why not? Why not? Nothing bad will happen. Or something. And then copying the drive and then doing the exact same thing over here. That may or may not have erased the cow controllers. Yep, the rod actuator. What about you? Okay. Now, if I'm looking at that right, that should control that. Okay. Now go over here, open up the overclock, select this one, overclock, should be force limiter, control rod actuator, target extension. Copy that, paste that, copy that one, paste that one. I'll have you know I graduated top of the class with a Navy SEALs dish. I'll have you know. Alright. See, I just wanted to move these to a spot where we... I just wanted to move them into a spot where we could see them. This can't go wrong. In the past, double KRPC drives like this really doesn't end well.
Discovery, go at throttle.
So, you know, explosions. On the other hand, it could be fun.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Nova Raptor, 10 months. Toasted Wookie, 48 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, Dish. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me just make sure that both of these are mapped. Yeah, okay. We only have one FLA5 adapter mapped correctly. I see you. Enable. Okay. There we go. So this is either gonna end really good or we're just gonna spin out of control and crash. Probably gonna spin out of control and crash, but also it could work. Right? You don't know. Good thing we have the stowed option enabled. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's usually how dual Kraken drives end. One engages and the other one doesn't. No. Freeze the simulation tank. Yep. Yep. That's engaged. Yeah, it did work. Nice explosion. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. Okay. Now what do we do? I know what we should do. It worked while lifting. Maybe mount it near the front. Well, it's just applying a force, Cirrus. It's pendulum fallacy all over again. But I got the ship that'll be better for this. Here you go. Oh, look! We mounted a Kraken drive in that already before. What the frick? Oh, okay. All right, let's just... Why the frick would I do that way? Whatever. Okay. So, welcome to the dropship version of that same vessel. Yeah, this is the dropship variant. It's pretty good. Pretty cool. Yeah, we did this before robotics, but that thing actually, those nacelles can actually pivot, which is really freaking sweet. I don't think I... Oh no, the pivoting mechanism will still work. Dude, we could make that robotic. But let's not get too sidetracked, shall we? Let's go down here. Merge with Yeet Stick 6.5. There we go. What on Kerbal is this? It's an old dropship design that I made, Hangman. This thing is designed... It's a dual-axis lander, but it's a dual-axis lander that's the size of Super Heavy. So, basically it starts to deorbit like this, and these engines, the landing legs, They actually turn 90 degrees, which is really, really freaking cool. Yeah, and it uses an air brake to move them. I call this Scobie, Project Scobie. I named it after Dick Scobie. Because there was a save where I named all my classic vehicles after astronauts. So Collins is named after Michael Collins or Eileen Collins, either one. I had Scobies, I have Grissom's, Patsiev's. Actually, Patsiev was a variant of one, but that's another story. We never finished the husband class carrier. KSP. Yeah, we never finished it. What was the one that delivered the massive rover to Duna? That was the Skytug. Skytug was a gigantic upper stage that was about the size of this. I used to build freaking gigantor stuff. Kind of just want to go back to doing that again. But, I mean, that's basically what we're doing. Mutter. I got a problem. The I could build this so much better thing is coming back. Oh, frick. The MMBs were cool, dude. Okay. Well, Scobie's gonna have to be the reason why I wanted to use this ship is because it's simpler, easier to see what all the struts are doing and whatnot. It's easier to see the drive. That's what I'm trying to say.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I could build this better, save it for KSP too, indeed. I wonder if the old docking systems still work. The old leg rotating mechanisms. Who knows? Hey, Cammy. Yeah, the MMB, dude, that was awesome. MMB was a freaking sick project. MMB, Snackless. It's a freaking... It's a rover. Dude, it's a gigantic base. That's what it is. Like, the thing is... So it's AG2. Alright, ready? Boop. I have no idea. I don't know. It should be dark. Multiport docking broke this pretty hard from what I can tell, yeah. But it still should work, dude. I actually... Yeah, here, hold on. Let's just get the landing legs working because it would be cool to do it. So... Alright, what do we have here? That's the root of the entire assembly right there, is that docking port. What's that connected to? It's connected to this. So let me take this. No, it's not. Is it connected to the engine plate? Smart idea on my part. Cool. Alright, watch this. Ready? Yep. Crisscross the RCS balls for stability. Oh, thank you, past EJ. That's cool, man. Smart idea. Smart idea. Alright, what's this attached to? Alright, give me this piece. Get rid of that. We can get rid of the air brake. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. And then, honestly, just give me a big old one of these bad boys. Put that sucker in 2x symmetry. Make sure they move simultaneously. They do. Alright, watch this. Ready? We can take that piece, put that back in there. Give me a cowl. Leg. Cool. That's what that does. That's cool. Dude, you don't know how long this took me to freaking make this thing. It took forever to get this right. I made it with no robotics. The legs move without any robotics. They're free-moving Kraken joints that are articulated by freaking air brakes. So now this thing should... This is a quick fix, Aqualux. Don't worry about it. It's a quick and easy fix. I basically built this around a technology that didn't exist inadvertently. So, yeah, all good, man. This is gonna take me 2 more seconds. I just need to put 2 more servos down. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of the docking port. Get rid of the lower latching mechanism. Give me another set of servos. Make sure those servos on the 0 to 90 rotate. might need to invert direction or something. But here, watch. So take this piece, take that one, absolute snap that one back, and then take this one, absolute snap that one back, take this piece, snap it in 2x symmetry, back together, and move it out like that. Wait a minute. Oh. Alright, I'll just custom move them into position. No problem. Takes 2 seconds. Once again, this is quick. Supposed to be doing this fast. Alright, so if I go in here, go to the cal again, open the editor, right? Go in here like this, leg. And perfect. Okay, sweet. Put those like that. Put that like this. Put that like this. Put that like that. Man, I'm really happy I built those for parts that didn't exist in the game yet. Took 2 seconds to fix it. Yeah, probably not, Aqualux. Those don't need dampers. Those don't need dampers on them. Cool. Oop. Send it. Yeah, you're probably right, guys. The balls aren't probably snapped together correctly, but we could fix that. It would take 2 seconds. Check last. I found a lander design that reminds me of the design and scale of yours. It's nuclear powered too. That was the goal of all the crafts. Yeah, Platinum. That's true. Oh, look at that, Big Zig. Yeah. That is a unit, dude. All right. Let's go. Excuse me for a moment, please. I'm trying, Joe. Thanks for stopping in. It's really the helicopter stuff, J-Speed. The helicopter stuff is what set me off on precision building techniques, because you had to. You really didn't have a choice. Has a hybrid solid core nuclear motor. That's cool, man. Really didn't click on that game, but you know, that's cool. Okay. Let's try this again. It's a hybrid NTR arc jet. That's cool, man. So yeah, this thing was designed to land like super heavy cargo on the moon and on Minmus. So like, all we have to do, you'd deorbit facing backwards, and then you could flip the thing around, right? Turn the engines downward and land it like a helicopter. Really cool. Really good for getting really big parts down to the surface, like fuel tanks for a refueling area or something. Mac, what's up, man? Just to say thank you. You freaking rule, and your channel's awesome. Love the race and hunts. Love the KSP content. Keep it going. I got you, man. Thank you. Right on. Appreciate it. Which craft had the rotisserie payload deployment? It was designed for this, the rotisserie. Yeah, it was mounted right there. That's the mount for it. J-Speed, I replaced it with a Kraken drive in this one because I'm weird. Okay, here we go. Dude, the rotisserie to deploy the pipes. Yeah, that was cool. That's awesome too, man. See, Scobie is way less asymmetric than Grissom is, so I thought this was a better test candidate, and we could watch the drive and see what it's doing. See? Scobie is also it's only 300 tons. It does not weigh nearly as much. And it also has no fuel in it. That's really good, Oculus. I'll have to read more about that in a second, dudes, but I'm kind of in the thick of testing right now. I want to fly one of these damn things into space. Just let me fly one into space, game. Just let me fly. "24 degrees outside. Fahrenheit. Yeah, we're into the negative Celsius easily here. I was wondering why it was getting so cold in here. Let me turn the heat up. Okay. 27 there, J-Rose. Yeah, it's 24 where I'm at, dude. 24 Fahrenheit. That's like, I don't know, like -6, -7 C. It's pretty cold. All right, how much does this thing weigh fully fueled? 629 tons. It's actually really similar to Grissom. Pretty good. All right, here we go. It's 27 Celsius where you are, J-Rose. Oh, damn, dude. Well, I guess I'll just piss off then. Come on, baby, get going. It's not a motorcycle, baby, it's a chopper. Whose chopper is this? Zed's chopper. Who's Zed? Zed's dead, baby. Any chance of playing cities? Hope you're starting to feel better. Hey, what? I'll play it on next Monday. Play it next Monday, dude. That should be good. Yeah. Yeah. So the 6th. Very, very stable, very controllable. What is this? Don't worry about it. Oh my god, there it goes! There it goes! It took! Go, baby. Yes. That's not really what I wanted this to do, but that's okay. It's pitching and I can't control it. What changed that made it accelerate like that? The drive core. Yep, this is how we die. Oh, don't worry though, it accelerated out just in time for us to accelerate towards the ground. Yeah, that's good. Headphone users? Headphone users. Headphone users. Trust me on this one. See what I mean? Well, it worked, but not very well. Yes, right in my ear canals. Are we not lined up with the center of thrust? I thought this would be much more stable in that regard. Yeah, we should be pretty much spot on. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So this is a dual-axis lander. Dropship, guys. It's a big freaking dropship. It has a huge payload bay inside of it. It's not designed to work down on Kerbal, but it's designed to work up in space. Like land on the moon and stuff. You want to drop 500 tons on the moon, this is the way to do it. Or this was the way to do it in one of my old programs. Give me those RCS quadrants. That might be able to give us a little bit of a lever up on this stuff. Is there a lift pushing it over? I don't think so. RCS should be able to compensate though, dudes. But the drive worked really, really well. The drive worked way better. So yeah, I mean it was just Grissom, not the way it was mounted inside of the cruiser didn't really work. But the dropship one, because it's out in the open and everything is strutted, you can see it a lot better. Next time you could rotate the engines to ventral thrust. Yeah. Damn straight I could compensate. I mean what? The what? Okay. 1. Set that to there. SAS on, RCS. Engage the silent drive, Vasily. Vasily? Vasily. Come on. There we go. Oh, that's rad, dude. Look, you can just lift that thing right up. No, let them sing. Yeah, dampening out the damping forces on the hydraulic makes this thing work really well. We're lifting 650 tons, or 630 tons. And the drive should engage soon. Once you get above a certain height, this thing really likes to, it'll really start kicking in. It'll really start going fast. Ready? You'll know it because it'll start going. It'll start doing that, and we're gonna die. Okay. Yep. Nope. Didn't turn those on in time. All right. Yeah, it was supposed to kick there and not explode, but we're making progress. We're making progress. Yeah, Ray, to fix the drive by putting a damper function on the hydraulic. Yeah. Interestingly enough, that actually makes this thing work. And then everything is mounted to a physics-less part. Yeah. And then here's the kicker. Deploy shielded. Shut it off. Works differently. Serious. The landing gear act different when you do deploy shielded. Interestingly enough. Yeah, those are very broken. All right, let's go again. Hey, Toa. How'd it go, bud? I'm trying the new approach. You can lift 4 big fuel tanks. It's hard to keep it level when it's under load. Payload bay crack and drive. Interesting idea, Raid. I like that. That's good. Payload bay linear drive. Night, Sun Temple. Alright. I'll engage those just in case this thing goes south. But I really want to get this thing out of here. Dude, no oscillation whatsoever. Unbelievable. Look at that. Ridiculous. go for that drop. Shh, Nikes. It keeps popping the plate. Yeah. Add time. Alright, you got add time. Why did that work on the first try? Haven't tried cracking SAS yet. No. No. 95. I got it to lift 11. I got it to lift 1153 by itself by putting damping forces on the hydraulic. Yeah, I lifted 4 tanks by itself. No RCS needed. Can you teleport it to space? I'm kind of about to just do that, O-Force. I know that I could get this thing up there with enough attempts, or if I was going slow, but I'm trying to do more like faster testing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Kilpon, 72 months. Thanks, buddy. So, I think I'm just going to zap her up there. I'm sick of waiting. Alright. So, Toa, you got some news on my job application at SpaceX ... Don't be a tease, just tell us. So, hey, UJ ... That's what your job apps ... No, just tell me. Tell me! Are you listening to me? Ah! Ah! Are we there yet? No! In short, you're back on the job market. Ah, that sucks, man. It is what it is, dude. Don't worry about it. Not the end of the world. Come here, you stupid moon. Alright, there's the moon over there. We could get there on conventional power, or we could do it this way. Ready? We got 1G of acceleration from the drive. Oh, that is nice and stable. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah. Very good. 2.7 G's completely stable. .3 still very stable. Very, very stable. Pushing it even further. Go to 4. We are 4 G's. Dude, it's not even deviating. We're look at we're well in the tolerance there. You see that? I mean, what's this one right now? 95. This is 629. Okay. Here we go. Bring it up to 5 Gs. We hit bump stop on the damn piston. Wow. We hit the bump stop, dude. What do we do? I just zapped it up here, Langatang. Don't worry. I just edited it up here. Lost the plate. Damn it. Well, yeah, we're gonna go this way now. And we are set to crash into the moon, which is that's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, no grip pad. I might switch just to a straight grip pad a la carte. Can you EVA replace the plate? Sure. Yeah, I don't see why we couldn't. Damn it. Do we even need the plate? Those gear are catching on the piston. I don't think it caught all of them on the piston, dude, but we can check. No, it doesn't catch all of them. Yeah, see? No. Flat Grissom. Shoot. Alright. Alright, dudes. Alright. How could it be made to catch all of them? I don't know. You'd have to test it, Aqualux. I'm not interested in testing that right now. Guys, I'm gonna put this in the Nautilus. Nautilus is a small ship that's designed for a KRAKEN drive. Or let's put it in something smaller. Let's see how far we can go. What do we wanna fly? Actually, let me go into this thing's design first. 6.5. And I'm gonna put a grip pad in here. I really liked flying that thing around the other ships. Alright, well, let's get the Nautilus out. This is the fastest thing that I've ever made in KSP. This one goes the fastest, and it has an older version of a KRAKEN drive in it. Fortunately, the KRAKEN drive literally just mounts inside of a payload bay. That's the entire drive. That's it. We don't need any of that, though. And honestly, we probably won't need the SAS either, but it's okay. We don't need any of that. Just that. Close that up. Make sure we're in line with the ship's COM. We are. Cool. Close it up and send it. You guys ready? This thing's fun. It's a good time. This is the fastest ship we've ever used in any. Yeah, this is the fastest ship I've ever gone. I've gone 300 kilometers a second in this thing. It's very light comparatively to those heavier ships, but this ship is just all KRAKEN drive. There's no fuel to get you home in case you screw up. So this could get fun. Want to see how fast we can go to the moon? Let's see. Should be a good time. Yeah, but, you know, so what we're going to do, just on a side note, fellas, what we're going to do tomorrow is figure out, we're going to build a dedicated ship around this drive. This drive is good. It can move a lot. Okay, ready? T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. You're about to have some fun. Now that's a roll program, I think. Man, I don't remember this thing sucking this much. Huh. At least it's nice and strong. Yeah, I don't remember this doing this. It's okay, guys. It's just supersonic retro propulsion. Hey, they survived. All right. I do have enough to return to Earth. You're absolutely right. I don't know how they lived, but yeah, okay. So apparently the robotics were just not working. Oh, the rotor wasn't locked. I'm sure that's good. That's fine. Let's go. Let's try again. If at first you don't succeed, where's the center of mass? What? What? In the center. Thanks, Mutter. It's there. It exists. Just curious if it's top heavy. It should be fine. I've launched this into space before, Tim, but I probably wasn't as crazy that time as I was that time. I was just having some fun there. Yeah, the center of mass is on the other side of the runway. Is some over there by the beach. Maybe a little bit by the run, by the SPH or any. Anyway, send it. That looks better. Is this a part for your station? No. We finished the station, Toa. Yeah, finished it. Oh. How did this thing get into space? What? There we go. Why are the pods free spinning? I don't know. Oh my god. This might be enough. As long as we... There we go. That should not be spinning. I definitely locked the rotor, but whatever, this'll work. We don't need that. So this is old EJ rocket design. It kind of is not the best, but hey, it's a thing. Okay. All right, just put those up there and lock them into position for Pete's sake. There we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my god! What is this contraption? Don't worry about it. Alright, just point radial out for frick's sake. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, see, that's fine. The drive is engaged. Alright, let's push it. How crazy can we push this thing? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Well, that's not good. Spacecraft and spacecraft accessories. Yep, that's right, boy. I tell you what, this is the finest spacecraft you're ever gonna see here. I tell you what, boy. I got renewed for another season. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the Nautilus is back in space. All right, let's circularize. Ah, guys, we might not have enough fuel. Oh, dear. Probably want to turn the fuel cell on. Oh, it's already working. Excellent. Yeah, the Wobbleotron is working, though. That thing really doesn't need to be spinning that fast. We should RPM limit that thing at like 10. It needed to spin for the old version, but not for this version. Oh, my old shuttle payload bay and the old arm. Oh, that thing. No. All right, stop spinning for a second. It's a good trick, but sometimes. All right. Oh my goodness, this thing's crazy. Oh, this is awesome. Yes. Okay, all right, shut it off. Shut it off. Shut it off. Okay. Alright, moon. Set as target. Let's go. We don't even need the RCS. We can just use the gyros. Okay. Where's the moon? There's Mun. Alright. Hello? Now hear this! Chat, have you better buckle up? Yeah, buckle this! Ludicrous speed! Go! What have I done? My brains are going into my feet. 10 G's. They're in cryosleep. It's fine. Can we push it past it? $17 G's, but we lost control of the ship. The old Nautilus could decelerate and accelerate insanely fast. Yeah. Can you change the piston move speed? Yeah, of course I could. Pogo. I'm just gonna push the drive to maximum here. I want to see what we can get out of it. Nope. Pogo, pogo, pogo. Oh, crap. When it does that, you got a big problem. You just drain your electrical charge. Okay. Why are there no solar panels? Because fuel cell? Yeah, sometimes spinning, it's a good trick. It stabilizes it out. $20 G's, nice and stable. If we're spinning, but the second we stop, it. Spinning is indeed a good trick, but I think we can do better. All right, let's. Let me think. The arm is coming out of the bay. Nice. All right. Guys, I think it's... You know what? We can mess around with the Nautilus. We can mess around with all this. I think it's high time we... The Nautilus is better. It's not going to work. We need a better application for this. So, yeah, we got to build it around the drive. So, it's time. Let's do this. I don't like that the plate still blows up in this design, but with the grip pad, I haven't seen it explode once. We're going down to 6.5 right here. This drive does work. It works quite well. So what I want to do is that. It's stable under 8 Gs, which makes it good enough to use. Yeah, Schmoog, but I want to move more with this thing. I'm just not really sure how we should do this. Smaller Kraken devices is RCS. That's what we still need to. That's why I think it's high time to build a stabilizer. The control surface drive. I think that's better to build now. Yeah, I think that's a better thing to try and build now. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Huh. Hey, Bacon Armor. What's going on? How are we gonna...
Discovery, go
Oh,
and
hey, thanks for the sub, dude. I like Grissom's. I like the Grissom. That thing is cool. I want to use that. Thanks for all the content. Oh, hey, my pleasure. Huh. Okay, but what's that? The Valkyrie or the Venture? You want me to build the Venture Star? Mini Grissom? Silly question. Is there a difference in how the drive will work regarding on having the legs extended versus retracted? Legs have to be extended, Bear. At least. You know what? You know what? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. I think so, Aqualex. Yeah, but I'm not... Yeah, I think it does. So I'm not sure that it would... I don't know. All right. Guys, I'm gonna take a quick pee break. I'll be back in a second, and we'll figure out how we're gonna do this from there. Be right back. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Dude, it is cold out there. Alright, so let's get some reference here then. We don't need that. We don't need that. Actually, maybe we should try... Still sick, man. Picked a hell of a week to catch the damn flu. You know what? Before we design the ship, the KRPC SAS is probably something we should figure out. To be honest with you. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. Give me that. Get rid of that. Right had it with you, Dad. Right there with you. Dad had it last week, and now I'm getting it. Dude, it's so annoying. So, what we're going to do here is I'm going to take the landing legs, right? And what we're going to do is try and put them in a position to where we can use the control surfaces and same vessel collision to push on these things to get a pitch up force and a pitch down force. This is the crazy part. 95, like you said, he was working with this, and he said he got it working right. So, if that's the case, this should work correctly. But, we can't... We gotta be careful because, yeah, we need same vehicle collision here on those. And then we need SVI on that. And then we need to set that one to pitch control. There we go, just like that. And then the yaw can... You know what? Let's just mess with pitch first. this will totally work just fine. Nothing bad will happen from me doing what I'm about to do. Nothing bad, chat. Nothing bad. Okay? Yeah, Snackless, supposedly this works. Same vessel collision on the control surface, and then you push these things. So we should be able to get this thing to do a wheelie. Should be able to get it to do a wheelie. May I ask what you're attempting? It's kind of hard to explain, Lillian, but long story short, if you push on the landing gear, it annoys the Kraken, and you can get that to apply force to a vehicle. That drive that looks like a nuclear... That. That's awesome. It's so angry, dude. Oh, 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 ah! Help, 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 get me off this thing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Stop it. Stop. Disable the SAS. Oh, oh, are we alive? Yeah, see what it's doing? Here, let me switch you to lock view. See that? Watch. And then we push on one. Yo, that is super powerful. Oh my god. 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 What's going on? I have no idea what's happening anymore. Lillian, did that explain it? Did that help at all? Yeah? No? Maybe? Doesn't that sound nice? I think that might be a little bit close. We might need to just back these off a little bit. It's fine. Let's see. Did we space them right? How much random access memory is Kerbal using? Oh, 10 gigs. That's good. That's fine. Oh, okay. Okay. Dude. Bro. Sproink. It's a wheelbarrow. Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, so let's just get rid of those and then take these and just move them in just a little bit. I honestly don't think we need two now that I'm really looking at this. But, you know. So let's, you know, let's take those, move those out there. And then we'll take that. There we go. Move that right there. All right, so that one can be pitch, and this one can be roll. Yaw? All right, fine. You drive a hard bargain, chat. Maybe the smaller legs? I already made that. That's fine. What are those thrusters? No, but like actually they look like legs, but why? Thrusters. Thrusters. Yeet Stick 6 now looks like a fish. This is getting so complicated to the point where half of the parts look like they are here just for looks. Yes. Yeah. Kind of wondering what full 6-axis Krakenitude and Krakenslation control would look like now. Like I said, we could make the Borg cube if we really wanted to. Whoa. Huh? That went well. Yeah, that went well. I think. We did. You know what? You know what we're gonna do? Grip pads have high impact tolerance. That's... You know what? I'm good. Let's make it fly. It's good to know that we have some correlation here. I'm not... So, like, the thing is, guys, when we go to build this thing, Kraken Drive's gonna have to be... Like, I don't know if we should mount the Kraken Drives, like, on the back of a ship now. We might want to do that. We might want to mount it on the back of the ship. Because if we're, like, way out back, but pointing through the center of mass, it'll work like thrust vector control. It'll work like gimbal to rotate the vessel. Cool thing is that the engine doesn't need to be on to rotate it. Yeah. All right, let's go here like this. Pop the drive. I don't like that. It really over-torqued. It over-torqued that module pretty hard. All right. Yeah, that's... It's gonna take a long time to tweak this to get it right, fellas, to be honest with you. That's gonna take some time to tweak, but that proves that it works. So I'm gonna actually take it off, because we've just done the same thing 3 or 4 times in a row, which tells me that I'm starting to get tired. But we do have a good drive here. This is excellent. Guys, I want to do one more test with Scoby, if you don't mind. And hopefully it works. What about having 2 on the center line instead of having 4? Yeah. I'm not sure what you mean by those, but alright. Just gonna figure out a way to redesign. What I want to do is figure out a way to redesign Grissom so we can actually have the payload bay working. How would we do that? How the hell would we do that? Seems like the drive hates atmospheric flight. Yeah, Stuart, it's not ideal. You can get it to work down here, dude. All right, loud noises. There it goes. One hell of a failure, but why did it like moving 1,000 tons before? Why did it do that? And it does not like doing it here. I don't freaking understand. Does the drive explode because the engines are on? No. Alright. Alright. Alright, screw that. Alright. Hey, Bran, what's going on? Straight grip pad, dude. Really? Grip pad is very, 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 very high impact tolerance. There it goes. Fly, Scobie, fly. That's what I'm talking about. The grip pad might be the way to do this, dudes. We'll see when we get up into space. Nice comfy ascent, bros. This is the best SSTO, my vans. Agreed. Maybe we should grab turn. What's our acceleration? 1.41. 1.41 gigawatts? I agree, Core. What am I watching? Drive braking mechanism move one of my capital ships up into space. This is just a test flight, though. This is actually a pretty damn good ascent here. I'm wondering how far we could push the drive core. So, agree, this thing is a prototype drive that is, it's basically the Epstein drive from the Expanse. You can build it in the stock game. It works basically by crushing landing gear, and the landing gear push back. And when they push back, they accelerate the ship, which I know that doesn't make the most sense, but it's still pretty freaking cool, man. Yeah, something like that, Slackster. Yeah, man. This is what I want to do for a grand touring ship. I want to build something like this. This is an older design that I retrofitted the drive core in, right? I want to build a newer ship that has this at its heart, so we could grand tour with a ship anywhere in Kerbal. All we need is some electrical charge. We can go anywhere. Look at that. Yeah, Core, that's what it's going to need. I don't know if the ship that we build is going to end up looking like Grissom or Scobie. I would kind of prefer it, but... Yeah, see? She just zipped herself right up here. This drive with the grip pad is moving 620 tons. Yeah, the grip pad seems to solve that, the high collision. Working very well, actually. We got a nice 2G acceleration here. It's pretty good. Is it reliable for enough for a Grand Tour? That's why I've been doing so much testing with it, Alan. That's right, Agree. Yeah. I have a hydraulic that's pulling a grip pad forward and it's pressing on the landing gear. The landing gear, you set the spring and damper strength to nothing, and if you bottom out the landing gear, you start accelerating. Yeah, you invert the bump stop on the landing gear. It definitely works. See? We're pretty much in space. And by pretty much, I mean we are in space.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Only thing is that it uses electrical charge because you have to keep that hydraulic compressed. But other than that, Pacey, banana. Oh, we're in orbit. Alright, let's shut the drive down. Okay, drive is disengaged. Now what we're gonna do, I'm gonna time warp over here. Set the moon as target. Now we're gonna go for a speed test. How far can we go with this thing? This is where I wanted to be yesterday. How far can we go with this? We're moving 600 tons of ship around. The drive is doing pretty damn good for 600 tons. Okay, let's re-engage. Okay, laying in, we got 1G of acceleration. Moving it up to 2Gs of acceleration. Past 2. Three. 355 is the limit. We're at maximum extension on the control rod. $3,000. That's crazy. We can get more out of the drive. I gotta move the grip pad forward so we can compress the landing gear more. You guys mind if we go back down? I could, because I want to get more out of this. I want to be able to accelerate at 10, Pythos. I want to move this to 10. Yeah. That's why I wanted 1,000. What's light speed? 300 million meters a second or something? Alright, that's a successful test, I'd call it. We gotta... Okay, we gotta... Let's go back down. I want to change something. That's huge. That's good. The grip pad fixes it. That's good. That's what we want. So I gotta move it forward. We gotta set the distance between the pad and the gear here. If I set the distance correctly, this thing should book. It should go super freaking fast. So we just gotta go in here and just move the grip pad forward 2 ticks, just like that. Also remove these RCS clusters, those things suck. Now there's a ship you haven't seen in a long time. Yeah, man. No, Pythos, I haven't seen that, but it's cool. Another Starlink. You guys want to go to the Starlink launch? Or should I take it easy? Still coming off being sick. I think we should. Did I see that right, or is it tomorrow? Hold on, let me take a look at that. February 2nd, Thursday, yeah. 2:58 a.m. Yeah, that's a little ways away. Take it easy, Juice Pot? Okay. Actually, with the grip pad, we should just be able to rail on this thing. Like that. Alright. Get the accelerometer out. We broke the landing legs. Okay, we shouldn't be able to... Let's not rail on it too hard. Not down here, at least. We broke the damn landing legs. Can you believe that? Thought ion drive RCS using CALs to control an individual engine engine throttles. Ion drive RCS. If you bound it to an axis control Aqualex, yeah, sure, that'd be cool. One more time. With feeling. I'm back, sup? Hello. Yeah, Bon, we'll see. Stop on your right foot, don't forget it! And then do this, and that, and 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 then... Well, we all know it doesn't like the atmosphere. Yeah, well, we'll make it like the atmosphere. We designed it. We created it in our image. Do you like the atmosphere? I don't know about you, I like breathing. I don't know why my voice just decided to get so deep. It's probably because I'm still sick. Alright, we're good. Yeah, Electron, I think that's how that works. Wait, did you just call me a groundhog? Oh, it kicked in right at the last moment there, dudes. Also, we're going really, really freaking fast for this much mass. 2.5. Oh boy. Oh, please stay stable. Oh, come on. Oh, geez, we're transonic. This is fine. Nick, good night. This is okay. Push it. She's holding 2 Gs inside the atmosphere, man. We've gimbal locked our pitch control. That's not bad for 620 tons, man.
Discovery,
That's booking for 600. And we're not even at full throttle. We're not even close. Super. 80 months. Thank you. Are we entry heating on the way up? Jeez. Oh, all right. All right. Okay, we can disengage here. Okay, let's for future reference, let's not just ramp disengage the drive like that. Yeah, that it did not like that. Turns out we were we had a lot of potential energy loaded up there. Ah, like, it's just a typo. Don't worry about it, dude. Yeah, the drive decided to drive int. You guys know that's your adjective for the day. Drive int. I drive int to the supermarket. It means you didn't drive to the supermarket. Drive int. It's science or grammar. I don't. Who cares? Arturus, would it be possible to get more Gs by stacking the engines? Yes, you can do that, but sometimes it doesn't like stacking the motors, but you can do it. Yeah. I did see that floating, the Chronoplan thing. That seems a lot like the K90 that we engineered a little while back. Weirdly enough. I sleep int. Why, mate, there you go. Hey, dad joke. How's the drive coming? I got it to move 1,100 tons. We've made some slight modifications, but it is working very well. I basically accomplished what I wanted to do yesterday. Now we're gonna take Scobie for a spin here. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna take Scobie for a spin. And we're gonna see how fast we can go. You guys remember Scobie? Yeah. Scobie is a great little ship. It's not little. It's a great ship though. Okay, take. Okay. Alright. Okay. Wonka Vader, calm down. Oh boy, I hope we can keep this stable. We're transonic. Yeah. Okay. This is fine. We get it, bro. You lift. Bro, do you even lift? The 3 Gs of acceleration out of the gates here. We should start seeing entry effects here soon. My RCS is like, why are you doing this to me? Okay, we're gonna get up in space. Let's just calm down. I know, Super. This one's throttleable, and you should be able to go anywhere. De-entry effects. Yep. Okay. All right. Stop pulsing. It's okay. It's okay. Hey, there you go, you little meat. So, guys, I know in Kerbalpedia here, you know, I know in Kerbalpedia it says don't do this. Yeah, but I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna. No engine mount, just the grip pad. Yeah, the grip pad seems to handle it very, very well. Entrant effects. Yeah, get it right. SMH my head. Oi, Chuck. When I was a kid, I used to watch Thomas the Tank Engine all the time. I think you might be a diesel, mate. You might be a diesel. Just going around mucking everything up. You might be a diesel, mate. Or you could be like Thomas. You could be a really useful engine. Or you could be like Gordon. He has big power, but they got... You could tell a lot. You could tell a lot about people just by watching Thomas the Tank Engine. Benno, I watched that movie last night for the first time. Awesome. I actually want to go watch it again. That's very rare that happens with movies with me. I'm a diesel. I've seen that movie, mate. You insult me, good sir. Nah, you're not a diesel. You're probably Harold the helicopter. Yeah, you're Harold. Well, wait, what movie? It's called Bullet Train with Brad Pitt in it. Really, really good, man. Lemon and Tangerine made that movie. Yes, dude, those are my favorite characters. Yes. Dude, I was sick last night. I couldn't sleep, and I'm like, you know what? I wanted to see this movie. I've never seen this movie. This movie is excellent. It's such a good flick, dude. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. Now go away or I will taunt you a second time. Dude, yeah. Lemon and Tangerine backstory when, please? Well, we just got this 600-ton ship into orbit using about 200 units of liquid fuel. So, we got that going for us. Which is nice. Okay, let's disengage the drive. Power sights and main landing gear. Again? Most of it was spent on the RCS. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, drive's fully disengaged. So let's do what we want to do.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go ahead, add maneuver, set the moon as target, and let's do a little bit of this, and then a little bit of that. Hey, Plek. Is this the K drive? Yes. Thanks for the 36. What's that in specific impulse? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know at all. That'll get us to the moon in 25 minutes? No, that's not good enough. Alright, screw it. I just know where I want to burn. I just know the direction. Let's go. No, it's time for... We need Bard Core. We need Bard Core. Are landing gear Krakens better than docking clamp? I find that you can accelerate these way faster, Citadel. And I don't like that docking clamps basically don't use anything. Get down! What do you got, Mutter? Oh, excellent. I'm gonna keep that open for later. I'm gonna save that one for a rainy day. All right. So, where's the moon? Where are you? Ah, there you go. All right, see that moon over there? We're going to that moon over there. Re-engage the drive. This music doesn't fit? Oh, okay. All right. I'll find something different. We still got to engage the drive, though, so. No. That was the next song up, but we got it. All right, that's fair. You're right. I hope you hear and listen. I hope you hear and listen. Okay, 2 G's of acceleration. Moving to 3. Four. Okay, let's move it up to 5.5. We're at 5.7 and accelerating, 3.3 kilometers a second. I'll link it up in chat. Six G's. Seven. Oh, we are booking, dude. Very nice. Very nice. Don't worry, nothing exploded. That was just me turning the engines on, so it looks cool. We don't need that. Pushing it. Can we get to 8G? 7.9 G's of acceleration. We could push it even further if we had more throw on this piston. Dude, look at the drive. Look at how it bent. It bent the legs out. You see that? Oh my goodness. Holy crap. 10 kilometers a second. Don't go over Mach 10, Mav. Don't do it. No. Have you been able to repair this in EVA? No. No. Yeah, that's why I've been really putting it through its paces and getting a good durability test in on these things. Look at that thing go. That's unreal.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Go, baby, go! I've never played it, S. Don't know. Fellas, we're not time warped right now. Nah, Kuro, the rates are just fine, dude. Yeah, time warp D's, baby. Let's see if we can change course a little bit. So I'm dead sticking the Kraken drive right here with the SAS off. We're going 18 kilometers a second. Dude, look at how smooth this thing is. Unbelievable. We gotta burn a little bit radial in here. I feel we could push this drive a lot further.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
20 kilometers a second. No, I want to slow down. Pray for Mary with the 11-month resub. Thank you. This thing does a constant 7.9 Gs of acceleration hip. I went back to the grip pad pressure plate, and oh my goodness, with physicsless part, with everything mounted on physicsless parts, holy balls, this thing goes, dude. All right, hip. For reference, we are moving a fully fueled SCOBY. Fully fueled, 600 tons. And this drive, we can get it up to 10. It could go up to 10 with some tweaking on the drive, which is just... All right. Yeah, that's what I mean. We learned a lot about the Kraken drives today and how they seat and everything. It really, really, dude. This thing is like 10 parts. 10 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it is 10 parts. All right, we actually need to start slowing down, or we need to stop burning because we are going to get to the moon, and we will be paint on the surface here in 5 minutes if we're not careful. So let's ramp the drive down. Bringing the drive down. 3, 2. We're decelerating. Well, not really. Drive's disengaged. We are on a collision course with the moon. So yeah, we're gonna need to just do that whole, turn around. To the orbit, to the orbit, to the moon, to the moon. Bond, I'm not gonna say that we don't have the Delta V to do it, but... Yeah, we are on a collision course. Sir, we're caught in the moon's gravitational pull. What do we do? We don't die, because we're not stupid. What is a landing but a soft collision? Ain't nothing gonna be soft about this if we hit the frickin' ground, dude. Ain't nothing gonna be soft about that, but alright. Okay, let's bring the drive back up into position. Oh, balls. Okay, alright. Play. One G of acceleration. 2 Gs of acceleration. 4. Looking good. 7. We're up to full. 7.9. 7.96 millimeter. I really hope we have enough time to stop.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I got some visual mods, .blank. The drive core is actually in the stock game, dude, for what it's worth. I don't know if we have enough time before we impact the moon. Guys, I don't know if you noticed that moon is coming at us pretty fast. It's time to stop. It's time to stop, okay? Johnny Vaughn, 8-month resub. Oh crap, we're already in SOI transition. Oh, we're gonna die. We are going to die. We're not on impact anymore, dude. SOI transition didn't like that because we broke the drive. Or two of the legs became discombobulated. Oh balls, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break, please don't break. I love you, 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 I love you. Yeah, it did not like doing that through SOI transition, but you know, we'll be fine. Oh my god, look at how quick it's coming at us. Ah! Oh no! Slow down! We have 50 seconds to Parasynthian. Oh my goodness! I guess we're doing a flyby, bros! 20 minutes ago, we were on the surface. I'm trying to stop. Just hang on. I'll try spinning. That's a good trick. Oh my goodness. 20K. It's a little bit of a close shave here. Here, deploy the antenna. We'll be fine. Yeah. Yes. Oh, we didn't turn the sonar on. All right, there we go. We're good. Oh. The drive's pogoing. Oh no. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop pogoing. Stop. Stop. We gotta slow down. To the moon. All right. I guess not. Yeah, hey, do what you like. Just do what you like. Please stop. Please. There we go. All right. We're re-engaged. Well, we might be able to stop in time. Okay. Oh, 8G decel. Yeah. How are we not paced? Oh my goodness. Wait, the objective was to stop? I mean, it was, but we didn't do that, clearly. On second thought, let's not go to the moon. 'Tis a silly place. We gotta land on it, though. We gotta land on the moon. We have to get there. No, come on. Slow down. It's okay, guys. We're only going 11 kilometers a second. We'll be fine, I think. Maybe? Narrator. He wouldn't be fine. Maybe we'll get it before the SOI transition? First stop on the Grand Tour, just a little bit of an overshot. I gotta see now that we have a drive that's pretty dang reliable, I gotta understand how the frick it works. Yeah, we could get to Elu in real time. Neb, that's my whole thing, dude. I want to do a Grand Tour in real time. No time warp. And I have 3 weeks to do it. Hey, that's what I said. Yeah, and I agreed and said it was a good idea. What do you want, a frickin' gold star? Get the frick out of here. 6,200. I don't know if we'll do it all in one stream. We could, though. The stream was long enough. But even with 10 Gs of acceleration, an Elu encounter might take all day. No, it won't. No, don't be silly. But besides, we're not going from Kerbal to Eve anyway, or Elu anyway. I'm not an expert, but I think it's not a very efficient drive. You think that me being able to go 25 kilometers a second is not efficient? It's a glitched stock part, dude. Glitched stock part. Push on landing gear with a grip pad and a hydraulic and see what happens. Alright, start disengaging the drive. Ah, we've captured the moon. Is it considered an exploit? It's in the game. Why would it be an exploit? Devs don't care. They know about it. I told the developers about this thing, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
14 months. Next time I resub will be on KSP 2? I think so. Alright, back the drive off. Switch over to the other side? Oh. Just told the drive to back off. You going to miss again? Yeah. Trying to circularize, dude. This drive has a lot of TWR though. Okay, good. We can capture now. Aglex, I actually want to do, like, have landers and stuff, not use Kraken drives. Just use the Kraken drives to get there. I thought that would be kind of cool. Just putting it out there. My orbital mechanics course really made me rethink how I play KSP. Yeah, oh yeah. Pretty cool, right? Orbital mechanics are nuts. It's weird how stuff moves around up there. But it do. I thought it would be cooler to do something like that, to do like regular landers, man. $4,700 meters a second. What's our TWR? 5.83 with this design. The crazy thing is that this thing has enough to actually make that maneuver. We'll start the burn at 2 minutes. There won't be warp drives, but there's near future drives HIP confirmed, so like ion drives, nuclear, stuff like that. Magneto. Magnetic fusion containment, stuff like that. Okay, re-engage the drive. Ramp the drive on. That is unreal. Our TWR is way higher than 5. Okay. Alright, we can disengage the drive. Holy crap. Dude, I can't believe how reliable this drive is. This is the most reliable drive that we've ever made. By far. This thing is really good. What the heck is this, Roshmek? It's an Epstein drive, but for Kerbal. Aqualex, once I got some use parameters here, we're good. Yeah, XJ, I think we're gonna go that route, dude. I think that would be good. No, they're not canceled, Squall. I finished the station, and I'm gonna need to get crew to and from this thing. So yeah, we're gonna use the shuttle to get crew to and from it. It's gonna have a shuttle docking port on it. It's just not gonna look like this, guys. I haven't designed it yet. Oh, it lands, Supernova. Yeah, we can land. You wanna land? It's kind of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, the station's done, Squall. I just wanted to use that to go from there. But yeah, building out more shuttle architecture, I'll save it for KSP 2. I'll save it for there. I want to do fun stuff in KSP now, because that's basically what we did back in the day. In 2014, I built the station with a shuttle, and then, truth be told, I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know what else to do, so I just started building crazy stuff. It's not our node time. $1,700 meters a second, delta V. That'll probably take us like 15-20 seconds. It's a big mun. Yeah, Stubborn, the whole thing can land. Oh, hi. Nice. Red leather spine. There we go. Four Gs. Ooh, we got a couple of conics there. sucks, Airborne. How we doing? EC, oxidizer, and fuel, all holding stable. Very good. You guys want to go down there and go see the crater? Let's go see what's going on with the crater. You know what? Screw orbiting. Screw it. We don't need that. Let's go down there. Hey, weather guy. All right, well, let's see if this works. There we go. They're landing legs strong. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's a dual axis lander, man. Yep, yep. Okay, ground altimeter is on. We're taking it in on impulse drive.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Jag, 14137 sub. If that's the Tachi Karmas. Yeah, we still got a little ways to go. Okay, drive is disengage. Kerbal's just playing through one channel tonight, I guess. Oh yeah. I forgot. This thing is super freaking heavy because it's fully fueled. Scoby is the name of this one. New PC's up and running. New Yognet online. New Yorknet online. Did you bring a payload to leave there? No. The drive is in the bay. Going to add an ISOU on board to refuel. We could. I mean, Pythos, I was honestly thinking maybe just go back to Kerbal and refuel, if you really want to know. $3,000. So, in real time, quite literally, 43 minutes ago we were over there. We've traveled 10 million meters in 43 minutes. What planet are you on? Just Mun. You going to Duna? We could go to Duna after this. Sure, why not? I might use the drive to land on Duna, though, because this takes up a lot of fuel. Pretty. Jeez, that's rocky. Man. Wow, look at that. Contact light. Okay, engine stop. Jeepers. Wow. The moon, though. Uh-oh. We're skitching down the hill a little bit. We haven't been out here in a long time, dudes. Time warp for a quick... Hayes, why is your name different? Alright. Yeah, she's skidding down the hill a little bit. That's okay. Damn, dude. Change the color of your name. I don't like it. Change it back. You're freaking me out, man.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Roger. Tranquility. Copy it down on the ground. Thanks for the 10, man. We could head over that way. That's awesome. Is this better? Yeah. Yes, I like it. Nah, you don't, dude, you don't need to keep it like that. I was just being a jerk. But yeah, Time Warp didn't really do what I wanted, but it's still okay. All right, Dedrick. Night, buddy. Thanks, Boop. Got to the moon in less than an hour, Schmoog. Less than an hour to the surface, dude. We're only down to 500 now, EVX, but yeah. Well, that's pretty neat. Nice. How's progress? It's good. I switched to a straight grit pad 95 and I dampened out the hydraulic and yeah, drive is working very well actually. Yeah, I'm just chilling here. How many G's can you pull? Can you pull 600 tons? We bottomed out the drive at 8 with this one. I could tweak the grip pad and it can be more than 8. Yeah. Also, all right, let's go home. Let's go back to Kerbal. Now, the real challenge. Can we land this thing back on Kerbal? Think we can? How about we try to land it on top of the VAB? I'm not kidding. Want to try? I mean, I know the answer. Okay. I mean, 9.5, this drive is extremely smooth. It is perfect. VTOL TWR on Kerbal is caca. We're gonna need to use the drive. Adios. It's crazy, dude. What mod is this? Oh, it's not a mod, Stumpy. I have some visual mods, dude. That's a drive that you can make in the stock game if you have the DLC. Heck, you can make it without the DLC if you really want to. Seriously, take landing gear, spring damper override, set it to the lowest it possibly can, then take a hydraulic and attach a grip pad to it, and then pull the hydraulic towards the landing gear. It's an Epstein drive from The Expanse. Serious, it can do. Dude, look, you saw me just take off the moon. We accelerated at 4 kilometers a second in like a minute, dude. We can go Razorback from The Expanse on the game. That's what I'm doing. Multiple drives amplify. They work like engines, Akron. Yep. Oh yeah, you got to turn on same vessel interaction. Same vehicle interaction is a big one. Yeah, that's a big deal. But yeah, I'm moving this ship around, and when it's 500 tons right now, but it's moving it around like. Yeah, guys, this propulsion system works just like a regular rocket engine. You have to line it up with your center of mass. You don't line it up with your center of mass, your vehicle will flip out of control violently with these things. So I took a ship that I used. This was a drop ship for the moon back in the day. That we used back in the day. It was a drop ship, and this had a nice open payload bay that's lined up with the center of mass. So we put it here. Hey, Adam. All right. Can you summarize what you learned about the K-Drive design? What you've learned today? Attaching your landing gear and hydraulics to a physics-less part really makes them more stable. Rigid attachment for the hydraulic. And then a physics-less pressure plate doesn't really matter. The grip pad works better. Also, dampen out your main hydraulic, and it does that. Look at the accelerometer. Dude. Want to see stability? Look at that. That's stability right there. I noticed that after we time warped, though, it bent the drive a little bit. We must have had the drive partially engaged because the grip pad is not seating correctly anymore. Yeah. Eject the warp core. No, the core is working just fine. We don't have any coolant leaks. Shmoog, I don't know. 30 meters? 40 meters, maybe? It's Kerbal size, dude, so it's tiny. This is Bardcore DMX, dude. Oh, no. That's how Jeb Riders roll. $12 kilometers a second. My brains are going into my feet. That was real dangerous, what I just did. Okay, I think we threw a rod. Yeah, well, whatever. It'll be fine. Yeah, we just... What orbit is that in? Oh. Real nice solar orbit. That's cool. Whatever. No problem. Yeah, don't do that through SOI transition. It really does not like it. I shut the other one off to combat the one that we broke. Don't you have to turn around? Yeah. Tell us some KSP2 insights you can talk about. It's early access. Yeah, we'll get back to Kerbal in 6 minutes. $30 minutes or less, or it's free. What's up, my Glip Glop? What's up, Victory? How you doing, buddy? Hmm, 16,700 meters a second burn. Alright, time to flip and burn, cowboy. Please tell me you break for shower today. My uptime right now is about 10 hours 40 minutes. 10 hour 40. Take 2 showers every day, Thomas. I used to take a single shower in the morning. Now when I'm done, dude, I stank. Stank sitting in this damn chair all day, dude. Sneaky! What's up, dude? Tiny Victory pointed at you and said hi. So, hi from Tiny Victory. Hi, Tiny Victory! Kerbal's coming up pretty fast. I'm actually not too happy that that thing broke like that, but that's okay. I don't know if we can land on 4 of these things. We might have to bail out. Sorry, Sawyer. I'm not. Three minutes. Misha is online. Competitive. No, it is too early. I am not ready. 41,000 miles an hour? Yeah, that's pretty fast. You don't even have access to the firing gods. Retro rockets firing. I don't know. How long do you think it's gonna take? Yeah, let's engage the drive. Hopefully we can engage on a couple here. On 4 of these things. We're running on 4 cylinders. There we go. Does anyone know the Kerbal speed record? I don't know. I mean, I think people have gotten close to the speed of light. With this drive, we could get there. We have the Delta V to do it. It would take a little while, probably take a couple of days with no time warp, like just a couple of days, like me leaving Kerbal on for a couple of days, but... Oh, S-Master's gone way past speed of light. He's gone way past it, so it's, yeah, he's gone way past it. It's clearly not that. Okay, we're at 1.79 Gs of decel. Let's increase past 2. 3. 4. 5. Yeah, 5 Gs of decel is what we're really kind of limited to with 4 legs. I'm not sure 4 of these things will be able to land. We'll be able to land with 4. If you accelerate enough, you can escape the Kerbal system, and you can just time warp to keep accelerating. Neat. Feel like it needs to be in orbit. Well, yeah, I suppose. Oh man, Kerbal was small a second ago. Oh, Gingy. Well, it's good to be back. We've only been gone for an hour, but it's good to be back. Just aero brake? No. Well, we might be able to do it in time. Yeah, our drive's pretty broken. We gotta really be careful about these things, guys. I think SOI transition broke the drive. Halfway through the burn before perigee is not bad. That's actually pretty good. I mean, once again, we can only decelerate at 5.8 Gs, not 8. How goes the crackening? Bree, we went out to the moon in about an hour. No time warp. No time warp. Hour in real time. Looks good. Now I'm gonna try to land it and see what happens. Time to redesign the drive. Nah, just don't use it through SOI transition. That's kind of don't burn through SOI transition either. That's sphere of influence transitions. So you see that? That's an SOI transition. The circle with the line through it. Don't just let your ship pass through those. Because if you don't, you can, yeah, it's not going to end well. How are you feeling? I'm still sick, but I'm getting there, sweetheart. But it is freaking cold outside, like really cold. It's 20 degrees out there. Don't go outside. It's really, really cold. Not bad in the garage though. With no heat in there, it's about 40. Not bad. It's 21 Fahrenheit, guys. 21 Fahrenheit is minus 9, minus 10 C. Maybe a little bit less than that. Like, yeah, I'd say like minus 7 or 8. It's pretty freaking cold. That's cold for here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's not the coldest, but it ain't the warmest either. I'm the preheater, Hank, for the bed, Remo. I'm the space heater. I'm the space heater. How much Fahrenheit? 21 Fahrenheit right now. It's cold, man. It's cold. That's cold for here. That's the coldest it's been this winter. Hey, we circularized. That was a much better way of doing that. Just got to do a little trim here. Little trim on our orbit. Our orbit's pretty bad. You have to be up at 4, just so you know. Okay. Well, then you gotta go to sleep then, sweetheart. Did you see that your boy Tom retired again? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Dude, I was saying it a little bit earlier on stream, Art. He might retire from football, dude, but he ain't leaving football. Tom's... Trust me, man, I grew up watching that guy and listening to him speak for a really long time. He ain't the kind of guy that's just gonna leave the game of football. That's not how that works, dude. It's like when Schumacher retired, dude. No, that's not. You can't just leave. You can't just get up and walk away. It's too fun. So I guarantee you he'll be back as like a coach or a team owner or something. I hope he coaches, Art. He joined Fox for 10 years, 375 mil. There you go. Have you ever read 1984? Yes, by Orwell. Night, Bree. I'll see you in the morning. You mean The Stig? Yes. Get some sleep? I'm good, man. I'm good. Guys, I'm fine. I'm good. I want to get this thing landed. Then we'll get sleep. Because I think... Oh, that's at 3. Fudge. Why can't that be at 4? Stupid orbital mechanics. I wanted to do this all in real time, but for the sake of time warping, let's just wait a couple minutes here. There's KSC. Alright, so we need to go down to the surface. Something like that should do us right. Well, here's to hoping, guys. Try to get us back down to KSC. This is gonna suck. I'm going to crash, and Val's gonna have to jump out. Val does have a chute. Yep. Yep. She's gonna need it. Okay. We've begun our deorbit. Oh. Here we go. Here we go. Oh man, this is gonna suck. Does the chute come with a guarantee? Yeah. I'm gonna arm the main engines. You know what? I'm gonna do this, do a little bit of this burn the old-fashioned way here. Bleed off some tonnage. Okay. Hey, not bad. Okay, all right, we really need to engage this drive. I time warped a little too far. Oh, okay, okay, okay. No, just get rid of the damn waypoint. Okay, here we go. Okay, we're decelerating. Stay right there. 3.7. Nah, Yarg, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Slow the rate of deceleration to 3. We could slow down. We could slow our rate of deceleration. Yeah, we're all right. Well, Bon, what we gotta worry about is all those wings in the back. All those wings in the back basically make this thing into a nice bomb. So... what I basically mean is that it'll fin stabilize this and it'll make us nosedive into the ground if we're not careful. So what I'm going to do is transfer as much fuel as I can into the back end to make this thing thick. Does that have to go off right now? Jeez. Nah, just make a gimbal for this one, 95. Hey, what, my bad. What's that, 95? Oh, jeez. Nice. All right. Yeah, the grass is super freaking green, but... Come on. Okay, engage. Engage. I believe you have my engage. So how does this contraption of a drive work? Push on landing gear with a grip pad with same vessel collision on. That maneuver may have just killed me. Water landing to be safe? Bro. Bruh. Come on. Something just broke from arrow forces. I don't know what antennas broke. I know the dish broke, maybe.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Whatever. James, tier 2 70-month resub. Okay. Val's bringing it in. Pickles, 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 pickles. I like pickles. Pickle, pickle. That's the lyrics, right? I think we can make it, Ivo. Oh, that was too early. No, 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 no. Punch the drive! Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to do this. Unless I can just get this thing to flip. Come on! Yes, there it is! This is a orbital dropship, Spitz, that's designed to work on the moon, and we just somehow landed this thing. Give me 1 second. The thing broke on impact. You gotta be kidding me. Holy crap, that was hard. Yeah! Alright! Dude, how the frick did we do that? How did we pull that one out? Oh my god! Not with this ship, dude. Holy crap! Yo, this thing went to the surface of the moon and back. Look. Oh my goodness. Dude. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What broke? What's broken? We only have 3 struts left. Oh my goodness. Vacha, did you see that, man? Dude, how did we freaking land it? How did we land that? Dude! Yes! Oh my goodness! Dude, I gotta make something that can come back down and land now. Oh my goodness. Hey, gameplay, did you see that, man? How did that even happen? Oh my goodness. Man, I said it as a joke. Yeah, dude, I think our drive core is totally wasted, though. Oh my goodness. How does Val get out? Dude, me too, Pop. We flew over the hangar and I'm like, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash after all this way. No. And then I was like, no, screw it. Tilt the front engines forward. Turn this thing upside down. Could you have an engineer with spare Kerbal parts on board? I don't know how well that's gonna work, but Hezwa, it's a KRPC drive. It is a piece of KRPC tech. It's a KRPC drive. I just used it to bring Scobie back down. How much? Dude, 300 tons. We brought 300 tons of lander back down. This thing still has fuel in it, man. KRPC SAS would have saved it, no problem. I'm 95. That's you. That's what you sound like. We lost our antenna, though. But, hey, whatever. It's alright. Dude. Are you using the biggest landing legs? No. I'm using the LT1. The LT1 landing legs I find work the best. Helicopter for extraction? Yeah, we might need to do that. There's really not a good egress point here. I don't think Val can... Oh, Phil! Oh, God! She freaking fell! She fell, and then she hit this in the parachute. Damn it, Val! Damn it! Damn you! Oh my god! That sucks so hard, man. Oh my god. And that's why people think Starship HLS is a bad idea. Oh, no, Flash, we'll revert. We'll revert. This is my simulation mode. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. That actually was a giant leap. She just fell from 50 meters, dude. She fell from 50 meters. That's a long way. That's 150 feet. Oh my god. Yep. EJ, we got a number for you to call. Dude, I pulled the chute because I'm like, she's gonna fall. And then she pulled the chute and then she bashed into this and went deflected off the side. Oh my god, that's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my goodness. Oh, really funny though. If not a little messed up. Does this work? That's crazy, dude. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Can you believe we just did that? That's unbelievable. There's a clip. I don't want to watch the clip. I don't want to watch that. That's horrible. Let's see if we can... See if we can tilt her back down. Alley-oop. One more rock back and forth. There we go. It'll be fine. It won't be fine. It won't be fine. Nah, it won't be fine. Dude, I said it wasn't gonna work. God, guys, what are you nuts? I said that wasn't gonna work. Why'd you suggest that? What are you, dumb? What are you, dumb? Narrator. It wasn't fine. It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. Just put it back together. It's fine, boss. It's fine. It'll work. But dude, that was... So the funny thing is, guys, is that this ship was never, ever designed to do what you just saw. That was never supposed to do that. This thing was never supposed to land back on Kerbal. That's not a thing. Hey, at least you didn't kill Val. Hey, Val's just fine. Yeah, see, there, she's just fine. She's fine. That's pretty nuts, dude. It's pretty crazy that all worked. It worked really, really well. The panic in your face for that 1 second, I'm like, no. Dude. Yeah. So, I think tomorrow we'll build out one that's designed for it. See what we can do. How fun was that, moving this thing around? That was cool. That was really cool. I just think that we need to do something like that. Maybe even that. I'm thinking the gimbalable drive would probably be a good call. We were trying, that's what I was working on the last time we worked on KRPC drives, and now I can miniaturize this even more. With the gimbalable drive, I could just deploy the landing legs, and we could just land this thing on its feet, which would be pretty cool. Man, that thing works good. I'm going to leave this here. We'll just leave this here, and we'll go from there. I can redo all this, make it a lot nicer, make it a lot better. Work it harder, make it better. Do it faster, makes us stronger. Okay? Yeah, I know, weather guy. We gotta fix that. But dude, it actually did it. That's nuts. I can't believe that. I can't believe how good this thing works. It's 10 parts. A little bit more with the Cal controllers. Heck, we didn't even need those pieces. That's the whole thing right there. You didn't need that. Those are just fuel cells. That's it. That's the drive. That's pretty sweet, dude. You saw what I did there? All right. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, makes us stronger, all that ever. Work is never over. Bum, bum, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Stu, this is Scoby. It's an old dual-axis lander that I used to land heavy cargo on the moon in Minmus. And we put a KRPC drive in it, and I just flew it to the moon in an hour, and then flew it back to Kerbal and landed at KSC with the KRPC drive. It was broken, and parts were falling out of it, but, you know. Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's right, Erno. Mm-hmm. I can't believe this. I can't believe that. How cool was that? That was fun, dudes. That was fun. Val did not have fun at the end there, but she was having fun up until that point. Looks complicated. Yeah. Yeah. What's happening with the space station? Station's finished, Sile. Yeah. '95. What was that picture? I was busy landing. The one that you entitled Doing Ya Mom. Give me 1 second. Look at that. Nice. Yeah. Cool. Guys, there is a Starlink launch in a couple hours, but I'm gonna take them off. I might be back for it. If I am, I'll see you. If not, yeah. We'll see where that takes us. But anyway, I'll leave this here. We will get this thing all ironed out and ready to go. Yeah, dude. A gimbalable. The gimbal KRPC drive would be very cool. That would be very useful. We were doing that with the old drive, but if we could use the gimbalable drive with this, oh man. So like with Scoby, for instance, right? Like if I take the drive, it doesn't need to be a full left-right yaw gimbal. It could just move the KRPC drive basically upwards, right? Instead of just facing forwards, we can move it up. And then from there, we could roll Scobie's landing legs. We could move the landing legs down, and then we could take a ship like that and land at KSC, and then refuel at KSC. We could refuel it. Can you imagine? And then KRPC drive points up. We lift up off the ground, fold the legs forward. As we fold the legs forward, we pitch up and then tilt the drive forward and right off. Just like how we used to launch Grissom's back in the. How are you going to make sure the engine is going to be in line? Basically balance the entire vehicle, dude. Balance the entire vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, okay. Okay. Don't let me forget that. Are we training shuttles for Grissoms? Well, if we could just bring them right back down to the surface, yeah, but we could still launch the shuttle. I would have still used the shuttle to launch probes. Still use them to launch probes. Forget what? Right. Right. Okay, dudes. I'm going to go to bed. Starlink is in about 3.5 hours. I might be back for it. If not, I'll see you later. Let's see who we can raid. Thanks, Spoop. I'll be back tomorrow at noontime, guys. Excuse me. Still sick, dude. Still sick, but that's really freaking cool, so it's all right. Haas is playing Red Dead Redemption RP. That's cool. Let's go see what Haas is up to. All right, dudes. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Have a good night.